Starbucks cause of anti-union policies. Don't eat McDonald's cause they give free food to the IDF. Don't buy a soda stream cause they maintain occupation. But most of all, don't buy Sabra hummus cause it tastes like fucking shit. Sabra hummus tastes like shit. Boycott HP, their printers are shitty. Boycott Siemens, I don't even know what the fuck they do. Boycott Chevron, they steal Palestinian oil. AXA is an insurance company, just leave that shit to Luigi. Boycott Israel. Boycott Israel. Boycott Israel.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MDs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Newsday Tuesday. That's right, folks. It's Newsday Tuesday. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. It's 72 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, in California. 7/15/2025, 11:10 a.m. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's going to be a beautiful day. Today's going to be a wonderful day. Today is going to be an amazing day. We're going to go over education today. Yes, you're right. But yeah, I'm live. I'm alive. And that's it. That's what's popping. That's what's happening. Why is it always cooler in LA than New York City? Well, it's cooler in LA than New York City. It's also not flooding in LA as opposed to New York City. But Sin has you beat. Yeah, I saw. Sin is living out my dream right now. Hey, Hassan, I drew this little cartoony pic of you from the July 5th stream. It's beautiful. It's immaculate. It's amazing. Thank you. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan and I Piker in between time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button, so help me God. That's what I'ma do. That's what I'ma do. Alright. Your injuries are better? Not necessarily. I'll talk about that in a second, as a matter of fact. Locked out of my hospital job over an hour late because night shift couldn't get in. Folks, Los Angeles. Can you share your workout split? Yeah, splitting my ass. That's what I'm doing. I'll fuck with the FC Pally Kid twin. In any case, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I am here. They gave me the Lithuania Grateful Dead shirt. Hell yeah, I have one of those already. So trying and failing miserably at finding that opening song video. It's Vika's music. But in any case, folks. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night, as you guys know. I was only able to do like 6 hours and 40 because I'm like, I'm just getting back into the groove of things with, live streaming in front of a live audience for 6 hours is hard. Harder than doing IRL streams, let's be real. But I'm old. I'm getting old. I mean, it's literally not a secret. Next week, I'm going to be 34. Like, that's how old I'm going to be. Quiet quitting. He's old, he's washed. It's all those things. Merchandise is still available at ideology.shop. By the way, Union made, American made. Spend $100 and get free shipping for the continental US only. Okay. Remember, Union made, American made. You already know. Always. And when is your birthday? I'm on the 21st, 25th. Chance the Rapper is about to drop this album. He's going to say some controversial pro pass line things. Says he's not going to be legal to say soon. You should try to have him on. I bet he'd be down. Maybe. I mean, he is hanging out with, what's his face? He's been hanging out with a dude that I have been meaning to have on the broadcast for a minute, so. But yeah, big wife guy, hopefully. Vic Mensa is who I'm talking about. And Vic Mensa is woke as hell. And Vic is going to be on the stream soon, so. My CCO said today they wanted to have a talk about being too political for having a Palestinian flag emoji on the profile. Name is Slack. That's crazy. It's really interesting because, like, on the one hand, you got more and more people coming out and being like, yeah, no, free Palestine, fuck Israel. Everybody shut up, right? And on the other hand, people are just like being more resilient towards that change of attitude. Nah, they stole your joke. What is this?
Yes, and ultimately, I want to make Metropolis more affordable and rebuild all the damage done by supermarkets.
Will you visit Barabia, and does it have a right to exist?
Huh. Hell yeah. You should check out the new Clips album. It's amazing. This tweet of Will Superman reviews blowing up on Twitter. I saw that this morning, which is spicy. I'll talk about this in a second. Yeah, personal news-wise, other than that, yeah, I've been watching. I watched Firewatch. I started watching Mr. Robot with my mom, and it's fine. It's like a little bit cringe anxiety. Like, there's a little bit of that, like, first Trump administration, like, cringy, I'm anxious, like, I hate commodity consumption type shit in it, but it's also, like, pretty good. It's also pretty good, and I'm gonna keep it going. Past that, beyond that, I've been watching Firewatch. I watched Kaiju number 8, the new episode that came out. The new episode was kind of mid. It was a fucking slice of life episode. No kaijus being combated, which I thought was lame. But yeah, I'm just keeping up on that side, on the content side. Fire Force, not Firewatch, sorry. Fire Force, yeah. And other than that, woke up early this morning, went to ball my freaking face off with Elam. Absolutely was lethal today. Had a lot of ball in me from not balling for the past week and not doing anything for the past week. I've been cooking, dude. I had like a 98% shot, like three-pointer. Floaters were out of control. The floors are out of control. I was destroying fools on the courts. Why you not post on a Hassan Piker YouTube channel in a long time? I don't know. Ask Austin Ox. He's the one who handles that. But yeah, you should check out Black Lagoon, Anti-Imperial's anime from 2006 for those good aesthetics. Two cops in the UK trying to stop a pro-Palestinian from calling it genocide and waving a PAL flag. Fuck this country. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird. It's weird out here. It's like every damn day there's more and more celebrities coming out and just being like, almost in unison, being like, oh yeah, like we got the orders, we got our marching orders, we can say it now, right? But then the more people come out and say like, free Palestine, fuck Israel, you know, the more people lose their shit over it. What is this? How copyright lawsuits kill free speech? From Taylor Lorenz from 4 days ago. Okay. Vocal stim to start your day. Can we get some celebrities from Rome 9? Like, bro, 2% tax increase, not that bad. I mean, don't ask me. All right, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. Let's get it twisted. All right, let's don't get it twisted. As a matter of fact, let's blast off. Epstein saga. continues driving rift in mega base. Republicans block Ghislaine. Pro-Israel is mad about Superman plus more people, more celebs coming out as pro-pal. And then Trump goes back to Dem method on Ukraine after getting duped by Vladimir Putin. Chat, did you say please once? Get in now. There's so much news going on, but also at the same time, Huckabee is now weighed in. Oh yeah, Israel killed an American citizen from Florida, and they're finally speaking on it. It seems. Yeah. U.S. citizen again. A citizen. Hasbara mad at Superman. Plus celebs coming out as pro-pal. Okay, that's all of it. Do we have a blast off meme or not? Mona Chalabi interview with the Middle East Eye. Forget Starbucks, boycott the New York Times. What is this? That's my sister-in-law nephew. His name is Saif. He was a kind soul. It's so fucking sad. Also, IOF soldiers are just fucking smoking themselves. They're like hella Israeli occupying force soldiers are just committing suicide. 15 this year so far that we know of in 2025. On top of that, Hamas is just like absolutely destroying tanks in Gaza, left and right. It's out of control. Things are changing. Things are changing dramatically, it seems. Okay, where are we? Do we have a blast off meme or not? Do we have a blast off meme or not? It seems like we don't. Pambani is holding a live press conference. It's probably some cartel shit, and it doesn't matter. It's meaningless in the grand scheme of things. It's not something that we care about. You know what I mean? Because we care about the Epstein stuff, and she's not talking about it. Playlist, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Pambani news conference right now. I don't really care about that shit, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. Unless someone asks her about Epstein and then she flubs it, I'm not there. I'm not in there. I'm not invested. Anyway, here it is. Blasting off. Get the people going. Don't get it twisted. Here it is. Epstein saga continues driving rift in MAGA base. Republicans block his lane. Israel kills U.S. citizen. Hasbara man is Superman plus celebrities coming out as pro-pal. Trump goes back to Dem method on Ukraine after getting duped by Vladimir Putin. Get it now. Okay. La baby. La baby. I just swallowed my spit on accident. La baby. 24 karat gold. La baby. Did you see there's another flotilla going to Gaza with Chris Smalls? I did, yes. Richard Torres snuck in. That's so funny. I missed personal news. You did, but there wasn't much going on in my life other than I'm cooking. I'm balling, spectacular style. I gained a lot of weight in New York because I was not moving around. I was not working out, and I was eating a lot. And I gotta lock in My dad is leaving soon, so I'm going to be able to lock in on my diet finally. And my ankle is fine. It just like still hurts a little bit, which is, you know, it's been a while, so it's crazy that it still hurts. But yeah, that's it. All right, let's continue. Jon Stewart last night talking about Epstein files. Oh, nice. Okay. Let me guess. I think Jon Stewart and a lot of like liberals, even like I would say Sam Cedar, have been kind of treating the Epstein files not as like a real situation, but more so like a self-own by Republicans because they're so conspiratorial. And there's some truth to the fact that Republicans are hyper conspiratorial, and that is precisely the reason why the Republican base is like really, really agitated about the Epstein shit. But that doesn't change the reality that like the Epstein stuff is real. You know what I mean? Like that's not fake. The Epstein stuff is real for sure. It's one of the few instances where like the conspiracy guys are kind of right about it, even if they think it's just like an entire thing dedicated like exclusively. Like here's the thing. Okay. With Jeffrey Epstein, this just happened, I think. Republicans unanimously just voted to block the release of the Epstein files. Okay. Now, I want you to understand something. My assessment is Jeffrey Epstein absolutely belongs to intelligence. Okay. Whether it's just the FBI or Mossad, I think it's a bit of both. All right. Jeffrey Epstein belonged to numerous intelligence communities. And as a part of his operations, he was like a fixer, an in-between, a guy who connected a lot of rich and powerful people, and simultaneously was a serial blackmail operation, right? Blackmailing a lot of the super wealthy, regardless of their ideological background. It's not like a liberal versus Republican conservative type situation. It's more so elites that run the world type situation where there's no ideological battle lines drawn there. As a matter of fact, the lines that are drawn there are drawn along class boundaries and not, you know, which team you're a part of. Are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Like none of that matters. That's precisely the reason why you got the Hillary Clintons of the world, but then you also have like Republicans that are and conservative political figures, including like members of the royal family, for example, that are involved in the Epstein client list. You got prolific defender of age of consent getting lowered, Alan Dershowitz, also a prominent fixture in the Jeffrey Epstein client list / also directly his lawyer, right? This is a unique spot. Efendim. Peki. Biliyorum canım, biliyorum, olacağım. This is a unique person that just came out. Is this actually Kevin Spacey's account? Release the Epstein files, all of them. For those of us with nothing to fear, the truth can't come soon enough. I hate to make this about me, but the media already has. That's crazy. It's crazy because Kevin Spacey's like, I've been doing my own thing. Okay? I've been doing my own thing on the, like, I've been doing my own Epstein stuff. Like, don't worry about it. So, I do think that some of the liberals, like some of the Democrats and their approach to this is basically just to prod it because they know this is an issue that has caused a major fissure in the base and the MAGA base between the base of support and Donald Trump for the first time ever. Okay. And he was found not guilty, to be fair. Brother. Kevin Spacey found not guilty. Yeah, Kevin Spacey. So many of his accusers mysteriously died under mysterious circumstances. Kevin Spacey. That's crazy. Was that Kevin in the chat? Yeah, that's crazy to say that about Kevin Spacey. Yeah, here's also Kevin Spacey being like, release the Epstein files. Epstein's alleged accomplice pictured posing on British throne with Kevin Spacey. I mean, come on. Like, a lot of people will say like, oh, everyone in Hollywood is like elite pedophiles. It's like, I don't know about all that. But there are some who are, you know, engaging in illicit behavior. I can't say too much because I'm like legitimately scared of this person. But there are some whose names we cannot even utter. And I would say Kevin Spacey's on that list. Sometimes directly related to Jeffrey Epstein, other times doing his own damn thing. Next he'll come after my beloved OJ. He was acquitted. True. Sometimes the criminal justice system does not actually bring justice. In any case, here is the vote that was unanimous by the Republicans in the House of Representatives that unanimously voted to block the release of the Epstein files. One must ask the question, why are they doing this, right? Interesting. Interesting. I do think that a lot of the Democrats in the media and Democrats in general are just like kind of prodding on the Epstein stuff exclusively because they recognize that this is like a thing that the Republicans are mad about. It causes a real fissure in the base in a very meaningful way, in a lot more meaningful of a way than anything else, right? But I want to know for real reasons. I want to know because this is like a prolific sex trafficking blackmail operation that implicates a lot of societal elites. And I also am certainly enjoying the fissure that's happening in the base of MAGA, but more so, I'm enjoying Teflon Don flubbing on this, okay? Teflon Don is flubbing on this. I will say this much. Okay? This feels like the only way that you can get Americans to identify an issue from a class dynamic. Ironically, it's not like a Marxian assessment of class because it has nothing to do with like people's relations to the means of production, but it literally is like if you're like a super wealthy elite guy, then you're, you know, on the let's not fuck up the bag, let's not talk about the Jeffrey Epstein shit. And if you're just like a regular dude, even if you're like a small business owner, even if you're the petit bourgeois, you still are like, no, I want to know about this shit. It's literally like the most 99.9% versus like the super tiny 1%, 0.1% issue. Like, this is the closest I've ever seen. This is the closest we've ever gotten to the entire public unifying beyond unifying on like one singular issue. You've been covering the Jeffrey stuff, Epstein stuff for years. You didn't just hop on it. Oh yeah, no, of course, I've spent many years talking about not only Jeffrey Epstein, but like it's one of those when people ask me like, oh, what's a conspiracy that you believe? It's the thing that I would always say is like, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory necessarily, but I think Jeffrey Epstein is like directly involved in with the American intelligence. So it's something that I've certainly talked about quite a bit for years at this point. It's definitely one of those like unsolved issues. It's basically like the 9/11 of this generation. If 9/11 itself wasn't the 9/11 of this generation, it's certainly like this is a unifying problem, and not getting any answers on it, and especially the haphazard ways in which the administration is trying to actively push this down the line, and just like have it go away, it's making things a lot worse. Yes, I saw Rolling Stone actually had a good release on this. Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to intimidate the FBI agents investigating him. I mean, come on. Private mercs? Really? Private mercs, like being able to operate private mercs in this capacity on US soil against literally the top cops, federal law enforcement, is crazy. Okay? So, who knows? Here's a statement from a Tara Paul Marriage. Says the Epstein story won't go away because it's not just about sex crimes, it's about class warfare. The elites abused poor kids and got away with it. MAGA was promised justice, but last week it was made clear Trump's not an outsider, he's one of the protected. Yeah. MAGA is full of shit. They only care about the Epstein files because they thought it could hurt the left. This is what I used to think. I used to think that, I will admit something, I used to think that the MAGA base was simply just like cynically saying like, oh, this is a pedophile, that's a pedophile, blah blah blah, we're anti-pedophilia. But then some in the base also didn't realize that like they were also pro-pedophile because they would be like advocating for child marriages and things like that. But there are certainly a lot of people who are apolitical, a lot of people who are just like not remotely interested in this kind of thing, that unironically do care about like they do have an anti-pedophilia position. And because if that wasn't the case, they would not be fucking railing at Trump. They would not be getting mad at Trump right now. Do you understand? Like, I think that these guys genuinely think that like you know, Jeffrey, you're not wrong. Like the initial reasoning for why they were so invested in the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is because it's like deep state pedophilic elite, liberals are doing this, blah blah blah. They thought it would like take down the liberal network of intelligentsia and the liberal network of you know, deep state elites, right? Like the elites on the liberal side and also the deep state working in unison to like undermine Donald Trump, whatever. But there is also like sex crimes taking place that they definitely cared about, right? So now that Donald Trump is basically saying they are getting exposed as being duped and that's what is making them angry, I think there is that for sure, but they've been fucking exposed as being duped over and over again. So why is it that this issue matters more? Because what hasn't Donald Trump hit him with? The Fell For It Again award is a permanent fixture on everyone's timeline at this point, because Donald Trump literally says one thing and then does the exact opposite, and then literally goes back on the initial promise that he had made 3 times in a row, making people have experience whiplash in the process of trying to fucking figure out which dick they need to ride. Okay? They will literally be like, oh, we hate the tariffs, or we love the tariffs, thank you for the tariffs, I'm a trade protectionist. And then the next day he's like, no more tariffs, and he's like, oh, brilliant, art of the deal, sir, art of the deal, we hated the tariffs actually. And then the next day he's like, tariffs are back on. He's like, brilliant, you're such a fucking amazing commander, you are commanding the economy. So like, these guys don't give a shit about being duped on a lot of issues. I mean, look at Medicaid, right? Medicaid cuts. Trump said he was not going to touch Medicaid. He said he was not going to touch Social Security. He said he was not going to touch like any of the welfare, right? And yet they did that. They did that, and everyone shut the fuck up about it. Like the base doesn't give a shit about that. They don't care about being duped on Palestine, for example. Trump, Mr. fucking peaceful dove. They didn't give a shit. They did not care about any of that. But this is one thing that they do care about, partially because this is something that is like completely in Trump's control. This is something that they really, really were invested in. So this is definitely causing a fissure. But in any case, it says, I need more Hogwatch. These are the same people that will rally around religious leaders when they get caught touching kids. I agree. I think that with the Catholic Church, for example, or with like even numerous Republicans like Roy Moore, right? Like clearly they don't care about pedophilia that much because they voted for Roy Moore. They defended Roy Moore. They said, oh, the Democrats do it too, you know? They tried to find a way to like make that stick. Having said that, I'm telling you, this is an issue that is staying and has staying power because it was such a fucking North Star for so many people. because it like kind of packs up. It is the one real element of like QAnon. Okay, it is the one real element of QAnon. The idea that like there is a notable out and about figure that was doing sex crimes for the elite in a blackmail operation, and we have a right to know who was involved in it, right? Let's see if the right forgets about it, but this has been an issue that has been talked about even when others in mainstream media were not talking about it. There's a reason why Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and all these other people like would even on the campaign say like, oh, vote for Trump because he's going to release the Epstein files. So now this is a direct switcheroo, and it's a switcheroo on an issue that they do care about. Some of the people care about it because they think Jeffrey Epstein is Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein is like Israel's agent, and you know they want to cope and think that like American politicians are being blackmailed by Israel, and that's the reason why they're pro-Israel, right? Like that's a little bit of a Republican cope because they have American exceptionalism in the brain. It's brain poisoning. And they think, oh, America is exceptional. Our politicians are amazing. Our Republicans would never be pro-Israel unless they were like, you know, being blackmailed by the Mossad, right? That's not the case, obviously. This doesn't mean that Israel doesn't engage in blackmail operations. Of course they do. But having said that, that's not the primary motivator for a lot of American politicians and why they actually show unconditional support to the state of Israel. But that is part of the reason why a lot of Republicans care about it, because they think Jeffrey Epstein, he's Jewish. He was an agent of Mossad, and you know, this is like Jewish trickery is like what a lot of people's assessment is, right? But the greatest conspiracy is one that has a grain of truth, and with the Epstein situation, there is truth here. Like there is truth. There is truth with Jeffrey Epstein as far as his Israel involvement. There is no reason for Jeffrey Epstein, a fucking random New York financier, to have direct access to not one, not two, not three, but 4 different Israeli prime ministers. There's no reason for former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to visit Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion in 2016. Like, that's insane, right? It's crazy. Jeffrey Epstein connecting Benjamin Netanyahu with JP Morgan. Like, that's crazy. Prince Andrew. There are so many elite connections with someone like Jeffrey Epstein. He's not just some fucking random New York financier, and it's not like Jeffrey Epstein was famous at being a New York financier. Like, how did he make his money is a real question that a lot of people have, and they don't know how he made his money. It's not like he was cracked at fucking you know, the stock market or something. So because of all these questions, it's like many people ask, understandably, like many people have you know, unanswered questions on the matter, or rather not even necessarily unanswered questions on the matter, but they have, you know, they want evidence to fill the puzzle pieces, because the speculations that a lot of people have cultivated around Jeffrey Epstein, crypto maybe. What do you mean crypto? Crypto didn't exist when Jeffrey Epstein became a multi-billionaire. Anyway, let's take a look.
On the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review, the Attorney General briefed
On what? On the
DOJ and FBI.
on what? On what subject?
Epstein, on Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
That's wait, I gotta run this again. What the hell? What the hell? Wait.
Briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the.
Why are you so nervous, bro? Why are you so nervous? What is this? Also, it's like, So Hillary Clinton put herself on the list? Like, what is this? I don't understand why he's also getting ahead of it. Because this is like, this is when you're trying to get ahead of something that you know is going to come out. Does that make sense? It almost feels like he's trying to set up, he's trying to set expectations that, like, you know, you might hear someone's name on there. You might see someone's name on there, a beloved figure, but believe it, it's because Obama, he put me on it, right? A lot of phony stuff on there, phony.
Biden from, you know, we went. The Biden from, you know, we went through years of that.
So why didn't they release it? If the Democrats, if the demon rats, okay, if the dummycrats were the ones who actually created this list, why didn't they release it and weaponize it against you? Okay. Also, I thought there was no list. Why is there a list? Now, the reality is, like, is there actually a full-fledged list? There's speculation that there is no, like, real Epstein client list, right? Like, it doesn't exist. It's more so a term that defines, like, everyone that is a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate that might have been blackmailed, right? Or, like, to which degree they were connected to Jeffrey Epstein. That's what it is. I don't really care about parsing through that. I don't care about, like, being a semantics Andy on this shit, because, like, I think it's silly. Some people try to do that specifically. Some people try to do that to make it seem as though there is no list. Like, oh, you mean the black book or whatever. It's like, no, that's not it. That's like Bobby Kotick is on the black book. And not every single person on the black book is a direct client, or at least some people believe that there is not. They're not all clients. Anyway, the demon rats are so diabolical that they wrote it and left it for him to release. Yeah, they wrote it. They put themselves in it for some reason. They were like, hey, we're a bunch of elite pedophiles. We are a bunch of elite pedophiles ourselves as Democrats, and that's why. Yeah, Hillary putting Bill's name in the Epstein files. They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. That's funny. Except Hillary Clinton herself, like, also frequented the Epstein Manors, specifically Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. Like, I think a lot of people are only now paying attention to this shit, so they're, like, kind of oblivious to, like, all of the minutia, all of the many great details that connect the Clintons, who are insanely connected to the Epsteins, okay? Both Ghislaine and also Jeffrey himself. I'm gonna tell you something. I'll give you one example. When Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, who was OSS, who was also Mossad. He worked with Mossad. He worked with, like, Western intelligence and with Mossad as well. When he died, and he was buried in Jerusalem, okay? Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, is the OG spook, right? And he was buried in Jerusalem, and numerous Israeli officials attended his wedding, okay? One of the people that I believe attended Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell's funeral, he got a state funeral. Did I say wedding? I apologize. He got a state funeral, okay? One of the people that attended his state funeral was Anthony Blinken's stepfather. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's somewhat of a coincidence, right? But it is crazy. It is crazy. Anthony Blinken's father-in-law, or no, stepfather, sorry, father-in-law Samuel Pizar was a close confidant of Israeli super spy Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine. It is believed that Blinken's father-in-law Pizar was one of the last people Maxwell spoke to before his suspicious death in 1991. Maurice Blinken, the grandfather of U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, was a fervent Zionist lobbyist. The New York Times credits his work with helping persuade the United States government to support the establishment of the State of Israel. Anthony Blinken even boasted about it in a talk for AIPAC. My grandfather, Maurice Blinken, initiated a report before independence that argued that a Jewish state was indeed possible. That report helped convince many skeptics, including within the United States government. Anthony Blinken's father-in-law, Samuel Pizar, was also a close confidant of Israeli super spy Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine. It is believed that Blinken's father-in-law, Pizar, was one of the last people Maxwell spoke to before his suspicious death. Okay? To be fair to Robert Maxwell, he was also one of the most prolific Nazi hunters in World War II. What is this? He was also one of the most prolific Nazi hunters in World War II. Naturally, also a clear-cut war criminal, but you know. After Ghislaine Maxwell's dad died, presumably after falling naked off his yacht, Lady Ghislaine, the funeral included at least 6 Israeli spy chiefs plus Tony Blinken's stepfather. It wasn't Tony Blinken's stepfather, sorry. It was Tony Blinken's father-in-law. Samuel Pizar is Tony Blinken's father-in-law, I believe. Maxwell's afforded a lavish funeral in Israel, attended by Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Israeli President Chaim Herzog, at least 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence, and many dignitaries and politicians, both government and opposition, and was buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Herzog delivered the eulogy, and the Kaddish was recited by his fellow Holocaust survivor, friend, and longtime attorney, Samuel Pizar. So, it's just crazy to see all this stuff. Like, my argument on this, however, my argument against this is when people basically look at the situation and go, oh no, this is all a complex blackmail operation, and that's the reason why Americans are actually totally removed from this. If it wasn't for those pesky Jewish spies and pesky Jewish mind control, that you know, none of these guys would be doing the things that they're doing. And that's fucking bullshit. That's just cope. That's usually just like Christian nationalist cope. No, dog, your fucking favorite politicians are doing this without being blackmailed. Okay, just understand that. That's what's so goddamn annoying about it, because people will just like try to remove American responsibility from Israel when Israel as a state would not be able to exist without American help every step of the fucking way. Just like Jeffrey Epstein was not exclusively a Mossad operation, and he certainly had CIA involvement as well. That's it. Here, this just happened. Pam Bondi was asked about Epstein. Let's see what she had to say. Question comes in, says, how do you respond to the MAGA base that has expressed a lot of frustration about Epstein? Here's what Pam Bondi's response was.
Are you prepared to do that, and when? Our memo today, our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today. Thank you.
So was it Pam Bondiddy? Pam Bongino.
That has expressed a lot of frustration. We're going to fight to keep America safe again, and we're fighting together as a team. That's what's so important right now. You know, we've got a war on drugs. We've got a war on human trafficking. We've got cartels in this country, and we are going to do. We've got foreign adversaries around this world as well, and we're all.
Are these even two separate things, the CIA and the Mossad? Sometimes, for sure. A lot of cross-pollination, though. But, you know, sometimes they can operate. I mean, in many instances, they operate independently. But to say that like someone can be a member of one and not the other is silly. There are plenty of people, whether it be Robert Maxwell, as we talked about just now, or Jeffrey Epstein, or Benjamin Netanyahu, that has worked in intelligence both for Israel and also American intelligence at the same time. Okay? And the only reason why this exists, the only reason why this can exist, and this is the major cope that a lot of people refuse to reckon with, is that the interests are aligned. If Israel truly was not an American vassal or a vehicle for American empire in the region, then the dual loyalty trope would work, right? Then you could say dual loyalty. These guys only care about Israel. These guys care about Israel more than they care about America, or whatever the fuck. But from their analysis, and in the eyes of many people, both in intelligence, even though there are some naysayers, and the State Department, caring about Israel is caring about America. It's just caring about more America. Caring about Israel is like caring about the state of Texas, okay? Or the state of Florida. It's just another state.
Going to work together as a team to fight to keep America safe again, and I can tell you that's what we're all committed to. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for, please.
Most of the CIA doesn't trust Mossad. I mean, there are, just like in the State Department, there are people who think that the relationship with America and Israel can be a little bit hostile. So there are people who very clearly look to Israel as a intelligence threat, okay? Because Israel does at times, and has at times, actively overstepped. But I would say that in the last, like, post 9/11, on terror, especially after Obama, since Donald been in office, has been driving the fucking American foreign policy in the region, completely aggressive. And it begins. Just hold. God, that's so fucking annoying. Come on. Jesus Christ. Just hold. What the hell, dude? What the hell is going on? Are we back? Is it actually stabilized? Is it? It's not on my end. It looks like it's not stabilized at all. But maybe it's fine. I don't know. Why is your hotel set up better? Dude, I'm telling you, it's because it's fucking bitrate is low, but it's okay. It's fine. It's weird. I've been watching you for years, but it seems like a relatively new thing. It is a new thing. This is a new issue. I suspect that there is a little bit of a delay here. So let's try, as always. Put the number 3 in the chat if you see. Put the number 3 in the chat. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, there's like a slight delay. It's not the end of the world. I'm gonna hit a ingest fix real quick. So you're gonna see me. Okay. Did you hear me say the screen is gonna go black? Some people say no, some people say yes. Okay, well, we're back. We're good. It's fine. The delay is gone. Okay. let's finish this little clip up.
Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to?
Russia. Here's another one that bites the dust, by the way. Another Mr. Conspiracy, famous for the 2000 Mules documentary that claimed that the election was stolen from our big, beautiful president, Donald Trump, because Donald Trump was going after elite pedophiles. Turns out Donald Trump might be one of those elite pedophiles, but Dinesh D'Souza here also saying, come on, guys, don't care about this stuff.
I'm going to talk about the Epstein files, and I'm going to make the case that even though there are unanswered questions about Epstein, it is in fact time to move on. I'm going to talk...
Yeah, it's time to move on, guys. Come on. Guys, it's so silly. Move on, please. Why do you care about this? Why does anybody care about this? I don't understand. Come on, just move on, dude. Move on. It's chill. It's fucking lame to care about this stuff. This stuff that I definitely cared about a lot and talked about a lot. Okay? Move on. It's okay. Of course, Donald Trump, as we know, directly called these people to tell them to shut the fuck up. Ironically enough. But it's not going to happen. They're talking about a pedo ring of Elise like it's my ex-girlfriend, Lamau. I know. Come on, it's good for your mental health. It's good for your mental health to move on from the elite pedophile ring that we talked about extensively. Did you ever see this last year? Oh, the Jeffrey Epstein saga by Jay Aubrey, an elite pedo ring? No, and this was just part one. Jaubrey cooked on this. I never got to actually watch this. Maybe if we have some more time at a different point, we could go through it. If they threaten you to move on, would you tell Chad? Dog. I have been threatened to move on, not by the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, but oh my god, I'm getting effed again. Oh my god, I'm getting ass fucked today. What is happening? What is happening, bro? This is so goddamn annoying. It is so lame, brother. What the fuck? It's crazy. I'm at 900 bit rate right now. 900. It doesn't even show up on my fucking internet speed test. What is this? What is happening, bro? What is happening? Hold on. It's good now, but wow. It's just lame as fuck, dude. Holy shit. It stabilizes. It stabilizes because of the new thing that I'm using within OBS. But like my chat, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like my upload, listen to me. Okay? My upload is at 35 or 39.5. Okay? Megabits per second, which is pretty good. on my OBS, it says 0 drop frames because I'm using the beta thing now. The beta thing, it's a node issue and Spectrum isn't going to fix it. Yeah, I think it's just like straightforwardly a node problem. You're right. That sucks, actually. Shut the fuck up. It's good. It's good for America. It's good for Los Angeles. Shut the fuck up. I know it sucks dick. Okay? I know it sucks dick for fucking every competent, you know, first world nation. Okay? But it's good for my purposes. I just need 6,000 kilobytes, okay? 6,000 plus kilobytes for upload. Oh my God, everyone is so goddamn annoying. For my purposes of streaming, all I need is 6,000 kilobytes per second on my upload. It's good for Los Angeles to have 39. It's more than I need. Okay? However, on my internet speed test, it shows 39.5, but on my OBS, the number is 900 kilobytes. Not even 1K. And I don't know why. I don't know why. And I have a fucking business connection. Okay? I have a business connection. This is a relatively new thing, and I think it's ISP related. It's not a DDoS, dude. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. There is no fucking direct denial of service or whatever that actually only fucking tampers with your upload speed, but only on your fucking OBS in a way that like my OBS picks up. It is my ISP. It probably is. I mean, we've done we have looked at the ping and we mapped it out. We showed Spectrum exactly what node is fried in the process. Okay? It is 100% a node issue. That's what it is. One of the, while the internet is pinging from the infrastructure, by the time it gets to my computer, there is like a massive fucking drop off. Anyway, when people were asking me like, oh, has there ever been a moment where they've told you to move on? Would you tell us? Yes. The answer is yes. Ironically enough, I just got censored by my fucking ISP, but yes, of course. Look at Israel-Palestine for years and years, and I mean, I've been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for years, okay? And there was a point after October 7 when people were like, dude, you gotta shut the fuck up about this. My agency told me to dial it back, that I was too hot, okay? Oh my God, right on cue, right on cue. The fucking stupid ass gifted alerts get busted too. It's amazing. I hate this. I hate this so much. Everything is broken. Okay? Speedify will fix this? What the fuck is Speedify? Get Speedify. You can plug in your IRL bag as an automatic backup. I don't know what that is. After October 7, every single day I was getting warnings over and over again to shut the fuck up. People were trying to fucking cook me. People were trying to deplatform me. They still are. Okay? It doesn't matter. I never stopped. I am a incredibly stubborn person. I'm an incredibly stubborn person, and I have my convictions. And when I laser in on something, I don't fucking ever shut the fuck up about it. That's precisely the reason why I covered Israel's genocide every single day. regardless of how many people left this community, regardless of like the repercussions, regardless of the fact that so many people now consider me to be a terrorist, you know, and just have no fucking issues flinging that statement around, even if it's like, even if it has direct consequences, like literal consequences, like criminal implications under this administration. Okay? So no. I mean, people still don't let you forget that you were people don't forget how you can feel. Even if they eventually arrive at your position after the fact, they still don't let you forget that you made them feel stupid. You made them feel silly. Oh my God. Oh my God. Christ. It's crazy. At least the failover thing that we have. God. Oh my God. I mean, it's fine. It's like it's still serving. You can still see it. It's just like there's a quality drop off, a spectacular quality drop off. It's just a mini F. But it's feeding you the okay, hopefully this will get you to see. Okay.
For justice from the family of a young American man beaten to death by settlers in the West Bank. Hundreds of Palestinians turned out for the funeral of Sayfullah Musalat on Sunday. The 20-year-old was born in Florida to parents of Palestinian heritage. The Palestinian Health Ministry and eyewitnesses say settlers severely beat him in a town north of Ramallah. His family says that he was trying to protect their land. The State Department says it's aware of reports, and Israel says it's investigating what it calls a confrontation. Let's get more from our Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, what more can you tell us about this? This
is an American who also is a Palestinian from Florida. He goes to the West Bank. He gets brutalized by the settler terrorists. He gets beaten to death. He gets beaten up. And then the settlers also do the same thing that they always do, which is stop ambulances from reaching him. They've killed yet another American citizen. This time it's not even the IDF sniping an American citizen. This time it's the IDF protecting the settlers that killed an American citizen. This is not the first time this has happened. Okay, stand something. It has been doing this. Stop. God. I have to fix this. I have to fix this. Hold on. I have to fix it. I have to. I'm so mad. This is unacceptable, dude. This is fucking unacceptable.
Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
Hold on. I mean, it's back, but it doesn't matter. It just keeps fucking dropping. And it keeps dropping like crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna see if it actually, if I can like connect to it. I bet New York City's sounding nice right now. This did not happen when I was like literally connected. Hold on. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna hit the BRB screen for you guys, 1 second, and I'm gonna try to see if I can like connect directly to the fucking, connect directly to the TV, the pack that I have, and disconnect from my Ethernet for a second. I don't know if it's gonna, it might just like, I don't know how to Wi-Fi here. It's so damn annoying. It's effing again. There's no choice. There's no choice. I have to do this. I'm getting just Guys, shut the fuck up. I'm not done. I'm still here, okay? Huh? Oh, screen tab router. That's it. Now my monitor is turning on and off. Oh my God. My monitor is just straight up turning on and off nonstop. Dude, I think there might be like something wrong with my computer. I'm legitimately thinking I might be hacked. My main monitor keeps turning on and off over and over and over again. Career is over, little bro. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It's just like literally turning on and off over and over again. GPU might be dying. It's not my GPU. It's not Linus, dude. Dude, hold on. I'm gonna film this. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. It just keeps turning on and off, on and off. None of the other monitors, just the main one. Look. Chat, look, it's happening like right now. Look at this. Do you see this? It's just blinking on and off. It's fucking haunted, dude. Ugh. It's probably just a bad cable. It's kind of crazy that like every single day there is like a million different issues. I'm starting to wonder if you need a new power strip surge protector. I'm guessing on random. No, it's not. It's just like possibly loose cable when slam the fist. Maybe. I think it was a loose cable. Potentially, because I just pushed the cables back in and it stopped. Test this out real quick with my I'm gonna test it on my phone real quick to see if it's like connecting to the internet. And then if it connects to the internet on my phone and I have like actual internet on my phone, then I'm gonna straight up go to that Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna shut off my Ethernet. I'm gonna shut off my Ethernet. How do I disconnect my Ethernet? Just unplug it? Really? You're using an Ethernet connection, swap 5 cables, the wires can come loose. It's been fine now, but it's gonna get fucking cooked again. It's gonna get cooked again. So I'm just gonna swap over to my bag and use the bag. Unplug the Ethernet manually or swap the connection through Wi-Fi settings. No need to unplug. How do I do that though on Wi-Fi settings? That's what I'm saying. Like, I have the Wi-Fi, it's connected, it's secured. I guess manage known networks. No. How do I shut off the Ethernet without touching it? Without unplugging it? Network connections, right click. Disable. No, that's not working either. This is just Wi-Fi, network and internet. Ethernet is connected. I wish there was a way to just like disconnect it. Change adapter options, right click and disable Ethernet. Okay, well, it's been fine for the time being. So maybe it's just like automatically switching over to the Wi-Fi, right? Wait, let me disable the Ethernet. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the No, it's fine. It's fine. We're just on the bag. All right, I'm just using the bag. Okay. We're good. I disabled the Ethernet. I'm just using the bag as Wi-Fi. Successfully. All right. And now, in order to fix the delay, you're gonna see another mini F, I think. Or wait, hold on. Press 4 if you see this. Press 4 if you see this. Press 4 if you see this. Type 4 if you see this. Okay, the delay is minor. It's not major. All right, I'm just using the Wi-Fi. Okay. All right. Yeah, you would have to disable the Ethernet for the stream to move. That's the right move. Your established connection to Twitch will stay on the existing connection until you interrupt it. Hope the bad connection stays up. Okay. Second largest city in the richest nation doesn't have reliable internet. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's been smooth as fuck now. It only glitches when you go back to the news. Sus as fuck. No, insane that the bag at home is better than American ISPs. Yeah, I'm currently using my Wi-Fi bag. It's gross. It's disgusting. It's insane to me that like that is a more reliable, more sustainable way to fucking operate here with a wireless internet than my fucking actual Ethernet, my direct Ethernet connection. The bag is already plugged in. Don't worry. I have someone who's like yelling at Spectrum right now. What is the speed of your home connection? I don't know. It doesn't matter. All right. Okay, so we were in the process of trying to talk about Israel before my shit got busted. Okay, so we're back at it. I'm going to cover it now. An American from Florida, from the state of Florida, who is of Palestinian descent as well, goes back to the West Bank and is hanging out with his family. Settlers attack him, they beat him near to death, and then they stop the ambulance from reaching him. The American dies. Okay? This is not the first, nor most likely will be the last American citizen that has been killed by Israelis or the Israeli state directly. Okay? That is where we're at. Let's take a look.
It's from the family of a young American man beaten to death by settlers in the West Bank. Hundreds of Palestinians turned out for the funeral of Sayfullah Musalat on Sunday. The 20-year-old was born in Florida to parents of Palestinian heritage. The Palestinian Health Ministry and eyewitnesses say settlers severely beat him in a town north of Ramallah. His family says that he was trying to protect their land. The State Department says it's aware of reports, and Israel says it's investigating what it calls a confrontation. Let's get more from our Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, what more can you tell us about this American that was killed in the West Bank? I know you and your team have been doing some fantastic reporting. Just bring us up to date with the very latest.
Well, Issa, he is an American citizen, but in many ways what has happened to Saif Musalat is part and parcel of the violence that we have seen against Palestinians in the West Bank, both by the Israeli military but also by Israeli settlers. And that is the context with which to view this story. And in fact, as we were covering this story, our team as well also came under attack from Israeli settlers in the area.
In the back of an ambulance, Saif Musalat's aunt says one final goodbye. She is far from alone. Hundreds in this West Bank town have come to honor the American son who is deeply rooted in his Palestinian community. Saif was killed on Friday, just 2 weeks before his 21st birthday. Beaten to death by Israeli settlers, according to his family. Those settlers also shot and killed another Palestinian man in the same attack, according to eyewitnesses. It is a senseless, this all too common outcome.
Wait, what? Is there an issue? What is happening? I don't. I'm not. Nothing is showing up on my end. What's going on? Is there a thought? Hold on. Visible on my end. That's an issue. CPU 53 degrees at 18%. Is really choppy, you're saying? Is stuttering bad like it was before? It's not your internet, it's your PC. Wait, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Is it still stuttering? It might be like Twitch related. I don't understand. Hold on. This might be like maybe on the Twitch side then?
It is a senseless, this all too common outcome.
What the fuck? You are being throttled via Twitch or ISP. It's happening worse when you play the video. Oh my god. I'm not on Ethernet any longer, and it doesn't even matter. Look, chatters. Look. Here, I'll show you something. Down here on your OBS, it shows, okay, down here it shows what the bit rate is, like what the immediate like internet that you're getting, how much upload speed you have, okay? It doesn't stutter when you don't play videos. It's when the video actively plays versus is paused when it becomes choppy and stutters. You have been having this stutter for nearly a month. Hello, are the mods not talking to him? The longer you guys lie to him that it's not a hardware issue, the longer the issue goes on. It's been a month at least, Lamau. Take a week off. Stupid. This is my literal fucking job. You think I haven't had people here? You think we haven't like tested everything? Are you that stupid? Are you actually dumb? You must be, right? If you think that we haven't like tested out the hardware failures. Live streaming is still a relatively new phenomena, which is precisely the reason why there are still a million different problems that persist, and there are numerous points of failure, and identifying exactly what the point of failure is quite difficult. All I can say is not a Twitch issue. I was watching someone else immediately before you, 1 to 2 hours, and there were no issues. We've done a packet capture. Yes, it was one of the nodes on my ISP, but right now I'm not on the ISP. I'm currently on I am currently not on the ISP. I'm on the backpack. And the entire stream stutters, but on the bitrate side. fine. It could be a driver related issue. It could be a software or hardware related issue, but we did all of that. We like literally fucking. It could be that your ISP is exacerbating the issue with your CPU or drivers. Yes, the backpack is using, I'm on Wi-Fi right now from the backpack. What the fuck? This is so lame, dude. I'm on. Is your CPU a 13th or 14th gen Intel CPU? It might be like, it might legitimately be the CPU, honestly. I don't know what it is, but it's so fucking annoying. All right, I'm gonna keep trying to watch the video and hope that it doesn't actually fucking stutter.
In the West Bank.
Today it is an American citizen being put to rest here, but over the course of the last 20 months of this war, nearly 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, according to the United Nations. But today, Saif Musallat's family is demanding an American investigation into his death.
We want justice.
His father, Kamel, was home in Florida, where he runs an ice cream shop with his son, when he got the call that Saif had been attacked by settlers.
You never think that it's your son or anything that who is this happening to. And then I got word that it was my son. He was hit, he was beaten, he lost conscience, but nobody could get to him. Ambulance couldn't come in. Why? Because the IDF restricted that. The IDF blocked that.
So you hold the Israeli military?
I hold the Israeli military just as responsible as the settlers and the American government for not doing anything about this.
The State Department said it is aware of Saif's death, but declined to comment further on calls for an investigation. Israeli authorities say they are investigating but have not made any arrests. For 2 months now, Palestinians here say Israeli settlers have been encroaching on their land and terrorizing Palestinians who try and access it. This was the scene on Friday as Saif and other Palestinians tried to reach their farmland. Hafez Abdel Jabbar said he saw settlers chase after a man he would later learn was Saif.
They ran up the hill, they caught Muslim, they started beating him with sticks.
By the time he reached Saif's body, he was already dead. As we head to the location where Saif's body was retrieved, a white vehicle suddenly appears behind.
Yeah, the media crew that also went to cover this got attacked by the fucking settlers as well. They are such freaks, dude. It is crazy. Here's a Haaretz reporter on it. I was today in the area where an American Palestinian citizen and another young Palestinian were killed last night. And the main thing I have to say is that a gang of settlers, among them the most violent I've ever seen, has emerged there. This isn't the first time a violent attack has occurred right there. In fact, last week, German journalists were attacked there. It's also not far from the village of Malik, where a few weeks ago, settlers set houses on fire. At the end of April, in the same area, houses were torched in the village of Sinjil. Yesterday, 2 masked Jewish individuals were arrested there and brought this evening for an extension of their detention. A reservist soldier was also arrested, but has already been released by the military police after an investigation. Along with a Palestinian suspected of stone throwing, there's evidence that this Palestinian was attacked with batons before being arrested and was brought on Monday for an extension at Ofer. The police are demanding that the Palestinian Authority hand over the 2 bodies as the results of an autopsy. Now it's true, without bodies or an autopsy, investigating the death of the Palestinian becomes difficult, to say the least. But how do we get here? Due to a complete lack of enforcement, due to a lack of prevention, and because gangs are allowed to run wild. And this is the fault of the Israeli authorities, who along the way have earned the complete and justified distrust of the Palestinians, sadly. By the way, yesterday's event began when Palestinians arrived together at an area that the settlers had also taken over. They call it a farm. They arrived together because it's no longer possible to go there alone due to, yes, you guessed it, the violence. In last night's incident, 2 settlers were also injured by stone throwing. And according to the settlers, Palestinians set their equipment on fire. I mean, this is accelerated Jim Crow South shit. In the West Bank, there is a military occupation that demands that literally reinforces the Jim Crow South style lynching operations. The government takes advantage of this. They use the Klan, like the Jewish version of the Klan, basically, as its pioneers. It is state-sanctioned terrorism. This is a process in which they take up further and further land. They go in and they steal more land every day. It's completely insane. This is the West Bank, by the way. This is not Gaza. An Israeli settler asked Hilltop Youth terrorists how they'll punish murder of Palestinian, burning, strangling, or shooting. He gave each a prize for his answer. The lesser prize went to the one who said strangling because he considered him too gentle.
נוער הגבעות, שיהיה לכם בהצלחה. אתם עכשיו בגבעה שלכם, בחווה שלכם, תפסתם מישהו, גנב לכם עז. לא יהודי. מה אתם עושים לו? שורפים אותו, יורים בו, חונקים אותו, סוקלים אותו. חונקים אותו, אחי. רגע, כל אחד... שנייה, מה היה תפריט שאלות? חונק, שורף. שורפים אותו, סוקלים אותו, או יורים? כן. מה, זה פלילי, וחונקים אותו. חונקים אותו, כן. יש לך, אחי, אתה חונק אותו, זורק אותו בתוך איזה מערה. כן. אתה? יורה בו? שורף אותו קיבלת, וחונק אותו היית עדין קיבלת, בסדר? יאללה, תתחדשו חבר'ה. ביי חברים. נוער הגבעות, שיהיה לכם בהצלחה. אתם עכשיו בגבעה שלכם,
This is the front line. This is the other side of the story. This is the West Bank. Okay? This is what the fuck's going on in the West Bank every goddamn day, where they go in and they light entire villages on fire. As settler pogroms surge, Israel's National Security Minister Ben-Gvir announced the creation of a new police force composed of settlers in the occupied West Bank at the Tomb of the Patriarchs, or Gvir's idol, a settler named Baruch Goldstein, massacred 29 Palestinian worshippers. This is the other side of the story that also doesn't get a lot of coverage.
Father says
we are completely aware of all this shit, and we're letting them do it. We love it. We enjoy it. Here in the United States of America, we are not oblivious to this reality. We know it. Okay? Settlers have always been a blight. Okay? But this past year, post-October 7, they have been even further emboldened. The Benjamin Netanyahu coalition with Itamar Ben-Gvir, the incredibly right-wing coalition that they created, basically gave them carte blanche. You know these people, you know who the leaders are, you know how they operate. It's not like they hide their operations. They're very proud of their operations. As Louis Theroux, when he went and had a conversation with one of the leaders of the settlers, the settler terrorists, she very openly stated on BBC that the government was sanctioning this. The government loves that they're doing this.
We have a group of settlers who are now following us in their vehicle. They've put their masks on as well, which is a concerning indication.
At an intersection, the settlers get out and try to pelt our vehicle. We manage to approach a nearby Israeli border police vehicle, and the settlers turn around.
Shoot. When not in front of the camera, the Israeli government encourages the settler violence very directly. I mean, they don't arrest them. And they've gotten so out of control that Bezalel Smotrich literally told the settlers not to fucking beat up the IDF. They've gotten so out of control that sometimes they will beat on IDF. Like, they will beat on the very same military occupation that protects them with their fucking weapons. Okay? It's insane. This is the purest distillation of Zionism, okay? That's what it is. This is the tip of the spear. Only a couple weeks ago, they thought that the IDF was not sufficiently allowing them to kill Palestinians and do pogroms, so they fucking attacked the Israeli occupying force soldiers, who are not innocent victims in this at all. They are participants. They're willing participants in this. Important to note that this is taking place in the West Bank, ruled by the secular Fatah that has renounced violence and recognizes Israel. No matter how the Palestinians react, they are met with oppression. Exactly. And as a matter of fact, Fatah, and specifically the Palestinian Authority, is literally an Israeli security function. The Israeli government utilizes the Palestinian Authority as a part of its security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority collaborates with the Israeli government. The Palestinian Authority actively will go after anyone who is engaging in the legal right and the moral right to resist against the illegal Israeli occupation. They play a formative role. They play a formative role in suppressing any sort of legal Palestinian resistance in the motherfucking West Bank. Okay? It is crazy. Who are the PA? The PA, the Palestinian Authority, are, de facto, basically capos in this process. And this is before we look at the harrowing sights coming out of the Gaza Strip, where the ethnic cleansing operation is in full swing. This is why I say the notion of a two-state solution is bullshit. It's already one state.
Shoot.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, shoot.
Go, drive, keep driving.
The masked men smashed the rear windshield of our car, but we managed to speed off unharmed.
No.
They turned.
It is just a small window into the reality here.
If it would have took us 5 more seconds, we all would have been beaten with these
think they would
sticks.
have beaten
Yes, sir.
But your son was also killed.
In January 2024. By a settler. Simply just being there barbecuing.
What does that feel like to have to constantly try and tell the world what's happening?
You scream into the whole world, and the whole world is watching. Simply silent. Seeing all these mothers put their sons that they worked so hard to raise them up for 20 years, and you pick them up and you put them in the ground, under the sky, and the silence go on and on and on.
And Israeli police tell us that they have opened an investigation into the attack on our team, and they say that they, quote, take such matters extremely seriously. We will...
No, they don't. They fucking do not. The Israeli occupying force literally sniped a American citizen of Turkish descent who was partaking in the protest in the West Bank, and she was in the vicinity of a protest. They shot her in the head. No justice. That happened under Biden, by the way. No justice was ever served. No punishments were ever dished out. So all of these statements coming from like Mike Fuckabee, for example, where is it? He had a statement on this. I've asked Israel to aggressively investigate the murder of Saif Moussalet, an American citizen who was visiting family in Sinjil when he was beaten to death. There must be accountability for this criminal and terrorist act. Saif was just 20 years old. There's no way out of this. Okay? Like these people have to be arrested and prosecuted, and the Israeli state is not going to do it. They have to literally go through a process of denazification in Israel, straight up. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee calls for the settler killing of American Saif Mosallat a criminal and a terrorist act. Asked Israel to aggressively investigate. Note, not just settlers, Israeli forces also blocked ambulances from Saif. Trump had removed sanctions on the settlers. The minor sanctions that Biden had put on the settlers, he also went back and forth on. Some of the settlers, not even all of them. Some of the worst. Saif Mosallat's dad says U.S. leaders still haven't reached out days after the Israeli settlers killed his son. And it wasn't just settlers. Soldiers blocked ambulances for hours. Saif is now the 7th American killed by Israeli violence in the last 21 months. Now, understand something. What is the treatment? What is the treatment for an American who is of Palestinian descent versus an American from New Jersey can join the foreign army of the Israeli occupying forces to do war crimes and get taken hostage in the process, and the media cycle is dominated by how fucking spectacular of an injustice this is. An American Israeli dual citizen can join the Israeli military, a foreign military, and get taken hostage or a prisoner of war in the process. Okay, as he has joined the war crime brigade, and the media will talk about how this is a big beautiful boy, this is our American son, this is our American son, how dare Hamas do this, how dare Hamas do this. He is an innocent hostage. But when an American civilian is visiting their family in the West Bank and gets killed by psychopathic, far-right Jewish Nazis, the Jewish Klan, and is victim to a lynch mob, and the Israeli military and the settlers stop an ambulance from even reaching this person, as is normal practice in the West Bank, by the way, for those of you who don't know, there is no similar reaction. The state doesn't reach out to the fucking family. The state does not even reach out to the family. Nothing comes of it. No justice is ever served.
Do you know how many Americans the Israeli military has killed in the past 20 months?
Sorry. She's fine with it. Thank you.
No insight on the Americans killed by the Israeli military, Senator?
Every single one of these politicians are fucking culpable. Okay? We know this is what's going on, and we let it continue. And anyone who speaks out against it for years was actively suppressed, was considered an enemy, was viciously smeared as an anti-Semite. For recognizing this glaringly obvious injustice, the unlimited cruelty, and speaking out against it, you were called an anti-Semite. Demands for your deplatforming. We must fire this person from their job for having an opinion that is consistent with now the majority. And through the last year and a half, as people have consistently protested, more and more people have become aware of this reality. Okay? That's why I tell you not to stop. That's why I tell you to keep pressuring the government to get anyone you can to listen to you, to get them to also join the protest, to get them to also join the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. You can't stop, and you must not stop, especially now when the pressure is mounting. It's becoming undeniable. Saifullah Saif Mosallat, a U.S. citizen of Palestinian descent, was brutally killed in the West Bank while visiting family. The U.S. should conduct an independent investigation into his murder and demand accountability for all those involved. What is this? Small shout out on the latest doom scroll from Tim Heidecker.
Is it possible now to posit a type of progressive masculine identity? Like, how do we start to approach that topic?
Well, I try to be that person. I think I guess you had Hasan on.
Yeah.
There are guys out there.
He's shorter than me, by the way.
Is he really?
Just to be clear, yeah.
He did something for us years ago before he was talk of the town. But I mean, there are models out there, I think, that are like, you know, I find I'm a pretty average.
I can't believe
above
Joshua
average
Citarella would just fucking viciously lie and smear me like this.
In terms of appearance, I would think.
Yeah. Have you ever linked up with Tim Heidecker? Dog, he just said, I've done his show, which is true. I did. I did one of his like Christmas specials a couple years back.
For my age. But, you know, I'm a dad, white, heterosexual, cis male. I identify as. I mean, I don't think about this kind of stuff on a day-to-day basis, but if I analyze it, I'm like, I grew up, I could easily be on the other side of this. You know, I could easily identify with all kinds of Trumpian, MAGA kind of things. And I just don't.
Wasn't that the one where you met Tim Robinson and made a Dan Flash's joke that didn't land? I think so. Damn, you guys remember my experiences better than me. That's crazy. Anyway, let's watch this Democracy Now! Clip. Yeah, shout out to Tim Heidecker.
The family of 20-year-old American Saifollah Musalat is demanding justice and for the U.S. government to lead an investigation into his killing by Israeli settlers.
At some point, the settlers descended on us from above with batons and just beat us up. The young Palestinian men that was with me more than myself, and myself as well, is very evident from the bruises on my face. It's important to note that there were Israeli soldiers there. They literally pried us from the settlers' hands while they attacked us while we were on the floor and they were on top of us. Despite that, they've chosen to detain and arrest us and do nothing with the assailants, despite having seen everything and despite having been there. The settlers and the military don't only work hand in hand, they are part and parcel of implementing the same policy of the Israeli government, of the Israeli regime, the policy of ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, the policy of employing as much violence as possible in order to remove Palestinians from their land.
How deep is your ask to the U.S. government to themselves respond to this and to not simply defer to the Israeli government?
I deeply request. I feel he's an American. Like, Trump says, America first. Like, so he's an American. So why are you not putting America first? An American has been killed by Israeli violence, Israeli settler violence, Israeli settler, it might be my opinion, but I call it Israeli settler terrorism.
That's what it is. Dude, let's be real. Okay? It's not America first. When it comes to whatever Israel is doing, it's Israel first, okay? Straight up. No, he not legacy American, as the fash will say. It doesn't matter, bro. Rachel Corrie was a legacy American. She's a white woman from Washington. Israel murdered her in the early 2000s. Nothing came of it. It doesn't matter. Israel has killed American soldiers, dude. What are we talking about? USS Liberty. Like, there is no putting an end to this until there is so much pressure that it is undeniable, unavoidable, so much pressure from the public that the American government has to recalculate its allegiance. And they have to change direction. That it becomes unsustainable. We play our part in this. It's that simple. And it's so crazy that there are still people out there who go, oh, dude, you're calling this a Nazi state? It's really fucked up. It hurts my feelings. It's like, dude, fuck your feelings. It is a Nazi state. The fuck does your feelings do not factor into this equation at all? What do you mean? Oh, it makes me uncomfortable. It's like, okay, the reason why it's making you uncomfortable is because you cannot separate yourself and a piece of your identity from this fucking Nazi state. That's not my problem. That's your problem. You have to deal with that. What the fuck are you talking about? There is no way out of this. They're doing Fourth Reich shit over there, and we're still having a conversation surrounding the feelings of people in America and the fucking heart of empire. How selfish. How stupid. How incredibly self-interested. I cannot comprehend how you can be like this. Like, I'm sorry that you were fucking brainwashed into thinking that this state has to be this violent state, this violent entity in the region, and that like somehow is a formative part of your development, a formative part of your identity. Suck my dick. Like, what does it have to take? How many Americans do they have to kill? It's clear that they don't care about the Palestinians that Israel kills. Clearly, unfortunately. It's ridiculous, which is why anytime someone comes out and is like, well, you know, I've been silent on this issue, but like the reason why I've been silent is because like I don't want to hurt people's feelings. It's like, no, dude, you're a fucking moron. Okay, you're a fucking insanely selfish person. You're an unimaginably selfish person to look at this like very obvious modern Nazi movement, because that's what Zionism is, doing exactly the same shit that the Nazis did. A fucking lunatic state that is completely belligerent, that have lost the plot, that are conducting an ethnic cleansing operation in Gaza, while also simultaneously maintaining an occupation and subsequent pogroms in the West Bank. And you're just like, oh, but what about my feelings? Fuck your feelings. That's something that you need to fucking deal with on your own, silently, quietly, okay? The very fact that we even spend any time thinking about the personal feelings of Americans, Jewish Americans, Christian Americans, people who are just like, people who still hold on to this notion that like liberal Zionism is actually a reality, whether it's not just like liberal Nazism, liberal fascism, because that's what it is ridiculous. The reason why I'm talking about this also is because while this is happening in the West Bank, Israel has not even let up a little bit from its ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Okay? But this is also causing complications in Israeli society. And finally, the New York Times is even writing a guest essay on their op-ed side. The paper that banned the word genocide for nearly 2 years just published this. I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. Finally, even the New York Times, which has been an incredible defender of Israel, like an insane defender of Israel, has finally come out and is allowing people on their op-ed side to basically fucking write the truth. Something that we've all seen. Something that we all recognize. It also doesn't end there. I mean, it's like Israel has still consistently bombed Lebanon and conducted acts of terror in on Lebanese soil throughout this entire process with very limited media coverage. Israel is also using the Druze in Syria against the current American-backed HTS Syrian government, okay? And I'm not even a fucking fan of those guys, right? I mean, that's literally Al-Qaeda. And Israel is now using, while they were associated with the ISIS-style al-Nusra formations in Syria because it was against Assad, now they're using the Druze minority groups in the area by arming them and actually fucking causing instability in Syria as well, while simultaneously bombing Lebanon. What are we doing? They are a danger to every fucking nation in the region. They're a danger to every single person in the area. But is my feelings not important to you, Hasan? What the hell? Shut up, dude. Don't even joke about this shit. But yes, the answer is simple. Your feelings do not fucking matter. I know that person is joking. The same arguments you use to defend genocide of fascists in the Israeli government could be used to defend Hamas. I gave dishonest Alan Dershowitz a lesson on history and morality, double standards on Israel and Palestine.
According to Alan Dershowitz, everything is the fault of the Palestinians. So many falsehoods in there. There was no Palestinian state offered in 1967. That's when Israel began its illegal occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. And even if we buy this nonsense that Clinton and Barack...
They aren't arming the Druze, they're firing airstrikes on behalf of them. And one of the many Druze spiritual leaders is trying to align himself with Israel. Yeah, they're going to use the Druze to do more land grabs and shit in Syria. I mean, they already have occupied chunks of Syria beyond the Golan Heights that they permanently annexed.
1948. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking. Can I say my point? You've said all your falsehoods. Now I'm going to debunk them. You said that Clinton and Barack offered a state. Not true. At Camp David, both sides turned down the deal. Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the foreign minister, said I wouldn't have taken that deal at Camp David, the Israeli foreign minister. Then Taba came along, and Taba fell apart because Barack went to the polls and lost the elections. Ehud Barak lost the elections. He was a lame duck prime minister. Sharon came in. So you can rewrite history all you want. No one believes that's the case. But even if you were telling the truth, which you're not, let's talk about today. Benjamin Netanyahu brags that he's blocked a two-state solution. The guy who you volunteered to be a lawyer for in front of the International Criminal Court, wanted war crime suspect, has openly bragged that I blocked a two-state solution. His words, I blocked a two-state solution. So you can rewrite history all you want. The present day is proof that you're talking nonsense. This Israeli government, this far-right government, has no interest in peace with the Palestinians, only interested in ethnic cleansing. And the best part of listening to you speak about agency, everything you said could be said about Hamas and the Palestinians. The Palestinians would say Hamas is a result of Israelis not giving us our freedom. Hamas is a result of Israelis besieging and boycotting Gaza for decades on end. Hamas is a result of Israeli leadership coming and killing our...
This is the one aspect that liberals have not gotten on board with, that they can't contend with. Many liberals will say, oh yeah, Israel's doing a genocide without a doubt, but I can't get myself to be aligned with like scary Muslim terrorist groups, okay? I can't put myself in the shoes of like the average Palestinian that has been fucking orphaned by the Israeli state and has been destroyed, has had all of their living standards destroyed. And like how this kind of violence, this kind of permanent violence begets some kind of militant response, understandably. That's it. That's the one aspect that you can't like get many liberals to understand. And that is precisely the reason why so many liberals will actively say I'm a radical, dangerous, terrorism supporter, blah, 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 blah. They just can't. They can't. I mean, more and more of the youth and don't give a shit, and they recognize right from wrong. They understand that, of course, there's going to be some kind of militant response to Israel's genocide, Israel's actions in general, in perpetuity. But that is the reason why, like I said, that is the reason why so many people still fucking react in the ways that they do to my commentary on the issue, because I contextualize the violence or the militant resistance that comes as a direct consequence of Israel's unlimited amounts of violence. If I just stayed talking about just Israel and then did not contextualize why people defend themselves against this kind of violence, then I wouldn't be doing my job. I don't think I would be giving, I don't think I'd be giving justice. I don't think I'd be giving a voice to voiceless people that otherwise will never be heard. Their perspective never shared in Western news. That's it. Omer Bartov is a professor of Holocaust and genocide studies at Brown University. Okay? He is the one who wrote the op-ed on the New York Times. I'm a genocide scholar. I know it when I see it. Never again. Now, remember, they are like, this is as close to, this is what you're gonna get. Like this, that's it. You know what I mean? You got a dude who is a Holocaust scholar, just like many Holocaust scholars and many genocide scholars have spoken out on numerous outlets since October 7. But Omer Bartov is Israeli, okay? Whoa. What the fuck? What is going on right now? What the hell? What just took place? Can you guys see me? What just happened? Okay, that was weird. My stream disconnected, everything fucking disconnected. It was weird. Okay. Omer Bartov is a Holocaust scholar. He is an Israeli-born Holocaust scholar. His entire life's work is reporting on, writing on, and aggressively pursuing the truth on the Holocaust and genocides. Okay? Just as Raz Segal wrote shortly after October 7 about Israel's conduct in the Gaza Strip, saying again that almost this exact same article title, Raz Segal wrote for the Jewish Currents almost this exact same article. And now, almost 2 years after the fact, you finally have the New York Times also writing this exact same article. Obviously, things are changing. Okay, if you recall, Melissa Barrera straight up got fired from her job as an actress on Scream, on the Scream franchise, because she posted a piece of the article that Ras Segal had written. This exact same article in November, okay? And they openly stated that the reason why she was fired was because she had posted anti-Semitic statements. The anti-Semitism was her posting on her Instagram story a quote from Ras Segal, a Jewish Holocaust historian, writing for the Jewish Currents magazine. It's fucking insane. A month after the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th, I believe there was evidence that the Israeli military committed war crimes and potentially crimes against humanity in its counterattack on Gaza. But contrary to the cries of the Israel's fiercest critics, the evidence did not seem to me to rise to the crime of genocide. By May 2024, the Israel Defense Forces had ordered about 1 million Palestinians sheltering in Rafah, the southernmost and last remaining relatively undamaged city in the Gaza Strip, to move to the beach area of Mawazi, where there was little to no shelter. The army then proceeded to destroy much of Rafah, a feat mostly accomplished by August. At that point, it appeared no longer possible to deny that the pattern of the IDF operations was consistent with the statements denoting genocidal intent made by Israeli leaders in the days after the Hamas attack. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had promised that the enemy would pay a huge price for the attack, and that the IDF would turn parts of Gaza where Hamas was operating into rubble, and he called on the residents of Gaza to leave now because we will operate forcefully everywhere. Mr. Netanyahu had urged his citizens to remember what Amalek did to you, a quote many interpreted as a reference to the demand in a biblical passage calling for Israelites to kill alike men and women, infants and sucklings of their ancient enemy. Government and military officials said they were fighting human animals, and later called for total annihilation. Nissim Vaturi, the deputy speaker of the parliament, said on X that Israel's task must be erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. Israel's actions can be understood only as the implementation of the expressed intent to make the Gaza Strip uninhabitable for its Palestinian population. I believe the goal was, and remains today, to force the population to leave the Strip altogether, or, considering that it has nowhere to go, to debilitate the enclave through bombings and severe deprivation of food, clean water, sanitation, and medical aid, to such an extent that it is impossible for Palestinians in Gaza to maintain or reconstitute their existence as a group. My inescapable conclusion has become that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. Again, this is an Israeli Jewish Holocaust scholar writing this article. Okay? On the New York Times. It's fucking over. This is like the last bastion of defending Israel. New York Times is institutionally one of the greatest defenders of Israel and its genocide and Zionism in general. Always has been, and it has severely escalated its journalistic malpractice at the behest of the Israeli state, at the behest of Israel's genocide. It is not an accident that they refuse to call it a genocide. This is an opinion piece on the New York Times now, finally, openly and actively calling it a genocide. It's basically this and the BBC that have done a severe disservice to the public by casting aside their journalistic duty, casting aside their primary responsibility of covering the truth, reporting on the truth, no matter what kind of ally is engaging in this kind of misconduct or genocide. And now even the New York Times is falling. If there was any sort of justice, New York Times editorial, the New York Times editors that have redirected the coverage in this way would also be criminally prosecuted, as journalists were criminally prosecuted under Nuremberg. Okay? It's that severe. There are people who have blood on their hands at the New York Times. 100%. There are plenty of great reporters at the New York Times. It's one of the most important institutions of journalism. And it is insane to me that a group of editors were basically able to completely change the trajectory of all the reporting on this issue and spike it over and over again. My inescapable conclusion has become that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people, says Omar. Having grown up in a Zionist home, lived the first half of my life in Israel, served in the IDF as a soldier and officer, and spent most of my career researching and writing on war crimes and the Holocaust, this was a painful conclusion to reach, and one that I resisted as long as I could. But I have been teaching classes on genocide for a quarter of a century. I can recognize one when I see one. This is not just my conclusion. A growing number of experts in genocide studies and international law have concluded that Israel's actions in Gaza can only be defined as a genocide. Ask yourself this question. If Israel is, as a matter of fact, committing a genocide, okay, because it is, right? What does it mean for the entire world to recognize it as such? Why is it that Israel is so aggressively tried to suppress this truth? Because once everyone understands, and it's in writing, once it is legally recognized as a genocide, once that reality becomes impossible to avoid, then all of a sudden the dynamic changes. Then all of a sudden you have a lot more permission to say, well, of course people are going to resist against this. What do you mean? It's that simple. This is what Israel desperately wanted to avoid all along. A recognition of its actions as genocide implies that everyone recognizes that people resisting against said genocide are actually not the bad guys that they were portrayed to be in the media. It's that simple. Palestinians have a right to self-determination, and they have a right to self-defense. That's it. That's it. Cat's out of the fucking bag. Toothpaste is out of the tube. There is no defense for this any longer. I am in Germany, and after watching a couple of your YouTube vids, I now get ads about food help for Gaza and how great it is, but the ads link to no other website. Opening the information about the ads I get with those are placed by the Israeli government looks like watching it makes me a target audience for Israeli propaganda. I mean, it makes sense. Guy who was on the fence till reading a New York Times opinion piece, you'd be surprised. Connor eats pants. And the reason why I say that is because I'm now major advocate for a lot of these human rights organizations. I think that in many instances they serve the purpose of America. They serve the purpose of empire by consistently focusing on whoever America wants to dominate. And they say, oh, these guys are doing war crimes, so we have to intervene. We have to militarily destroy them. Having said that, however, since 2021, every single human rights group, human rights organization down the B'Tselem has openly and actively recognized that Israel is an apartheid state. This gives permission structure to people like myself. This allows people like myself, activists of all different backgrounds, to at least point to something else, a position of authority that liberals care about, to say, this is not anti-Semitic. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't so actively try to suppress this information from coming out. If it didn't matter, Israel wouldn't desperately try to stop this recognition from becoming the norm. It's that simple. Now look, this is the way that the New York Times reported on Israel's genocide as close as like April 2025. This is from the New York Times style article about me. You know, the progressive mind in a MAGA body or whatever. Always unfiltered, sometimes extreme. Mr. Piker is similarly unfiltered with his viewpoints. Some can be extreme. A vocal critic of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, Mr. Piker has been labeled anti-American by people across the political spectrum for saying the country deserved the September 11th attacks. His recent accusations that Israel is committing a genocide, in air quotes, in Gaza, and his diatribes against the Zionist movement have led many supporters of Israel, including liberals like Representative Richard Torres of New York, to call Mr. Piker anti-Semitic. That's how they were covering it in April 2025. This is the same Holocaust historian, Omer Bartov, back in November 10th, 2023, what I believe is a historian of genocide, which is Israel's military occupation and military operations are creating an untenable humanitarian crisis, but it's not a genocide. I believe that there is no proof that genocide is currently taking place in Gaza. That's what Omer Bartov wrote on the New York Times on November 10th, 2023, when Ross Segal was writing articles about how it was definitely genocidal. This is what Omer Bartov was writing, okay? Now 2 years have passed, and his opinion has changed because it's become undeniable. The atrocities have become undeniable. It's impossible for even people who have been brain broken by Zionist upbringing, who still have a moral compass, to deny these realities, these atrocities. It's undeniable. Omer Bartov, in his new article, says, this is not just my conclusion. A growing number of experts in genocide studies and international law have concluded that Israel's actions in Gaza can only be defined as genocide. So has Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur from the West Bank and Gaza, and Amnesty International. South Africa has brought a genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. The continued denial of this designation by states, international organizations, and legal and scholarly experts will cause unmitigated damage not just to the people of Gaza and Israel, but also the system of international law established in the wake of the horrors of the Holocaust, designed to prevent such atrocities from ever happening again. It is a threat to the very foundations of the moral order on which we all depend. The crime of genocide was defined in 1948 by the United Nations as the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. In determining what constitutes genocide, therefore, we must both establish intent and show that it is being carried out. In Israel's case, that intent has been publicly expressed by numerous officials and leaders. But intent can also be derived from a pattern of operations on the ground, as this pattern became clear by May 2024. And has since become ever clearer as the IDF has systematically destroyed the Gaza Strip. Most genocide scholars are cautious about applying this term to contemporary events, precisely because of the tendency, since it was coined by the Jewish-Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in 1944, to attribute it to any case of massacre or inhumanity. Indeed, some argue that the categorization, by the way, the Lemkin Institute has been calling what Israel is doing a genocide since the beginning. Just make no mistake. The person who literally, the institute that is tasked with you know, the institute responsible for the term genocide, coining the term genocide, and the institute that is tasked with identifying genocides around the world has been calling it a genocide for a while. Okay? Indeed, some argue that the categorization should be entirely discarded because it often serves to express outrage than to identify a particular crime. Yet, as Mr. Lemkin recognized, and as the United Nations later agreed, it is crucial to be able to distinguish the attempt to destroy a particular group of people from other crimes under international law, such as war crimes and crimes against humanity. It is the crime above all crimes. It is one that is so horrific of a crime that the retribution does, even if it was done as a retribution, it would still be completely unacceptable. You understand? Even a genocide does not justify a genocide in retaliation. You could say violence begets violence, but it is the worst crime for this reason. Nothing justifies a genocide, even a genocide being acted out. This is because while other crimes entailed indiscriminate or deliberate killing of civilians as individuals, genocide denotes the killing of people as members of a group, geared at irreparably destroying the group itself so that it would never be able to reconstitute itself as a political, social, or cultural entity. Does that not look exactly like what Israel is doing? The answer is yes, because that's precisely what Israel is doing, and that's precisely what this is. It is a genocide. It's that simple. And as the international community signaled by adopting the convention, it is incumbent upon all signatory states to prevent such an attempt, to do all they can to stop it while it is occurring, and to subsequently punish those who were engaged in this crime of crimes, even if it occurred within the borders of a sovereign state. The designation has major political, legal, and moral ramifications. Nations, politicians, and military personnel suspected of, indicted on a charge, or found guilty of genocide are seen beyond the pale of humanity and may compromise or lose their right to remain members of the international community. They lose their lives. Or at least that's how it worked in the past. They were executed after being found guilty of doing a genocide. They were hanged. The designation has major political, legal, and moral ramifications. A finding by the International Court of Justice that a particular state is engaged in genocide, especially if enforced by the UN Security Council, can lead to severe sanctions. Politicians or generals indicted on a charge or found guilty of genocide or other breach of international humanitarian law by the International Criminal Court can face arrest outside of their country. And a society that condones and is complicit in genocide, whatever the stand of its individual citizens may be, will carry this mark of Cain long after the fires of hatred and violence are put out. Israel has denied all allegations of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. The IDF says it investigates reports of crimes, although it has rarely made its findings public, and when breaches of discipline or protocol are acknowledged, it has generally meted light reprimands to its personnel. Israeli military and political leaders repeatedly describe the IDF as acting lawfully, say they issue warnings to civilian populations to evacuate sites about the attack, and blame Hamas for using civilians as human shields. In fact, the systematic destruction in Gaza, not only housing, but also other infrastructure, government buildings, hospitals, universities, schools, mosques, cultural heritage sites, water treatment plants, agricultural areas, and parks, reflects a policy aimed at making the revival of Palestinian life in the territory highly unlikely. According to a recent investigation by Haaretz, an estimated 174,000 buildings have been destroyed or damaged, accounting for up to 70% of all structures in the Strip. So far, more than 58,000 people have been killed, according to the Gazan health authorities, including more than 17,000 children. This number is a severe underestimation, for the record. It is hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that have been killed. This number is impossible to accurately investigate because Israel has successfully dismantled the entire health structure in the Strip as well. Just remember that. Make up nearly a third of the total fatality count is the children. More than 870 of those children were less than 1 year old. More than 2,000 families have been wiped out, the health authorities said. In addition, 5,600 families now count only one survivor. At least 10,000 people are believed to still be buried under the rubble, under the ruins of their homes. More than 138,000 have been wounded and maimed. Gaza now has the grim distinction of having the highest number of amputee children per capita in the world. An entire generation of children subjected to ongoing military attacks, loss of parents, and long-term malnutrition will suffer severe physical and mental repercussions for the rest of their lives. This is why I say it is literally a Holocaust. It is a live-streamed Holocaust of primarily children. The exact same imagery that we saw in the aftermath of the liberation of the camps, we are seeing unfold in real time. Untold additional thousands of chronically ill persons have had little access to hospital care. The horror of what's been happening in Gaza is still described by most observers as war, but this is a misnomer. For the last year, the IDF has not been fighting an organized military body. The version of Hamas that planned and carried out the attacks on October 7th has been destroyed, though the weakened group continues to fight Israeli forces and retains control over the population in areas not held by the Israeli army. Today, the IDF is primarily engaged in an operation of demolition and ethnic cleansing. That's literally been the case since day one, by the way. That's how Mr. Netanyahu's own former chief of staff, Minister of Defense, and hardliner Moshe Ya'alon in November described on Israel's Democrat TV and in subsequent articles and interviews the attempt to clear northern Gaza of its population. On January 19th, under pressure from Donald Trump, who was a day away from resuming the presidency, a ceasefire went into effect, facilitating the exchange of hostages in Gaza for Palestinian prisoners in Israel. But after Israel's breaking of the ceasefire on March 18th, the IDF has been executing a well-publicized plan to concentrate the entire Gazan population in a quarter of the territory in 3 zones: Gaza City, the central refugee camps, and the Mawazi coastline in the Strip's southwestern edge. Using large numbers of bulldozers and huge aerial bombs supplied by the United States, the military appears to be trying to demolish every remaining structure and establish control over the other 3 quarters of the territory. This is also being facilitated by a plan that provides intermittently limited aid supplies at a few distribution points guarded by the Israeli military, drawing people to the south. Many Gazans are killed in a desperate attempt to obtain food, and the starvation crisis deepens. This person does not even go into the fucking details of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's scheme of trapping people by dangling a little bit of food in front of them, only to execute them. Hundreds. Israel has killed more civilians just at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid zones than Hamas and the Palestinian resistance did on October 7 since its inception. The barbarism is impossible to contend with, okay? It is insane. Using food after starving an entire population of people, mostly children, using food as a military purpose, as a trap to assassinate people that you know are desperate for the food is insane. This is why I do not shy away and have not shied away from saying the truth, that Israel is a Nazi country and what they are doing is a Nazi thing. Their exterminationist policies resemble the Holocaust. What a deep shame. On July 7th, Defense Minister Israel Katz said the IDF would build a humanitarian city over the ruins of Rafah to initially accommodate 600,000 Palestinians from the Mawazi area who would be provisioned by international bodies and not allowed to leave. They want to build a concentration camp in Rafah too, for the record. Once they have destroyed Rafah, as they have, they now want to build a concentration camp in Rafah and make these people completely stateless, packaged into an even smaller concentration camp than the Gaza Strip was. Some might describe this campaign as ethnic cleansing, not a genocide, but there's a link between the crimes. When an ethnic group has nowhere to go and is constantly displaced from one so-called safe zone to another, relentlessly bombed and starved, ethnic cleansing can morph into a genocide. This was the case in several well-known genocides of the 20th century, such as that of the Herero and Nama in German Southwest Africa, now Namibia, that began in 1904, the Armenians in World War I, and indeed even in the Holocaust, which began with the German attempt to expel the Jews and ended up with their murder. To this day, only a few scholars of the Holocaust and no institution dedicated to researching and commemorating it has issued a warning that Israel could be accused of carrying out war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, or genocide. As a matter of fact, it's not even silence. They defend Israel's actions by attacking its critics, by consistently yelling about those who make any comparison whatsoever between the Holocaust and what Israel is doing right now as patently anti-Semitic. It's not even silence, it's defense of Israel's genocide. It's even worse. It's using the horrifying atrocities of the Holocaust, the historic crime that was done against Jewish people, as a mechanism to defend the current ongoing Holocaust that Israel is conducting at the behest of Jewish people as they falsely conflate Judaism and Zionism. It is incredible. This silence has made a mockery of the slogan, never again, transforming its meaning from an assertion of resistance to inhumanity wherever it's perpetrated to an excuse, an apology indeed, even a carte blanche for destroying others by invoking one's own past victimhood. Yeah, that's precisely what it is. Norm Finkelstein identified this in Holocaust Inc. many, many years ago. But at the time when he wrote that, that was considered a bridge too far. That was considered completely unacceptable. He wrote that decades ago about Israel utilizing Holocaust studies and using the historical atrocity of the Holocaust, or Holocaust industry, sorry, not Holocaust Inc., as a formative fixture of Zionism. Never again just for us. Israel must always remain militant. Israel has demographic concerns. Israel must be an ethno-state for Jews and Jews alone. Because if that doesn't happen, then the Holocaust will happen again. This is another of the many incalculable costs of the current catastrophe, as Israel is literally trying to wipe out Palestinian existence in Gaza and is exercising increasing violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. The moral and historical credit which the Jewish state has drawn on until now is running out. Once again, remember, this is from an Israeli perspective, so obviously their words, like Omar's words, are going to be different than what I would say, okay? Like, oh, it's running out. It's run out. It's been run out. It's over. Israel, created in the wake of the Holocaust as the answer to the Nazi genocide of the Jews, has always insisted that any threat to its security must be seen as potentially leading to another Auschwitz. Like, think about it. Palestinians in Gaza are currently experiencing the Holocaust, right? Imagine if they were to be, imagine if they were to escape and then go, I don't know, to like Argentina, okay? And they set up a state in Argentina and they just started fucking slaughtering all of the Argentinians. Only a couple years after this Holocaust ends, they are shipped off to Argentina and they get weapons from other countries to basically slaughter the entirety of the Argentinian population. That's what Israel did. That's what Israel did. Like, think about how fucking insane it is. That is the inception of the Israeli state, 3 years after the Holocaust. Just going in and just slaughtering and ethnically displacing and ethnically cleansing the land of its indigenous population, a group of people that had nothing to do with the historic atrocities that Jewish people faced. Nothing at all. It's incredible. And it's been a slow burn of domination, ritualistic humiliation, and death and destruction for 80 plus years. This provides Israel with license to portray those it perceives as its enemies as Nazis, a term used repeatedly by Israeli media figures to depict Hamas and by extension all Gazans, based on the popular assertion that none of them are uninvolved, not even the infants who would grow up to be militants. Ironically enough, as I've said since October 8, if there is an analog between Nazis and the Jewish civilian population, if there's a modern analog, it's not Hamas that are the Nazis, it is Israel that are the Nazis. Yeah, I appreciate this piece. I appreciate peace is that, what? I appreciate this piece. Not only that it acknowledges the genocide, it also points directly at Israel's use of the Holocaust in defense. How Israel's actions will shape future understanding of the Holocaust should be a grave concern to anyone who cares about its memory. This is David Grossman says, this is about as concise a breakdown as there can be, and it doesn't even get into the horrors perpetrated by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or Israeli use of AI to generate endless targets. This is not a new phenomenon. As early as Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, Prime Minister Menachem Begin compared Yasser Arafat, then hunkered down in Beirut, to Adolf Hitler in his Berlin bunker. This time, the analogy is being used in connection with a policy aimed at uprooting and removing the entire population of Gaza. The daily scenes of horror in Gaza, from which the Israeli public is shielded by its own media self-censorship, expose the lies of Israeli propaganda that this is a war of defense against a Nazi-like enemy. One shudders when Israeli spokespeople shamelessly utter the hollow slogan to the IDF being the most moral army in the world. Huh. The most moral army in the world. That's what the Nazis said about their own military as well. Some European nations such as France, Britain, Germany, as well as Canada have feebly protested Israeli actions, especially since it breached the ceasefire in March. But they have neither suspended arms shipments nor taken many concrete and meaningful economic or political steps that might deter Mr. Netanyahu's government. For a while, the United States government seemed to have lost interest in Gaza, with President Trump initially announcing in February that the United States would take over Gaza, promising to turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East, and then letting Israel get on with the Strip's destruction and turning his attention to Iran. At a moment, one can only hope that Mr. Trump will again pressure a reluctant Mr. Netanyahu to at least reach a new ceasefire and put an end to the relentless killing. I've said this before, but the only time Israel stands down is when it is too much of a cost for either the Israeli civilian public or too much of a cost for the Israeli military. When they lose too many lives, that's the only time, or the mere threat of losing lives, the mere threat of losing their economic standing in the world. That is the only time Israel stands down, when it is forced to do so. America has all of the power to basically make Israel stand down since day one, since October 8th. And yet they've never chosen to do so. They have unilateral power and control over Israel's actions here. And they've never done it. All it takes is one phone call. Remember that. How will Israel's future be affected by the inevitable demolition of its incontestable morality derived from its birth in the ashes of the Holocaust? Israel's political leadership and its citizenry will have to decide. There seems to be little domestic pressure for the urgently needed change of the paradigm. The recognition that there is no solution to this conflict other than an Israeli-Palestinian agreement to share the land under whatever parameters the two sides agree on, be it two states, one state, or a confederation. Again, an Israeli Holocaust scholar literally saying that there are options beyond the fake two-state is also a change of attitude, okay? This also must be recognized. You could say too little, too late, but there are a lot of people who have taken their sweet-ass fucking time on this shit, and their admissions, their recognition of these atrocities is actually good because it moves the needle in the appropriate direction for a lot of the holdover people, okay? Because the only way to slowly but surely, the only way to come to a reasonable conclusion here is through public pressure. That's it. And I know you see the death and destruction and you think, fuck these people, fuck all of these people that have like turned a blind eye to this up until this moment. And I totally understand why you feel that way, but you have to suck it up, okay? You have to suck it up and you have to keep pushing. That's it. Because every new person that comes to this recognition matters, okay? That's just the way I've always seen it. I've never actually turned around and shit on people who have recognized these atrocities post-October 7. I have never actually shit on people who have come into this community after, a year after, and said, hey, you know what, this is a genocide, I agree. You know, this is what's going on, how do we stop it? The reason why I haven't done that is because this is not about moral posturing, okay? This is about creating a insurmountable amount of pressure that is impossible to contend with, so much so that the American government has to recalculate its undying loyalty and allegiance to the state of Israel as it's consistently continuing to conduct a genocidal campaign in Gaza. Okay? That's it. That's why I always say, if you offer unconditional support to the Palestinian population, okay, no matter at what point if you come out and say, I'm an anti-Zionist, I'm offering unconditional support to the Palestinians, I'm not going to shit on you. Now, of course, there's a limit to that. Because if you offer support, if you offer a recognition to the genocide and then use all of your time and space shitting on the left for being correct, or shitting on anti-Zionists for being right all along, or offering an untold amount of criticisms that surround the feelings of hypothetical Jewish people that you've invented in your mind, then that's not, then, you know, suck my dick, okay? If you spend all of your time, all of your energy, all of your efforts on deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices and talking about how you recognize the genocide, but actually all of the people that are resisting against the genocide are very scary, which offers moral cover to Israel's actions. Then you're out of your fucking mind. Save it. That's it. The fuck do you, what are you doing? There's only one right thing to state here. If you recognize that it's a genocide, then what are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Oh, it's a genocide, but also the people that are militarily trying to stop it, the people that are trying to put an end to it, the people that are defending themselves are actually in the wrong. This does not make sense. This does not make any fucking sense. You would never say that about the Jewish partisans. You would never say that about the French resistance. Oh, it's a genocide that's going on. But also, well, you know, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was pretty violent. There is no but after it's a genocide. And the only time I've seen people actually try to do this is like Bernie Sanders doesn't do this, right? There are prominent liberal Zionists. Brad Lander doesn't do this. There are prominent liberal Zionists who have a difference in opinion from someone like myself. But the reason why I don't spend a lot of time fucking shitting on them actively is because regardless of their difference in opinion on this matter, they step aside. They at least have the recognition. They at least know that it's unproductive to consistently try and use their position or their platform to rail against those who do see the truth. That's it. It's that simple. At least have some shame to shut the fuck up. Okay? The moment that you start criticizing militant resistance against this unimaginable cruelty is a moment where you're basically offering support to the Israeli state. You can call it a genocide all day, every day, and be like, what more do you want? I'm considering it a genocide. It's like, okay, but you don't. You actually don't. You're just lying. You think that that is giving you some kind of allowance to just also say the same shit that the Israeli state is saying. Oh, they're using human shields. It's a genocide, but Hamas is using human shields. No, the fuck they're not. That's just an Israeli lie. That's just a lie. Oh, it's a genocide, but like, don't say Zionism is Nazi ideology. Don't say Zionism is a fascist ideology. What do you mean? So how did Israel decide to do a genocide then? How did this opinion form? Do you really believe it's a genocide? It doesn't make sense, okay? It doesn't make sense. It's that simple. Simply coming to the recognition that it's a genocide, or just saying that, doesn't unlock protection for you. So you can literally keep doing Hasbara, keep doing propaganda for the state of Israel that is conducting the genocide. No one believes this. No one agrees with you on this. Ridiculous. Oh, Israel's doing a genocide, but Palestinians are really homophobic. Palestinians are anti-women. They're scary. They're terrorist Muslims. And the hidden underlying truth there is that your feelings are hurt because you're scared. Because if you actually recognize truly that it's a genocide, then understandably, any sort of militant resistance against such atrocious actions by the state are justified. And you can't contend with that. Okay? You can't. Because you don't actually think they're Nazis, and you don't actually think it's a genocide. Just simply saying it does not make it so. It's that simple. This frustrates people. This frustrates people to no end. Because the real issue here initially was the recognition of Israel as an apartheid state was a big no-no, because once they recognize that, then okay, everything in the West Bank is fucking fair game. Anything the Palestinians are doing in the West Bank is appropriate, it's legal, it's moral. Okay? Anything that Palestinians are doing in Gaza is legal and moral against the Israeli state that is occupying their existence. Maybe not to the same degree as the West Bank. There is like some semblance of autonomy there, but it's not real, because Israel controls everything that's going in and out into the Gaza Strip, 24/7 mass surveillance, a de facto open-air concentration camp. There is no both sides on an apartheid. There's no both sides on a genocide. And that's what a lot of the people that defend Israel recognize. So that's precisely the reason why they actively have tried to suppress this truth from becoming the majority position. And it's too late now. It is the majority position. So if you spent every waking moment of the past 2 years actively going after and documenting and putting your statements out there in opposition to those who oppose Israel's genocide while simultaneously claiming it's a genocide, history will not look fondly at your contributions. What a spectacularly self-interested and stupid moment for those who did that. You're a fucking abhorrent little demon. You're a failure. And people will remember that. People will remember how you occupied yourself and how you used the finite amount of time you have. That stain will live on forever. Robust external pressure from the country's allies also appears unlikely. I'm deeply worried that Israel will persist on its disastrous course, remaking itself, perhaps irreversibly, into a full-blown authoritarian apartheid state. Such states, as history has taught us, do not last. Another question arises. What consequences will Israel's moral reversal have for the culture of Holocaust commemoration and the politics of memory, education, and scholarship when so many of its intellectual and administrative leaders have up to now refused to face up to their own responsibility to denounce inhumanity and genocide wherever they occur? Those engaged in worldwide cultural commemoration and remembrance built around the Holocaust will have to confront a moral reckoning. The wider community of genocide scholars, those engaged in the study of comparative genocide or any of the many other genocides that have marred human history, is now edging ever closer towards a consensus over describing the events in Gaza as a genocide. In November, a little more than a year into the war, the Israeli genocide scholar Shmuel Liederman joined the growing chorus of opinion that Israel was engaged in genocidal actions. The Canadian international lawyer William Shabbos came to the same conclusion last year and has recently described Israel's military campaign in Gaza as absolutely a genocide. Other genocide experts such as Melanie O'Brien, president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and the British specialist Martin Shaw, who has said that the Hamas attack was genocidal, which is fucking ridiculous, have reached the same conclusion. While the Australian scholar Dirk Moser of the City University of New York described these events in the Dutch publication NRC as a mix of genocidal and military logic. In the same article, Umit Unger, a professor at the Amsterdam-based NIOD Institute of War, Holocaust and Genocide Studies, said there are probably scholars who still do not think it's a genocide, but I don't know them. Most Holocaust scholars I know don't hold, or at least publicly express this view, with a few notable exceptions such as the Israeli RUSSIAxUKRAINE, program director of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Stockton University, New Jersey, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem historians Amos Goldberg and Daniel Blattman. The majority of academics with the history of the Nazi genocide of the Jews have stayed remarkably silent, while some have openly denied. Well, by the way, respect to him for openly naming RUSSIAxUKRAINE, who I said was from the start demonstrating moral clarity, regardless of whatever the career repercussions may be. There were people who were very aware of what the fuck was going on, and they tried to put an end to it by saying the truth before it got to this level. And they suffered repercussions for it. While some have openly denied Israel's crimes in Gaza or accused their more critical colleagues of incendiary speech, wild exaggeration, well poisoning, and anti-Semitism. In December, the Holocaust scholar Norman J.W. Goda opined that genocide charges like this have long been used as a fig leaf for broader challenges to Israel's legitimacy, expressing his worry that they have cheapened the gravity of the word genocide itself. This genocide libel, as Dr. Goda referred to in an essay, deploys a range of anti-Semitic tropes, including the coupling of the genocide charge with the deliberate killing of children, images of whom are ubiquitous on NGO, social media, and other platforms that charge Israel with genocide. In other words, showing images of Palestinian children ripped apart by US-made bombs launched by Israeli pilots is, in this view, an anti-Semitic act. And there are plenty of people who believe that. You must understand, there are people who legitimately, including, you know, some content creators, if I were to draw this back to like influencers with platforms, have said this. It is not the act of bombing children that is the problem here. It is the act of recognition. Because when you see that happening, if you don't immediately contextualize it and justify it as a necessity, then you might actually create an environment where people get mad. People get mad at Jewish people. Ridiculous. Instead of actively working to decouple Judaism from Israel's actions, if you still try to maintain this position, you are the one who is actually harming Jews around the world. Okay? Most recently, Dr. Goda and a respected historian of Europe, Jeffrey Herf, wrote in the Washington Post that the genocide accusation hurled against Israel draws on deep wells of fear and hatred found in radical interpretations of both Christianity and Islam. It has shifted opprobrium from Jews as a religious ethnic group to the state of Israel, which it depicts as inherently evil. What are the ramifications of this rift between genocide scholars and Holocaust historians? This is not merely a squabble within academia. The memory culture created in recent decades around the Holocaust encompasses much more than the genocide of the Jews. It has come to play a crucial role in politics, education, and identity. Museums dedicated to the Holocaust have served as models for representations of other genocides around the world. Insistence that the lessons of the Holocaust demand the promotion of tolerance, diversity, anti-racism, and support for migrants and refugees, not to mention human rights and international humanitarian law, is rooted in an understanding of the universal implications of the crime in the heart of Western civilization at the peak of modernity. That is the inherent irony. The inherent irony here is that the Holocaust was held up as a singular, atrocious event, and in many respects it was. Okay? the mechanized death and destruction. But you can't teach people for years and years what the Holocaust is and how unacceptable the Holocaust is, and to educate people that never again means never again for anybody, only to turn around and do the same things to the Palestinian population and expect people not to fucking feel some type of way about it. It is the nefarious utilization of the Zionist project, the nefarious utilization of the Holocaust by the Zionist project that is actually playing a formative role in its own demise. Ironically enough. For years and years, singling out the Holocaust played a formative role in the defense of Israel. But because you taught people that being a Nazi was wrong, thank God, and because you taught people that, you know, the Holocaust was atrocious, of course when Jews or the Jewish state, by their own declaration, not mine, is conducting these same incidents, these same atrocious events, people are not going to turn around and say, oh, well, you guys get to have one because it happened to you. It doesn't work that way. What is this? Stop arguing amongst yourselves. For my entire life, the Holocaust was taught to me at Jewish camp and school, with the main takeaway, never again, was not just a slogan. It has been the greatest shame to see those same institutions have no understanding of what never again really means. Yeah, because for them, it was just a justification to defend the state of Israel, no matter how atrocious or how violent those actions may become. That's why. It was a cynical weaponization of a historic, unimaginable harm done to the Jewish people to defend the Jewish state. Discrediting genocide scholars who call out Israel's genocide in Gaza as anti-Semitic threatens to erode the foundation of genocide studies, the ongoing need to define, prevent, and punish and reconstruct the history of genocide, suggesting that this endeavor is motivated instead by malign interests and sentiments, that it is driven by the very hatred and prejudice that was at the root of the Holocaust, is not only morally scandalous, it provides an opening for a politics of denialism and impunity as well. That is precisely what it is. By the same token, when those who have dedicated their careers to teaching and commemorating the Holocaust insist on ignoring or denying Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza, they threaten to undermine everything that Holocaust scholarship and commemoration have stood for in the past several decades. That is the dignity of every human being, respect for the rule of law, and the urgent need to never let inhumanity take over the hearts of people and steer the actions of nations in the name of security, national interest, and sheer vengeance. What I fear is that in the aftermath of the Gaza genocide, it will no longer be possible to continue teaching and researching the Holocaust in the same manner we did before. Because the Holocaust has been so relentlessly invoked by the state of Israel and its defenders to cover up the crimes of the IDF, the study and remembrance of the Holocaust could lose its claim, could be concerned with the universal justice and retreat into the same ethnic ghetto in which it began its life at the end of World War II, as a marginalized preoccupation by the remnants of a marginalized people, an ethnically specific event, before it succeeded, decades later, to find its rightful place as a lesson and a warning for humanity as a whole. Just as worrisome is the prospect that the study of genocide as a whole will not survive the accusations of anti-Semitism, leaving us without a crucial community of scholars and international jurists to stand in the breach at a time when the rise of intolerance, racial hatred, populism, and authoritarianism is threatening the values that were at the core of these scholarly, cultural, and political endeavors of the 20th century. Perhaps the only light at the end of this very dark tunnel is the possibility that a new generation of Israelis will face their future without sheltering the shadow of the Holocaust, even as they will have to bear the stain of the genocide in Gaza perpetrated in their name. Israel will have to learn to live without falling back on the Holocaust as a justification for inhumanity. That, despite all the horrific suffering we're currently watching, is a valuable thing and may, in the long run, help Israel face the future in a healthier, more rational, and less fearful and violent manner. Of course, considering that he has come to this recognition 2 years or a year too late, I think, because he changed his attitude around like May 2024, or 6 months, 7 months too late. There is more room to grow for someone like Omar, for many others. But obviously, staking their reputation and their scholarly work to make a statement like this on the New York Times, I'm not going to fucking shit on them too much. I'm not going to criticize them too much. Okay? This will do nothing to compensate for the staggering amount of death and suffering in Palestinians, but in Israel, liberated from the overwhelming burden of the Holocaust, may finally come to terms with the inescapable need for its 7 million Jewish citizens to share the land with the 7 million Palestinians living in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank in peace, equality, and dignity. That will be the only just reckoning. What did Omar say that was wrong in this piece? I mean, obviously he's Israeli, so his focus on this, his commentary on this revolves around like almost an impossibility that like Israel will come to the recognition, or maybe even focuses too much on the historical significance of the Holocaust as it shapes Jewish identity, as it shapes Israel's identity. It almost comes across as like a hidden premise that like Israel was a necessity after the Holocaust, which is the underpinning of Zionist theory. That is the underlying fundamental principle beyond that stretches from, oh, maybe Israel shouldn't be so violent, but it has to exist as a Jewish nation state, all the way to we have to massacre every single person that is non-Jewish in this area. Like, it stretches all the way from I want a two-state solution all the way down to I want a one-state solution where all the Palestinians have been wiped out. But given that he's a Holocaust scholar, of course, it's understandable. But also the idea that like this is in the aftermath of the Gaza genocide, it will no longer be possible to continue teaching and research the Holocaust in the same manner we did before, or rather, the idea that like there's a future Israel out there where the future Israeli children will come to the recognition that what they did was unacceptable. But I do appreciate and respect that he says equal rights for all. The reality of the matter is, Israel from its inception, even before the nation state was developed and designed, was a settler colonial project. And therefore it was violent inherently, okay? It threatened the very existence of the Palestinians that were living there. And we saw that play itself out in the Nakba, and we've seen it play itself out over and over again over the course of the past 80 plus years. If there was a commitment to a binational singular state from the start, as Einstein also demanded from the Israeli state, as he warned that they were becoming Nazis early on, in the aftermath of some of the atrocities that led to what is known as the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, okay, then this would not be a problem. There would be no issues, because that would not be Israel. It would be something else. It would be a different formation. You cannot separate ethnic cleansing from Zionism. That is why whenever people talk about Zionism being something that is really important to all Jews, a formative part of like Jewish identity, and when you're criticizing Zionists, you're criticizing all Jews, like, this is a stupid fucking argument. I'm identifying the ideological underpinnings of Zionism as an inherently violent one because it revolves around the ethno-religious supremacy of one group, the in-group, and the exterminationist policies that in-group engages in on the out-group, all the Christians and Muslims that live in that area, all the Arabs, all the Muslims, all the Christians that live in this area. It's a total annihilationist. It's a complete extermination. That is the finality of this project. No ands, ifs, or buts. You should be ashamed to associate that with the entire Jewish population. And I think perhaps in the future, there will be a sense of shame with this association when all is said and done. It is up to us to put an end to it before it turns into fucking land acknowledgements that we offer to the indigenous population here in the United States or in Canada, to the First Nations people. Oh, well, you know, it was bad when it happened, but also, you know, what are you going to do? How are the Hofstra professional genocide deniers going to deal with this? Will they say that Dean's professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown is not qualified to determine this? Or will they say this IDF veteran is Hamas? I mean, yeah, pretty much. I suspect that is what they will say. By the way, here's how America is working with this. Oh. How are the comment section looking? I don't know if they have the comments up on this piece. Let me see. There's 1,000 comments on this. Jesus Christ. Thank you. This was thoughtful and insightful article. Unfortunately fails to move the needle of the argument whether or not Israel's response to Hamas attack constitutes genocide. A single word can carry so much emotional and moral burden. But is there another word that captures the horror of saying directly or indicating by one's actions that under certain circumstances the intentional and wanton killing of children is warranted and justified? Let's see the reader's picks. Detailed, thorough, and unimpeachable. Someday everyone will have always been against this. For some of us who also grew up in Zionist households, it is hard to deny what has been unfolding in front of our eyes despite Israel's efforts to censor the news. Israel's actions in Gaza and the West Bank are a betrayal of Jewish values. The country under a present leadership is using its undoubted military process to effect a long-held goal of territorial expansion and the final resolution of what it perceives as a Palestinian problem. The country is in moral decline and in the process of dragging the U.S. down with it. Rather than putting an end to the atrocities, Secretary of State Rubio's only response has been to sanction the critics of Israel's actions like the ICC judges and Francesca Albanese. Shame on him and all of us for allowing this crime to occur yet again. Nothing terrifies the powers that be more than a well-reasoned, lucid, informative voice expressing an opinion founded in integrity. If starving, maiming, and killing young children by the scores isn't a crime against humanity, what is? How many angels on the head of a pin is genocide, as hard as it is for a Jew like myself to realize? One doesn't have to read this analysis to reach this conclusion, but this article lays it out well as expert testimony. This is why I say it takes, like, this is why I don't entertain the Jewish exceptionalism arguments so much. Because the reality of the matter is sometimes that's what it takes, okay? I know that. I know my limitations. I know my own personal limitations, okay? I have, in my opinion, fairly successfully been able to convince many young American Jews, okay? Not that it matters at the end of the day, because the truth doesn't change whether all Jews are against this genocide or all Jews are for this genocide. It doesn't matter, right? And, but ultimately, like, I think I've been able to convince many young Americans, including many young American Jews, on the scale of these atrocities, on what Zionism actually means, right? Having said that, there are still limitations, especially given my background. When someone hears the name Hasan, okay, and they have been taught that there is, they have a lot of underlying implicit biases that, like, oh, someone by the name of Hasan who is Muslim is obviously going to take this position because he just hates Jews deep down inside. No matter how much I have advocated against anti-Semitism, it does not matter, okay? There are some people that need to hear it from a Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar. It's that simple. There are some that need to hear it from a white guy who's Christian. There are some who need to hear it from a Jewish guy who's in Israel. It is what it is. When I was younger, I was just sort of, what is this? Oh fuck, hold on. That person in the replies is posting some imagery that might be TOS. When I was younger, I was just sort of passively aware that there's something wrong with Israel. The thing that helped me see it was more than just a state that behaved poorly, was reading accounts of settler lynchings like this. It is very, very difficult to think of a worse group. Yeah, I do think so. I think that, like, actions in the West Bank cause a lot of people to actually contextualize the violence as, like, personal violence. Many people have been taught that entire building blocks coming down is just normal. It's just like Arabs kind of deserving of that. It's collateral damage. As an American Jew, your initial coverings of the settler lynchings in Palestine pre-October 7th got me to understand. Yeah, I think for a lot of people in the Western world, when they see the horrible actions of the West Bank settlers, that causes them to recognize exactly what's going on, that this is an unsustainable, supremacist, fascist ideology. Like, this is, all sensible people hate Hamas, but Jewish history does not give the IDF a free pass. There's that. And I don't think that will be able to, I don't think people will be able to fucking ever decouple that. I want to see the replies to it. What's your urban warfare strategy when the enemy holds your people hostage and uses his own civilians as human shields, Roy? Apparently sensible. He okayed the funneling money of Hamas through Qatar. He doesn't get a free pass either. The Hamas leaders were all safely in Lebanon, Syria, Qatar, Dubai, other places by the time the IDF attacked. None of this is true, by the way. This is not true. This is the last thing that liberals will inevitably come to the conclusion on, which is that any kind of militant resistance against Israeli state actions is understandable. Okay, of course it's understandable. What the fuck are the people supposed to do? Just sit quietly and idly by and allow to be massacred? Yeah, Yahya Sinwar, the architect of October 7, literally died in battle. He died in the Gaza Strip. He did not have a bunch of, like, Israeli babies attached to his body in the way that, like, the Israeli media had portrayed him. He died fighting. That's it. As an American Jew, prior to 10/7, I used to agree with 90% of your views, but turn off the stream when you covered Israel. Post 10/7, I came back and you helped me completely reshape my worldview to be firmly anti-Zionist. Thank you for that. Of course. Thank you for your understanding. It is not easy to go against a shit ton of social conditioning. Okay? It's not easy. I get that. I recognize the position that we are all in the United States of America. I recognize, like, where we're coming from. That's why I try to actively communicate to people in similar incredibly privileged conditions that we have. That's why I also always say everyone has a different role, okay? Everyone plays a different role here. This is what I have seen my role to be. That's why I don't criticize Mehdi Hasan all that much. Zateo has done phenomenal work, obviously, but it's understandable that some people get a little disturbed or a little angry with Mehdi Hasan when he routinely will pay the piper, if you will, and regularly, with regular frequency, criticize the militancy against Israel, right? But ultimately, someone's got to fucking be in those rooms. Someone's got to be in those rooms defending the humanity of the Palestinians. It's that simple. And you can't be in those rooms defending the humanity of the Palestinians if you don't, you know, constantly condom hummus, over and over and over again. And even then, he still lost his job. You know? He still lost his position at MSNBC. Even though he played ball, if you will. You know, overzealous is a banger. Palestinians rejected every peace offer and outright lie.
Each time Israel has agreed to a Palestinian state, the
Yeah, this is, I mean, I've talked about this a lot as well. There's no partner in peace. An egregious lie. I used to follow Hassan just because I came across thirst traps. Now I'm politically active and tabbed into daily streams, a part of the resistance against misinformation, keeping hot, smart, and autistic Pookie. Yeah, you got it. This post really shows that settlers live in an entirely different world. Oh yeah, I saw this. Jewish settler Ruth Azulai mourned her husband, an Israeli soldier killed in Gaza in July. She recalled how he so wanted to be in Gaza and would recount all the houses he destroyed to make progress in their mission. She vowed to occupy and resettle Gaza in his memory. You were so happy in your mission. All this time you try to convince me to believe in it too. Every day you would come back from Gaza to sleep next to me. You would tell me how many houses you destroyed today and that you were making more progress in the mission to end this war. You wanted to be in Gaza so badly. Your friends know what a journey you went through to get there. You were happy and you were enlightened. And my heart expanded to see you like this. You were a crazy fighter. I always trusted you in everything that happened. That's a Nazi. That's the Nazi wife of a fucking Nazi soldier who got smoked, okay? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I do not have even an ounce of sympathy for this lady, okay? She's literally like, oh yeah, right next to me every night you laid in bed and you talked about all the fucking Palestinian homes you demolished. Like, that's foreplay? Get the fuck out of here, freak. Like, not embarrassed to say this shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. Just so fucking shameful. It's shameless, really.
انت مخلي روحك كده عشان خلاص تستلم אני אומרת לכם, תסיימו את המלחמה הזאת.
Occupy Gaza as soon as possible. Please end this war. There is no room there for pure evil. Bro, you're pure evil. You're fucking pure evil. Dude. Ethan Klein's gonna clip this and be like, Hasan is being so ruthless to a grieving wife. How disgusting. A grieving Jewish wife. You see, folks? You see, folks? Look at the anti-Semitic, dangerous terrorist Islamist Hasan.
ריחמת על הארץ הזאת, ומגיע לך לדעת שבסוף
It's crazy to do fucking foreplay, and the backdrop of the foreplay is genocide. Psychotic. Anyway, if you're an American, consider this series of events. Wednesday, we asked Republicans if they knew how many Americans have been killed in Palestine and Lebanon. None did. Thursday, Republicans and Democrats smile alongside Netanyahu. Friday, Israeli settlers kill another American. Look at this group. Look at the bipartisan commitment to defending Israel's genocide. Who's that over there? Hold on 1 second. Let me just zoom in real quick. What is that? What is that? Hold on. Okay, we got the known actors here. Everybody's smiling, but... Okay, Amy, the girl bossing in the backdrop. Computer, enhance. Who is that? Trying to hide away in the back right there. Oh, that's right. It's Cory Booker. Wow. Wow, look at that. This motherfucker thought he could hide. He thought he could hide his face. Piece of shit. Monstrous pieces of shit, all of them. Okay? What? I agree with you on like 99% of positions, but I feel like you should prevent your chat from spamming the Chad face emo whenever you bring up militant violence directed against civilians. What? Man, shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? People getting to that level, people trying to fucking find anything that they can be like, you know, I agree with you, but like, honestly, your chat spamming something that I'm attributing to like something that's bad is just like the maximalist virtue signaling position. Would you fucking say that? Would you say that about fucking Nazis getting smoked? No, you wouldn't. Shut the fuck up. People love Inglourious Bastards. I love Inglourious Bastards. But the moment that like someone else you identify with is actually doing is the villain in this story, you're like, oh well, I don't know about this. Can you give me 10 Hamas condemnations, please? Israel has no right, no legal right to occupy Gaza. Israel has no legal right to actually bomb Gaza. Israel's a belligerent occupier of Gaza, and therefore it has no legal right to bomb Gaza, let alone doing a genocide in Gaza, which Israel is doing. On the other hand, however, the Palestinian resistance has every right legally to resist against Israel, to resist against the Israeli violence, which, yes, includes killing Israeli occupying force soldiers. Okay? Oh my God, Mom, Jesus.
Gaza say at least 20 people are dead after Israel continued to bombard the territory on Monday. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry says the number of people killed since the start of the war in October 2023 passed 58,000 over the weekend. That followed a string of attacks, including one that killed 6 children at a water distribution point on Sunday. The Israeli Defense Forces confirmed that attack, saying as a result of a technical error, the munition fell dozens of meters from the target. It added, the IDF regrets any harm to uninvolved civilians. It comes as Israeli politicians criticize Benjamin Netanyahu's government over its proposal to force all 2 million Palestinians in Gaza into a single so-called humanitarian city. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, called the idea crazy, criticizing both the costs and the logistics of the proposal, while the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert compared the proposal to a concentration camp and said that if the plan went ahead, it would amount to ethnic cleansing. Israel says its mission remains to destroy Hamas and bring home the hostages. International news organizations, including the BBC, are not allowed to report from Gaza, so Nick Bick has sent this report from Tel Aviv and a warning some viewers may find it distressing.
Monday morning rush hour at a Gaza hospital. A deluge of the dead and injured. Victims of the latest Israeli strikes in the southern city of Han Yunis. Mohammed explains that his mum and dad survived the attack, but then he found his brother in pieces in the street, he says.
How many thousands of children? How many thousands of mothers?
Israeli former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert has been a fierce critic of the continuation of the war in Gaza.
There is nothing that we can achieve that deserves or that justifies this terrible cost of human lives, us and Palestinians.
The Israeli government is looking to build a camp in the south of Gaza, which would contain all 2 million Palestinians. People have said that is a concentration camp. Is it?
Okay, I mean, I think it was intuitive to me that I said it. I didn't use this word. But what I say is very simple. The building up of a camp of 600,000 and with a...
This guy. You saying this now and been, which is good, but you deadass said, even if a bit offhandedly, early in the genocide in late 23, when 5 iOS soldiers were blown up by their own trap, that we shouldn't celebrate it, and I remember deadass, many here being sympathetic. Dog. Read the fucking room, okay? Read the fucking room, dipshit. What do you want me to say and do? Yeah, in 2023, are you fucking kidding me? Do you know the knives were out for even saying that Israel was doing a genocide? Are you fucking out of your mind? Regardless of what my fucking position is, you know, I have to obviously play I have to be on a delicate tightrope. Some of you are anonymous online, and you're too stupid to recognize that obviously things are a little bit different for someone who is a fucking media figure. You literally think, oh, I have the red triangle on my fucking Twitter account, and I celebrate Hamas's greatest fucking W's, and you think like everyone else should also be able to do the same. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Are you dumb? Obviously, you know, coming out of the gates fucking swinging as a Muslim dude named Hasan with statements such as that one, when the Overton window was not actually slammed in the direction of the truth, would have made things a little bit more difficult, don't you think? It's still difficult regardless, but there's a reason why I haven't been fucking banned for this shit. Because I'm very careful about what I say. Like, you're in the chat of a person who's been targeted by the American government, and you're over here being like, why are you careful about the way you speak on these issues? There is a lot more liberties that you can have, especially if you're a Jewish American, if you're a white American, you have a lot more liberties, okay? Even if you have a platform. Yeah, the question I asked always, yeah, exactly. Can you say that at work? Can you say that at work? No? Well, then you have to understand.
Idea of bringing on all of the people living in Gaza, 2.1 million people, into a very tight-held camp where they can't move away and they are completely controlled in such a terrible manner is a crime that honest people will not be able to tolerate.
Would that be ethnic cleansing?
It will definitely be interpreted as such for good reasons.
For now, Israeli soldiers continue frontline operations, but senior military figures are reported to be firmly against any such mass camp, and the proposal is overshadowing ceasefire talks with Hamas. The Israeli government rejects accusations that its current actions or future plans amount to war crimes in Gaza.
I want a real future for Gaza, for Gazans, for Israel. It has to be governed by people who do not seek the destruction of Israel and want to live in peace with us. That's what drives my decisions.
Those decisions are under increased scrutiny, with the latest dire warnings about the lack of aid in Gaza and the growing number of civilians trying to collect food and water and paying for it.
Oh, this is the Gaza cleaning out, then bringing something good along the Green Line, episode 3 from The Guardian. This is the third installation of the fucking genocidal settler shit that they've been doing. Here, let's watch this. It's short.
Malak, hi, how are you? We're hearing on this side the sound of gunfire and loud explosions all day long. Can you hear it where you are in Gaza as well?
بسمع كثير انفجارات وطاح يعني اشتباكات يعني اعتقد انه من الدبابات يعني او يعني اطلاق رصاص من الدبابات. Did you hear that?
Oh my God.
In this series, I've been exploring the prospects of peace between Israelis and Palestinians by traveling along the Green Line.
Dude, every Palestinian he talks to is like, we just want to survive, man. And every Israeli he talks to is like, we have to kill all of them. If we don't kill all of them, they're parasitic vermin. If we don't kill all of these parasitic vermin, then, you know, we can't be a normal society. Every single Palestinian is like, dude, please stop killing my family. Please, I'm so desperate to just like exist in the same ancestral homeland, like in the same fucking farm that my family has had for generations. We don't have much. We just don't want to be killed. And then immediately after that is like a settler who's like, I'm going to kill every single Palestinian. We have to murder every single. We have to wipe it out. We have to make this society pure.
Drawn in 1949 to separate Israel from the West Bank and Gaza, it was once seen as the boundaries of a possible two-state solution. In the first 2 episodes, I visited the holy sites in Jerusalem and a city under siege by Israel's military in the West Bank.
ليش أنا بدي أذي غيري؟ إذا أنا صاحب الأرض، إنك أنت سراق، إنك أنت مستعمر، فعشان هيك بضله خايف.
ניסינו שלום בהסכמים, ניסינו מלחמה. והמלחמה הזאת אולי תכניס לתוך הראש של כמה...
This is like horrifying.
אנשים שהם לא יצליחו להרוג אותי. הם לא יצליחו להעיף אותי מכפר עזה. לא אני הבאתי את המלחמה, אתם הבאתם אותה. אני נתתי לכם חיים, אתם בחרתם במוות.
Just a few minutes up the road is the border town of Sderot, where Israelis come to watch the war playing out in the distance.
אני חושב שהפתרון של טראמפ, כמה שזה נשמע קצת קשה, אבל פשוט לבנות את המקום מחדש, ואחרי שהמקום ייבנה מחדש, להביא לכאן רק אנשים טובים שיכולים להיות כאן, ולא אנשים שירצחו ויעשו רע. פשוט לנקות ואחר כך להביא משהו טוב.
Just clean it out and then bring something good.
You can even see from here how destructive the war has been. Does that concern you at all?
אם עשית סיור קצת בקיבוצים והסתובבת.
Do you think people like this can be rehabbed? Let me give you an answer. The average American today that says blacks are more predisposed to violence and that's why the police has to actively fucking harm them and actively fucking patrol their neighborhoods. What do you think that person's identity looked like and their opinions looked like about black people in the antebellum South during chattel slavery? My point is, throughout time, when peace happens, many people are basically forced to concede. Just like there are plenty of people who were most likely very homophobic, but in the aftermath of the legalization of gay marriage, they were forced to concede. That's how it works. They just basically they learn to not have the most extreme point of view. They have the most extreme point of view that is permissible, rather. People that we call racists at the time during segregation in the Jim Crow South were actively championing segregation. Now they can't do that. There is a degree of reactionary sentiment, right? Like the settlers would be the Klan equivalent here. You know, the people that just like refuse to give up and will probably do domestic terrorism if one day the apartheid is dissolved and there's a singular state. And they would have to be dealt with through the criminal justice system. But yes, a lot of the people that say things like this right now would most likely have to suppress these sorts of opinions slowly but surely throughout time. That's how it works.
גם שם יכולת לראות את כמות ההרס והבניינים ההרוסים והאנשים השרופים, ואפילו תעבור כאן, תסתכל על המדבקות. כל אחד פה עומד מאחוריו אדם שמאחוריו עומדת משפחה, כמו שזה לא מפריע להם שהמדבקות האלה, גם לי זה לא אמור להפריע שיש שם בניינים שרופים.
It hurts me to see the people from Israel suffering, to see the people from Gaza suffering. Like there is this level of living and this level of surviving, and I feel like we're stuck in the survivor mode here in Israel and Gaza.
If you could communicate with someone on the other side.
That's the most woke Israeli, but it's just so funny because it's like, what are you doing? Like, what suffering have you experienced? You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Like especially in comparison to the fucking horrifying disasters unfolding within eyeshot, like right behind you.
A 26, 27-year-old woman living on the other side of Palestinian in Gaza. What would you want to communicate to her?
I would just like to sit with her and speak a normal conversation about daily things, about the way she feels, about the way I feel. We have so many things we can relate, I'm sure, but the wall is like, it's too high.
Throughout 18 months of war in Gaza, this is as close as we can get to reporting on it. If it weren't for Palestinian journalists inside Gaza, the world would be completely in the dark about what's happening just a kilometer or two away. One of those journalists is Malak Tantish, just 19 years old. She's Jesus Christ. My God, that's a massive explosion. That has to be an airstrike. There's just a huge plume of smoke off in the distance. No matter how many times you hear the loud boom of an explosion, you never really get used to it. And I've been doing this job for about 20 years now, and I can't think of another war or conflict like Israel's war in Gaza that has been this impossible.
I'm sorry, but Israeli people saying, oh, we're suffering is like me saying I'm suffering, okay? I live in the United States of America. What kind of suffering have I experienced? What kind of suffering have you experienced when we're talking about the fucking genocide that is unfolding? Okay? You do say that. Shut the fuck up. The thing that I say always is that the suppression or the political persecution or the constant attempts at deplatforming, constant attempts of even like fucking jailing or whatever, like that in and of itself is nothing in comparison to the violence that Palestinians are subjected to on a daily fucking basis. So in spite of all of that, it's not the easiest thing to do. Advocating for Palestinians is not the easiest thing to do. We all know that, right? But all of that is the easiest cause for someone like myself and for many others. You know? It's nothing. It pales in comparison. Of course, if you compare it to those who stay quiet, obviously, yeah, sure. Look at this terrorist. Yep. Good one, Chatter. Right on the dot. Let's be charitable. Maybe he was talking about the Israeli soldiers that we were seeing on screen earlier.
Foreign journalists to be able to access and report on. Malak, hi, how are you? We're hearing on this side the sound of gunfire and loud explosions all day long. Can you hear it where you are in Gaza as well?
بسمع كتير انفجارات وطاح يعني اشتباكات يعني اعتقد انه من الدبابات يعني او يعني اطلاق رصاص من
Nah, just speaking facts. Dude sympathizes with terrorism. Chatter. Why is it that everyone that comes in here to be like, you're a terrorist, can never use proper grammar? It's like, it's alarming how horny they get to just be like, dude, you sympathize terrorism. You sympathize with terrorism, dude. Don't worry, Chatter. I do not support Israel, okay? I do not sympathize with terrorists or terrorism. How are you 33 years old? That's so embarrassing, brother. I sympathize with people who are victims of terrorism, okay? So what does my age have to do with my opinion? It's embarrassing that you're 33 fucking years old and you're this stupid. A remarkable failure of American educational policy. Okay? That's what's so sad. You sound like a fucking, you sound and operate like you're stuck, perma-stuck at the age of 12. That's a pretty fucking ignorant statement. No, the ignorance is watching the abhorrent violence that Palestinians are subjected to and then assuming that the guy who's communicating their humanity is actually sympathizing with terrorism. That's what's stupid. That's the ignorance here. Lemo, yeah, I'm stupid because I voiced an opinion. Dog, the opinion that you voiced is that I'm a terrorist. What happened to Americans where they thought that they could just be like, I was just saying an opinion, dude. Yeah, your opinion was stupid, and you should know that your opinion is stupid. Okay? That is a stupid opinion to hold. Still an opinion, like how do you not think there's not an opinion? Like, how do you think there's not an opinion? Yes, you have an opinion. It's a stupid one. The fact that you're so outraged is hilarious to me. Do I come across as outraged? I'm not the one who's fucking losing their minds in the chat. Do I look outraged to you, Chatter? Or is this your maximalist copium position? To be like, oh, I outraged you by calling you a terrorist. Okay, I'm voicing my opinion on your stupid opinion, which is that it is stupid. Why are you so ass hurt? Why are you so ass mad? Why are you so bent out of shape? You're clearly so bent out of shape that you have lost the capacity to even see what is in front of you, where you're fantasizing about me being fucking angry. There was a wave of dumb millennial opinion defense post 9/11 where some smooth brain ideas, all opinions are equally valid, but even in 2007, everyone with brain function knew that was not incoherent thought. Yeah. That guy's coming after you for your opinion, but apparently your opinion is terrorism. Yep. Soy right crashing out? Yeah. Soy right, baby. In full display. Oh, you're against America. You're a terrorist. You're not with us. I do love the notion that people come in here and think like this is gonna be the first time I've encountered this. You know? Like when someone goes, "You're a terrorist." Okay, get in line.
Malak Tantish had just started studying to be a physiotherapist when the war began. After her university was destroyed, she began documenting the attacks happening all around her, with the support of her father, Amjad, who's also a journalist.
هذا هو بلان بيتنا. طبعا زي ما تشوفين يعني ما نزداد ندخل او يعني نطلع اي شيء من جوا البيت. بس يعني زي ما شايفين شجرة الرمان اللي ست زرعت هذه ستها موجودة. يعني فيها حياة الحمد لله.
Malak lives with her family in a makeshift camp close to their destroyed home. Since we can't get into Gaza, we asked her sister, Anas, only 18 years old, to film for us.
Help us understand, those of us outside of Gaza, just what it's like for you and your family being there now at this time.
كل لحظة بنعيشها بتوتر، يعني أنا مثلا الآن بحكي معك مش عارفة إيش رح يصير معي بعد 5 دقايق. ممكن يعني في أي لحظة أو في أي ثانية تنقلب حياتنا، الوضع شوي يعني متوتر. قد ما أحكي وقد ما أصف فيه يعني ما رح أقدر أصل للإشي اللي إحنا يعني ما رح أقدر أصف الإشي اللي إحنا عن جد عايشينه. الأكل اليوم الطحين صار سعره تقريبا 500 شيكل. فبدأ الأسعار بدأت ترتفع، المي صار تتوفر وإذا كانت يعني مش نظيفة بالمرة.
What about the people around?
Please plug PBS. Please give us a PBS ad. Plug your sponsors. You're sponsored by Qatar. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your $6 a month. CNN just released an article. Hassan Piker revealed to be one of Jeffrey Epstein's top clients in his underground sex trafficking ring. Good one, dude. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the nation of Qatar. Yes. As I've said before, given my age being 33, I would, if I was mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files, I would be a victim, dog. Why so many weirdos today? It's actually way less weirdos than in general today. Open presents. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Planty Andy, thank you for the 25 gifted. Is socialism or barbarism? Thank you for the 5 gifted. And Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted. Hassan on me, thank you for the 50 gifted. Holy moly. Wait, 250 bombs. 100.
You, the people you're talking to, what are they saying?
هذه الفترة الناس كتير خايفة بالأخص يعني إنها فترة يعني الجيش كتير قريب يعني فممكن في أي لحظة إنه يدخل.
You're scared the army is going to enter Beit Lahia?
Yeah, at any second.
Israel has killed nearly 60,000 Palestinians in Gaza since the war began, including
everyone's ranker. Thank you for the 10
while he was searching for supplies near his home earlier this year. Journalists here also face immense risk. More than 200 have been killed by Israeli strikes, making it the deadliest conflict on record for the press.
Hassan PBS, thank you for the 50 gifted.
صار عندي كتير أفكار يعني أنا صرت أفكر كتير يعني ممكن إني أطلع كنت مهمة يتم خصفي من الخيمة أرجع أشوف يعني مشاهد لأمي أو أخواتي هم يعني قطعت أشلاء. كتير يعني كتير بفكر بهذه الأشياء يعني هذا عن جد كتير
كثير مأثر على نفسيتي أو يعني على دافعتي.
يجب أن تستمري مهما.
Dude, every episode that these guys have done literally is literally like going up to Israelis, and the Israelis being like, we have to eradicate the vermin and make this a pure nation again. And then they flip it over to the Palestinians and they're like, we just want to live. We're getting fucking slaughtered. Every one of my family, every single person in my family has been executed by the Israeli state. Like, if you can't recognize, if you cannot understand what the fuck is going on here, porn acting, I hope that one day justice will be served and you will experience a fraction of the pain that these people are experiencing every day. Just a fraction. Even a little taste of it is enough for you to recognize how horrible that is.
عملك كصحفية مش جريمة. البلد محتاج الكفاءات من أمثالك يا ملك. في ظلم كبير هان بصير. شعب يقتل، شعب يجوع، وبلد تدمر. فلا بد من وجود كفاءات من أمثالك إنهم يوصلوا صوتنا لكل العالم، صوت الناس المقصورة.
The people you speak to when you go and you do your reporting, or the people you're living with, your family, do they have hope?
الناس ما عندها طاقة. بالأخص لما صارت وقف إطلاق النار في الفترة الأخيرة، وبعديها بعد كم شهر، يعني بعد شهر على طول رجعت حرب ثانية. الناس طاقتهم خلصت. فيعني بعد ما صار هيك يعني خلص ما عاد إنه يتأملوا.
Is there something else that you want to tell us about the situation in Gaza? Something for the world to know about what's happening and what people there want to happen?
احنا بدنا العالم يعرف انه احنا خلص يعني ما بدنا حرب. وقفوا هالشيء. احنا تعبنا، ما في اكل، ما في ميه، عايشين بخيام مشردين من غير بيوت. في اي لحظه ممكن نموت. العالم يصحى ويقف معنا. انه وقفوا الحرب، خلص بكفي، ما بدنا حرب، احنا تعبنا.
I don't want to keep you on the phone. I want you to go be safe with your family right now. And I hope we can continue this conversation another time. Just please be safe, and we're going to talk more soon, okay?
I will, okay. You too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, todo. طيب، شكرا لك كثير. باي باي.
Systematic destruction of every neighborhood with a reservist on the front line in the northern strip. That's on fucking channel 13 in Israel. That's what's playing.
For Malak and more than 2 million others in Gaza, the hope is simple. An end to the war and access to food, medicine, and clean water. Other Palestinians we met while making this series told us they want equal rights and an end to occupation. The Israelis we spoke to said they want to feel safe and to see the hostages returned.
That's not what they not what they
Palestinian is gone from this land altogether. What struck me most after traveling up and down the Green Line is that few on either side still believe a two-state solution is possible, if it ever truly was. Which leaves us with a pressing question. What is the way forward?
It is interesting, though, the Israeli safety and security concerns being hailed as the necessity for all this death and destruction is important to understand here. It plays an incredibly important part of this propaganda. It's no different than, I mean, in this instance, obviously it's a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign. It's a genocide. But in America, even speaking out against this is oftentimes matched with the safety and security concerns of these hypothetical Jewish people, okay? The idea that, like, oh, if you speak out against the genocide that Israel is engaging in, like, you're making Jews feel less safe. Which is, again, ridiculous because it's not the fucking, it's not the truth, right? Like people feeling uncomfortable because of their own personal association with Israel does not mean we can't speak about the atrocities that Israel's engaging in. European Commission's coordinator on combating anti-Semitism warned against new forms of anti-Semitism, which she described as ambient anti-Semitism, i.e. creating an atmosphere in which Jews feel uncomfortable, even in European institutions, noting, for instance, the bake sales for Gaza. Saying that making a bake sale, like children going out and doing a bake sale for Gazans, for people living in Gaza that are victim to genocide, is considered a microaggression that is making Jews feel uncomfortable. Adam Johnson says, some people feeling uncomfortable is not per se evidence of discrimination. Half of white America seethes with rage at interracial couples in Xfinity commercials. I'm pretty sure there needs to be, in addition to standpoint claims, some type of objective intellectual framework. If bake sales for Gaza make you uncomfortable, then you're either extremely racist or suffering from malignant narcissism. Either way, this ought to be your problem, not society's. It's that simple. The idea that speaking out against Israel's atrocious behavior, Israel's genocide, is making some Jews feel uncomfortable is such a fucking insane argument, because it unironically presents all Jews as a monolithic force that is unimaginably racist. It is not the truth. Okay? And if you feel uncomfortable about this kind of stuff, that's your fucking problem. That's something you gotta take up in your own mind. That's something that you have to shut the fuck up about and at least like demonstrate the seriousness as an adult to go back to the drawing board and think, why do I associate myself with this state that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign? Why am I associating myself and my identity with this ideology that is unfolded in a genocide? It's ridiculous. How are you going to make it everybody else's problem? What a fucking psychotic and selfish way to approach this.
President Trump has announced a...
It's just pure racism. That's the other side of this. And many people are also just as racist, so they don't even see this, okay? They don't even recognize this. Like, that's what's so nutty about it. That's what's so insane about it. You're saying, I'm uncomfortable when I see people talk about the humanity of Palestinians. Okay, you're an insanely sociopathic racist person. You should be shunned from civilized society. You shouldn't have the fucking freedom and liberty and the comfort to be able to say that you're just like an insanely racist person. It's fucking crazy. What do you mean? Yeah, plenty of people feel uncomfortable about a bunch of shit. Okay? And when they literally fucking take action, we call them what they are. Racist pieces of shit. Plenty of fucking white people are uncomfortable about gay people existing. Plenty of white people are uncomfortable about, again, as Adam Johnson correctly pointed out, interracial marriages. Do we hold out their concern as a serious one? Or do we just look at that and go, okay, dude, yeah, deal with that on your own, I guess? It's fucking insane. Oh, you're uncomfortable about Black Lives Matter protests? Well, sucks to suck. Bad analogy, we pander now? No, I never do, and I don't give a fuck. I never have, and I never will.
Dramatic shift in his policy.
Anyway, let's move on to another fucking spectacular failure from Donald Trump. Yeah, if you tell people that charity bake sales are anti-Semitism, you're pushing them towards the conclusion that anti-Semitism is fine. Yeah. still in shock that the European Commission's Authority on Anti-Semitism said raising money for starving children in Gaza is anti-Semitic. She specifically targets bake sales organized by EU staff for the Irish Red Cross. That's it. That's the reality that a lot of people don't want to associate with. Like, if you keep saying the things that we can all see that Israel is doing is actually blood libel, then people are going to be like, okay, well, then I guess all the times where people have said something is blood libel is also fucking real. Why would you not read the fucking room? Why would you not recognize that people have already seen the truth? At that point, cat's out of the bag, toothpaste out of the tube. You can't put it back in. You can't just be like, oh, this is anti-Semitic. All you're doing is teaching people that anti-Semitism is a good thing then, because you're associating it with things that they can fucking see. It's psychotic. I suspect that the reason for why a lot of these advocacy groups engage in this kind of insane defense mechanism is because, one, they've gotten away with it for so many years, and two, they're just so echo chambered that they don't even realize what like the average person thinks. They don't understand that like most people have a fuck Israel stance, okay? This is the normal, correct, moral position to start off as. So when you keep cynically positioning Israel as a Jewish project and associate falsely Israel's actions with all Jews, and it's especially crazy if you yourself are Jewish and you actively go out and say, oh, I'm Jewish, I love what Israel's doing it for me. I don't understand what the fuck you're doing. Okay? I don't understand what the fuck you are doing. Like, do you not recognize? It's like... I randomly saw the Mandy Patinkin interview posted on the Destiny sub and they were praising it, but at the same time people were appalled at him attributing the rise of anti-Semitism to actions of Israel. They were brain broken by a prominent Jewish actor saying what you've been saying for 20 months. No, because they also are forcibly coming to terms, okay? They're forcibly, everyone inevitably will. It's that simple. There's only so much genocide you can defend until the dam is broken and everybody comes to that recognition. And then you're kind of seen as like a fucking psychotic weirdo. That's it. They spent the last 20 months coming after me aggressively. They built literal websites. They actively lied to as many advertisers and as many people in positions of power as they possibly could to try to get me fucking deplatformed because of a position that they now openly also agree with. And it didn't work, and they lost their minds in the fucking process. They still hold that resentment, and they will continue to hold that resentment, but who gives a fuck? Stay mad. Yeah, breaking news, by the way. ADL's back in business, baby. Columbia University adopts controversial IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, initiates programming and training partnerships with the Anti-Defamation League, an organization that has repeatedly smeared pro-Palestine protesters. Good stuff, dude. A lot of people, after spending all of their time and all of their efforts defending Israel's genocide, and talking about how Palestinians deserved it, will slowly but surely either quietly move away from covering that issue at all, or will act like they never actually did that. That's obviously a little bit different than people who were otherwise silent or have genuinely had an attitude change. Fuck those people. Okay? God, Colombia sucks so bad. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there. What does it tell you?
What? These people got way too comfortable, bro. That's crazy. We've officially arrived at that stage where I guess you can just be comfortable calling yourself a Nazi. I'll be, guys, some of you are saying the most prominent institution that is supposed to combat anti-Semitism is nowhere to be found on this, but many of you fail to consider that they're working on a much more important mission, which is to expel every single Jewish, non-Jewish Columbia student that maintains the majority position that Israel is committing a genocide. Okay? You have to understand that's a far more important mission for them. So they're too busy. Their hands are tied. J Street is declining to back the Anti-Defamation League in its battle with the nation's largest teachers union. By the way, the National Education Association saying the Jewish Civil Rights Group is no longer a reliable arbiter of anti-Semitism. Adam Fox, another reason why J Street doesn't represent mainstream American Judaism. Unironically, they're trying to save American Judaism by doing this. They're actively trying to be like, listen, dude, what the fuck? Guys, stop. The Holocaust happened not that long ago, okay? Like this whole, a lot of people have just like adopted this this notion that like America was, you know, you heard one too many Republicans say America is a nation founded on Judeo-Christian values, and you seemingly believed it. Not that long ago, they were literally turning boats filled with Jewish refugees and sending them back to fucking Nazi Germany. Like, this is crazy.
Ukraine. He's now giving Russia 7 weeks to stop the fighting or face new economic sanctions. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with the latest on this. Ed, good morning to you. It sounds like the president has had it with Mr. Putin.
Yeah, except Russia has rejected Trump's demand for a Ukraine war ceasefire in 50 days as unacceptable. So where do we go from here? You know?
Sure does, Gail. Good to see you. The countdown is on with President Trump now saying Vladimir Putin has less than 50 days to make peace or face not only a
Wait, oops. My Windows have the reset.
fortified Ukraine, but also fresh economic penalties from the U.S. that could hurt the few countries left that do business with Russia.
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia.
President Trump picking sides, saying the U.S. will once again provide firepower to Ukraine. But instead of directly delivering new weapons, including Patriot air defense systems, the U.S. will take part in the assembly, and NATO will buy them for Ukraine.
We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it, and they're going to be paying for it.
I'm starting to believe that this guy Trump doesn't have all the cards. Me too, man. I feel like he's maybe he doesn't hold the cards, you know? Seems like maybe he wasn't the card carrier as well.
Sitting alongside NATO's Secretary General in the same spot where he famously clashed with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
You don't have the cards right now.
Trump says his anger is now directed at Russian President Vladimir Putin.
My conversations with him are always very pleasant. They say he's not really.
What's crazy is he still maintains this idea that he's like him and Pootie Poo are like this. I just don't get it. I don't like what. It makes no sense. Like why does he still act like Putin is having very pleasant conversations? Like, dog, he's having those conversations with you to manipulate you. Like, when will he understand?
Lovely conversation, and then the missiles go off that night.
So Trump says if Putin doesn't cut a peace deal with Zelensky in the next 50 days, he'll impose 100% tariffs on countries that buy oil and gas from Russia. Customers include China and Brazil, already set to face.
Trump said today, this is not true. Volodymyr, can you hit Moscow? Can you hit St. Petersburg too? Trump asked on the call, according to the people. They said Zelensky replied, absolutely, we can if you give us the weapons, Mr. President. Caroline Leavitt said it's true, but he was just asking about the capabilities. Mr. President, we will strike St. Petersburg.
Stiff new sanctions from Trump starting next month. In Ukraine, this has been the deadliest month for civilians in 3 years after relentless Russian attacks. Zelensky met Monday with Special U.S. Envoy Keith Kellogg and later spoke with Trump.
President Trump.
In his night.
Someone said, why do you give him that voice? Dog, that's literally what he sounds like. I'm glad he just, as soon as you asked that question, he spoke. Here.
He addressed Keith Kellogg and later spoke with Trump.
President Trump.
In his nightly address, he thanked the U.S., Germany, and Norway for making plans to deliver new weapons systems and said his country remains committed to making peace. Overnight, the former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev responded to Trump's plans, calling them a theatrical ultimatum to the Kremlin, and that Russia didn't care. And in an interview the BBC published overnight, Trump said he's not done with Putin, just disappointed a deal hasn't been done. Vlad?
All right, Ed, thank you very much.
We brought our star along here. We're going to Pittsburgh. We're going to be touting about, actually, it's going to be numbers like nobody's ever heard before. It's mostly to do with AI. We have tremendous investments being made, literally trillions of dollars of investments being made in our country on AI, artificial intelligence. I don't know if the word artificial is a good word, but that's the word. That's what they've chosen. So I think we're going to have a very successful trip. We had a good call with the Texas congressman this morning, as you probably heard, and that went very well. And you have any questions? Yeah.
Mr. President, your reaction to the latest numbers from the Labor Department saying that inflation rose slightly last month.
Very slight. Essentially, they were exactly as anticipated. Very low inflation. So what you should do is lower the rate. The Fed should lower the rate immediately.
Is it because of tariffs?
We had a big win with the Supreme Court on the Department of Education. We want, as you know, we want to bring education back to the states, take the federal government out of it, a little tiny bit of supervision, but very little, almost nothing, like to make sure they speak English. That's about all we need. But
what would you tell a student who might be in a struggling failing school right now? What would you tell them?
Well, we have school choice, and we're getting school choice approved all over the country. We just got it done in Texas, and school choice is the answer. Yes.
Given Russia 50 days, what happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
Should Zelensky get more aggressive?
Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on, and other sanctions go on.
Should Zelensky target Moscow? Should Zelensky target Moscow, sir? Should Zelensky target Moscow or deeper into Russia?
No, he shouldn't target Moscow.
Is that why you gave him more weapons, though?
No, we're not looking to do that.
Mr. President, why are you giving Mr. Putin 50 additional days not to do this war against?
Oh, I don't think 50 days is very long, and it could be sooner than that. I don't think 50 days is very long. You should have asked that same question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? You should ask that question. Yeah, and what did he tell you? Why did he get us into this war? You know why he got us in? Because he's a dummy, that's why. And you don't cover it right. But you should be asking that question to Biden. Why did he get us into this war? Because he's incompetent. It would have never happened if I were president.
Got him. Still mad about Biden. Bro, at what point does it turn into your war? Because, like, you know, you have been president since January 20th. At what point is it your issue? Like, at what point do you take responsibility over, you know, because you're the president right now. It's kind of interesting. He always says it would never happen if he were president, yet he never explains how. How exactly would it have never happened? Oh, he does. He says, Ukraine was the apple of his eye. Vladimir Putin, he told me, we had many beautiful conversations by the fireside after having a night of many sexual incursions. And we lay in bed and he brushes his fingers against my beautiful golden hair and he says to me, Ukraine is the apple of my eye. And I would tell him, don't even think about it, Vladimir. I would tell him, Vladimir, stop. And he would say to me, you're right, Mr. President. Bro, good. What an incredible way to fucking... Wired came out with a new article. I don't know how to fucking click on these links, man. Chatter, you sent too many links. The tariffs are working. Hold up. The tariff-driven inflation that economists feared begins to emerge. La boo-boos. The children, they don't get the la boo-boos. The children will not have la boo-boos.
So we made a deal with Indonesia. I spoke to their really great president, very popular, very strong, smart. And we made the deal. We have full access to Indonesia, everything. As you know, Indonesia is very strong on copper. But we have full access to everything. We will pay no tariffs. So they are giving us access into Indonesia, which we never had. That's probably the biggest part of the deal. And the other part is they are going to pay 19%, and we are going to pay nothing. I think it's a good deal for both parties. But we will have full access into Indonesia. And we have a couple of those deals that are going to be announced. India basically is working along that same line. We're going to have access into India. And you have to understand, we had no access into any of these countries. Our people couldn't go in. And now we're getting access because of what we're doing with the tariffs. So they're paying 19%, and we are not paying anything. and they're going to give us full access into Indonesia. Now, Indonesia has some great product, and they also have some very valuable earths and various other materials. One of the things, as you know, they're known for is
this guy knows earth materials, okay? He knows his earthly materials. Raw earth. They're calling it raw earth. Very valuable. Raw earth.
very high quality copper, which we'll be using.
Mr. President, Texas, sir.
Do you believe your tariffs might have led for inflation to increase last month? Do you think they had any role?
Well, we had very little inflation. I don't know. Who do you work for?
Yeah, inflation picks up again in June, rising at 2.7 annual rate. Consumer price index, a broad-based measure of goods and services costs, increased 0.3 in the month, putting the 12-month inflation rate at 2.7 in line with expectations. While there is evidence in June, the evidence in June was mixed on how much influence tariffs had over the prices, there were signs that the duties are having an impact. Apparel and home furnishing prices rose, though vehicle prices fell. President Donald Trump used the report to initiate another call to the Fed to lower interest rates. I mean, this is normal for the record. Like, I don't think this is like the alarm bells that were expected. Partially because Trump has gone back and forth on the tariffs. So it's not like he's done the maximum tariffs thing, that the maximum tariffs regime that he said he was going to do initially.
What?
USA Today.
Oh, well, they wrote me a beautiful article the other day, so I can't get angry at you. USA Today just wrote a very good article about me. What's that all about? So I can't get angry at you.
On Texas, sir.
No, there was very little inflation, as you know. The numbers were very good, very much inside the margin. So we've had no inflation. All we have is we're making a fortune. We are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. You saw we had a surplus of $25 billion last month, which we haven't had in many, many years.
Mr. President, sir, on Texas.
Mr. President. We are doing it because I'm able to do it. Nobody else would be able to do it. We have tariffs going on because we want tariffs and we want the money coming into the United States. But more important than the money, there's two aspects of tariff. There's the money, which comes in. The other aspect is that rather than paying the tariffs, the country or the company will build in the United States, make their product in the United States, and that creates jobs. And I would say of the two, probably the more important to me is that, yeah.
Sir, on Texas.
Are you on Ukraine's side now?
No, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on no. Why? You know who the side?
I'm on nobody's side.
I'm on humanity's side. I want to stop.
Got him.
Stop the killing of thousands of people a week. I want to stop the killing. I want the killing to stop in the Ukraine-Russia war. That's the side I'm on.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job, and I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also, but I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important, and you want credible evidence for something like that, and I think the Attorney General's handled it very well.
How many more
The Attorney General agreed to on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General agreed to
on what? On the
DOJ and FBI.
On what? On what subject?
Epstein. On Epstein. Of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very, very quick briefing.
Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama,
Yeah, they put Hillary Clinton in there, they put Jeffrey Epstein, they put Bill Clinton in there. They obviously are crazy. They're crazy. That's why they put so many liberals in there. But they also put me in there, and I don't like it. They did it. Oh, they did it to trick me.
Made up by the Biden,
Biden. Oh, the Brandonization, baby. Ah, gotta run it again. Hold on.
And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've got...
Yeah, now the Epstein hoax. It's like, bro, you're the one who did the Epstein hoax then. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. It was the Obama Biden administration that made the documents, and then they never released it because they're tricky. They're tricky. They're so tricky. Jim Comey. What's going on? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Bro, there is some weird ass bullshit taking place today. I don't know what the fuck is going on, chat. My OBS just like randomly disconnects and then reconnects. I have no idea what the fuck's happening. It's like, I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's been... Like, I can't tell if there's like... The point is, when people go, oh, dude, you're hacked or whatever, if I was, then they would just make it impossible for me to stream. You know what I mean? They would just like shut off everything. Anyway, I'm getting a new PC already. I have it in the works. Everything. I'm gonna fix everything. And we're swapping to AMD back from Intel because the Intel CPUs are fucking busted. So I'm gonna do a fucking reset on everything. And we got a technician coming in as well. So fear not.
Through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw?
5.
And then what if California, New York, Illinois, and other blue states?
Yeah, well, that's okay too, but 5. I think we get 5. And there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one, and
so
that'll be 5.
Are you calling in for a complete redrawing of the congressional map?
No, just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats. But we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
What's your tariff rate for the EU?
Well, when he was in my office, I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell is too late. He's way late. Interest rates should be coming down. We have a very, very successful country. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, and we don't. Jerome Powell has done a terrible job, and frankly, I don't think he could do a worse job. He's called everything wrong. So they had a report come out the other day, 71 different economists, and me. You know who was right? Me.
Mr. President.
Did you know that? I was right. You must be kidding. You must be kidding.
Mr. President, what are your thoughts on Andrew Cuomo?
You had to waste a question like that. No, we are talking to the EU, and we're making progress. But look, you know, we already have a deal with the EU. It's called the letter that was sent out. I think it was 30%. That's the EU. But we, at the same time, we are talking to
Andrew
No, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, your reaction to Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race. Andrew Cuomo staying in the New York City mayor's race.
I think he should stay. I think he has a shot.
Would you prefer him over...
Well, I don't want to say. You know, I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat or an independent.
Oh, my God. They're so scared of Zoran that he's like... He is recognizing that him boosting Cuomo would only hurt Cuomo's chances in the New York mayoral race. So he's just like, I don't want to say it too much. I don't want to say it too much. Believe it, won't say it.
No, I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's, you know, he's running against the communists. I would think that he would have a good shot of winning.
Tell us about your trip to Scotland, sir. What are you going to do on your trip to Scotland?
We're going to be meeting with the British Prime Minister, very respected, and we are going to have a meeting with him probably in Aberdeen, and we're going to do a lot of different things, and we're going to also refine the trade deal that we've made. So we'll be meeting mostly with the, at probably one of my properties, or maybe not, depending on what happens, but we'll be in Aberdeen in Scotland, meeting with the Prime Minister.
Mr. President, what's your preferred?
Well, I don't know how they can retaliate. You know, they've made a lot of money. They've treated us very badly, but now they're treating us very nicely. And I think we'll end up, I think everybody's going to be happy with the EU.
What's your preferred target? Mr. President.
Is there any plans to meet with Pope Leo in the near future, sir?
Not a plan. I would do it. I have a lot of respect. I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. I like the Pope's brother, and I think I'd like the Pope. But the Pope's brother lives in Florida. I met him, and he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump, and I like him.
Mr. President, what's the latest on Iran?
How about you?
Iran.
Well, we're going to see what happens with President Putin. So far, I've been very disappointed with President Putin. I've solved a lot of wars in the last 3 months, but I haven't gotten this one yet. This is a Biden war. It's not a Trump war. I'm here to try and get us out of that mess.
Mr. President.
Any messages for what? Yeah, go ahead. Do I have a what? For the people of Brazil. Are you from Brazil?
Oh my God. Someone in the chat said, can you please increase the helicopter noises? And right on cue, the helicopter noises did increase, which is crazy.
He's going to trial now, right? When is that trial starting? When is the trial for Bolsonaro starting? When is it? How is it going? But they haven't found him guilty, have they? But have they found him guilty? No.
Bro, he loves Bolsonaro. I will save you. Jair. I will save you. I will save you, my pretty Jair.
President Bolsonaro is a good man. I've gotten to know a lot of prime ministers and presidents and kings and queens. And I know him, and I'm pretty good at this. President Bolsonaro is not a dishonest man. He loves the people of Brazil. He fought hard for the people of Brazil. He negotiated trade deals against me for the people of Brazil, and he was very tough. And he was tough because he wanted to do a good deal for his country. He was not a dishonest man. And I believe it's a witch hunt, and it shouldn't be happening. And it's not that I know him that, look, he's not like a friend of mine. He's somebody that I know. And I know him as a representative of millions of people, Brazilians. They're great people. And he loves the country, and he fought hard for those people, and they want to put...
U.S. also already has a trade surplus with Brazil, so congratulations.
...them in jail, and I think that's a witch hunt, and I think it's very unfortunate. And nobody's happy with what Brazil is doing, because Bolsonaro...
Nobody's happy. Everybody loves Bolsonaro. Nurses and hospital staff all around the world reeling from the impact. They say, no, do not put Bolsonaro in prison. Do not do it. Everybody loves when he visits frequently. We want him to be in our hospitals, not the prison hospital.
Was a respected president. Very respected. Mr. President.
We want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He is a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens. But Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
And tomorrow morning here in Washington, AOC and Coach for breakfast.
Adam Schiff, I believe.
I'd love to be. I'd really love to go. I mean, I look forward to meeting them both. I know them both very well through what I read and through what I see. Look, he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see. And I don't think that race is over yet either. You do have a couple of people running against, and it'll be an interesting thing. Things are coming out about him which aren't good. And, you know, AOC, look, I think she's very nice, but she's very low IQ. And we really don't need low IQ. Between her and Crockett, we're going to give them both an IQ test to see who comes out best. Now, I took my test. I took a real test.
You didn't take an IQ test. Oh. I took my test. It showed I have the best IQ. Believe me.
At Walter Reed Medical Center, and I aced it. I got every one of all those questions right. Now it's time for them to take a test. Anyway, have a good time. I like Dan Bongino, yeah.
He aced his test, dude.
CNN's Elena Treen is in Pittsburgh, where President Trump is also set to speak here in a few minutes. Elena.
Holy Toledo. We got Epstein releases, or a lack of release, and it's frustrating the Republicans. Which, by the way, I had some information on that. I don't know where it is, but there was a poll that was conducted that showed that like 80% of Democrats are not happy. And I think it's like 70% of 70% of independents are not happy with the Epstein lack of release. And 50% of Republicans are also not happy with the lack of Epstein release, which is crazy. I know some will say, oh, you're so, like, Republicans are so cucked. But the fact that Donald Trump has actively been defending a thing, okay, and that 50% are unhappy with that thing that Donald Trump is defending is crazy.
What were you learning about how the White House is handling the fallout here?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's very clear from our reporting, our conversations with White House officials, Trump administration officials, that he wants specifically...
Yeah, look. Where is it? Yeah, we got the Thomas Massey thing as well, but look at this, brother. Do you think the government is covering up evidence it has about Epstein? Yes, 67%. No, 8%. Okay. And on that poll, wait, hold on. Here's a poll on it as well. Are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the amount of info the federal government has released about the Epstein case? 50% say dissatisfied, 29% say doesn't matter, 3% say satisfied, 17% say unsure. Now, this poll that was also conducted on this YouGov poll, a separate poll that was conducted on whether or not the government is covering up evidence it has about Epstein, had a 67% yes, 8% no. Yes among the Democrats was at 82%. Among independents, it was 69%. Among Republicans, it was 50%. That is a crazy high percentage for Republicans, who are a cult. Think about how ginormous a percentage of Republicans are saying that they actively think the government is covering up evidence about Epstein. That is crazy. Okay? That's crazy, especially after their God King, the servant of the white nationalists in America, Donald Trump, the cult leader, said, stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. No one cares about this. You do not care about this. Usually when he does that, I mean, the Republicans that said, I don't want to bomb Iran, very quickly after Trump bombed Iran, were like, oh, it's actually good now. It's like the NPC chip meme, you know? New chip gets put into the brains of the NPCs to say like, oh, bombing Iran is good now. And then they just start repeating it. In this circumstance, clearly not enough Republicans are on board.
This story, or people to move on from this story. He's trying to get his base to let this go away, and he's directing some of his team behind closed doors to do what they can to help it die down. That's why we actually saw the president directly making calls this weekend. We know he reached out to Charlie Kirk, a fierce supporter of his, the head of the Turning Point USA, and they held a summit this weekend. He had tried to, convince him to, knock off with the criticism, tamp down some of the criticism of the handling of this Epstein case, and we actually saw Kirk yesterday say that for now he is not going to comment further on all of this. And we also know that the vice president, J.D. Vance, he was trying to play peacemaker with people within the administration where there's been infighting on this between the FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. He also called Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, and Attorney General Pam Bondi were reporting. But just to add to some of what we heard from the president right there, he's been very full-throated in his defense of Bondi repeatedly now in the last several days. But he also argued that he believes that if she believes that they can put out some more of these files and have them do it in a credible way, that she should. But then he also
Okay, we're back. Hello, can you hear me? I'm back. I don't know what happened. I got kicked off again. what the fuck's happening. That was weird. It just like randomly goes, it just randomly, it will randomly stop streaming. Like OBS will go 0. And it's like not immediate. It's weird. Where I will lose my stream key. Where it'll say like, oh, you don't have a stream key. And I don't know what it is. I don't know.
His political opponents saying they made up some of this idea that there was a file list or a client list in the first place. Take a listen.
On Epstein, of the review of the files, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very, very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
So a few things to note there, and of course I want to really point out that when he references former Presidents Obama and Biden or former FBI Director James.
Bro, I swear to God, streaming right now feels like it's just like a sinking ship, and I just have to constantly plug new holes. Like there's just a new hole that's happening, and I have to plug it, and then another hole opens up, and I have to plug that one too. I don't know what the fuck is happening. It's like, yeah, I gotta keep hitting QTEs. Fucking crazy.
James Comey saying that they made up the Epstein files. I'd remind you that a lot of people in the president's base and even some people in the administration had been the ones who had really been pushing this idea that these Epstein files needed to be released, that there was more to them, that there was potential accomplices listed in them. So I just want to give you that quick fact check. But look, all to say, I think the big point on this is a story now that has been out for over a week, and the backlash we have seen from his base, from the MAGA wing of his party, has not really quieted down despite the president's efforts to get them to move on from this. And so that's why he's continuing to really have to come out here and defend the Attorney General, but it doesn't look like he's changing his tune on that just yet. Brianna.
Yeah, it does not. Elena Treen, thank you for that report. Let's go now to CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. And Harry Enton, there's a new CNN poll that's just out. How's the controversy impacting the president's support?
Yeah, I would say that the word is dissatisfied. That is how Americans feel in terms of the releases so far of the Epstein case. Take a look here, Epstein case, amount of info released. The winner here, 50% dissatisfied. Doesn't matter, 29%, not heard enough, 17%. But look at the bottom of your screen. The percentage that are satisfied is just 3%. That's 1, that's 2, that is just 3%. I feel like the count on Sesame Street, just 3% of Americans are satisfied so far with the amount of information released. The clear winner in this particular case is 50%, half of the public is dissatisfied, at least so far.
And are you seeing a big difference between how Republicans and Democrats are viewing this?
No, and that I think is kind of the interesting sort of nugget in what's going on here. You see this 50% dissatisfied, and let's break it down by party. Okay, Epstein case, amount of info released. Look at this, you get 43% of lean GOP, that's Republicans and independents who lean towards the Republican Party, who are dissatisfied. Look at this, just 4% satisfied? My goodness gracious, when you only have 4% that is with Donald Trump on a particular issue, that is ridiculously low. I've never seen anything quite like it. How about lean Democrat? 60% dissatisfied. Compare that to 3% who are satisfied. Again, 4%, 3% Republican, Democrat. You rarely ever see this type of agreement. Now, of course, there's another divide in American politics, one that has increased over the past few decades, and that is...
The American public is united on this issue, not dissimilar to how Congress is united on defending Israel. This is a beautiful moment of unification, okay? Where a beautiful moment of unity where every single person in American society broadly is like, we want to know what fucking took place. Come on, dude. I haven't seen this kind of unity since I've looked at the halls of Congress and analyzed their approach to Israel.
Whites with a college degree, whites without a college degree. But in this particular case, we see agreement. What are we talking about? This Epstein case, amount of info released, dissatisfied, 55% of white college graduates and 53% of white non-college graduates, Donald Trump's historic base, yet the majority are dissatisfied.
Really interesting numbers. Harry Enton, thank you so much. Boris?
Let's dig deeper on this with former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. Andy, thanks so much for being with us. I want to start with what you make of this rift between the current Deputy Director and the DOJ, and then by extension, the White House.
Sure, Boris. So the tension between the Deputy Director and the AG is really untenable. This is a bad thing for the FBI, bad thing for the Department of Justice, and really not the kind of thing that, in my experience, having worked for many attorneys general, never seen anything like this before, and I can't imagine any other attorney general ever tolerating an act of disrespect along the lines of what allegedly took place between Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino in the White House when they got into some trading accusations and some sort of shouting match in front of the president's chief of staff. I can't imagine that happening. DOJ and FBI frequently knock heads on it.
Son, if I made hate slop YouTube channel to pay my bills but made them purposely bad which showed full context, would you be against that? I might do it anyway, but just wondering on some shit. No, just make a fucking, not a hate slop video, YouTube channel, make a love slop YouTube video channel. Plenty of fucking positive YouTube channels have popped up that care about accuracy, historical truths and whatnot that I have highlighted and identified and promoted, and they've been fucking blowing up. You don't have to lose sight of your conscience either. Like, love doesn't play, little bro. Yes, it does. Yeah, my TikTok clippers have been doing crazy numbers. There's plenty of fucking new channels that have popped up in the process, like Overzealots, North Star, Chris Kunzler. I think you didn't see it. You didn't see the memo. Superman made woke back, okay? Brought woke back. It's super woke man time now. Kindness is punk rock. Helping others is considered punk rock now.
Issues and have different opinions about the way to handle it.
Have you even watched it? Superman? Yeah, I did. What the hell? Not only did I watch it, but I covered it as well. Was there a hidden message in Superman 2025?
Investigations, but those conversations always take place.
And annoy the fuck out of people in your subreddit? Lamau, wait, what? Why?
In the house, within the family, you never let those things spill over to the public. It's important for the leadership, for the workforce in both organizations, that they see the leadership together as one team, in which the Attorney General makes the final call on everything, period, no exceptions.
I wonder whether you think it's likely that Bongino continues in this role, because even though we just heard less than an hour ago President Trump say that he likes Dan Bongino, he's been much more effusive in his support for Attorney General Bondi. It doesn't seem like she's going anywhere.
And you know, Boris, that makes total sense, right? It's very hard to replace an Attorney General. I mean, he had a hard time getting Pam Bondi, obviously with the problems the administration had initially selecting Matt Gaetz. You don't have any of those sorts of issues replacing a deputy director, as I myself learned. A deputy director can be reassigned, can be removed. Dan Bongino, I would expect, could be convinced to resign if he's leaning that way. He said several negative things about his experience so far, said that he doesn't like the job, that sort of stuff. So I find it almost hard to believe that Dan will be able to continue in that role with all of the drama that they've put forth in the last week, on top of his already fairly negative reviews about the role. He's a guy that is going to have a hard time getting the confidence of the workforce because he's not an FBI agent. He doesn't come from the organization, and this certainly has not made that any easier for him.
Just a moment ago, you were being self-deprecating, saying that it was easy to find a replacement as Deputy FBI Director, but there was something that President Trump said this afternoon that I found interesting, and I wanted to get your thoughts on, because he suggested that in a White House briefing in which he was presented evidence regarding the Epstein files, he found whatever was in the briefing to not be credible, and he charged that James Comey, among others, had something to do with that information not being credible, insinuating perhaps that it was tampered with, that they made up these files. You took over as acting FBI director when Trump fired Comey back in May of 2017. It wasn't until summer of 2019 that Jeffrey Epstein was even arrested. So I wonder if at any point while you were serving in the Bureau, whether as deputy or as acting director, you came across any information at all related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, short answer, Boris, is none. Not in any way. And when you understand the timeline, it makes perfect sense, right? Epstein's initial investigation by local authorities and the FBI in southern Florida ended with an indictment in 2008, I believe, if I have that year correct. And that was the indictment that was mysteriously, essentially given away by then U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who then later served in Trump's first term as his Secretary of Labor. So Mr. Acosta basically washed the case away with what we call a non-prosecution agreement, in which Epstein was able to plead guilty to 2 very minor local offenses and serve a pretty relaxed form of incarceration for 18 months. There was no activity investigating.
It was unheard of for any person that was caught doing what Jeffrey Epstein was caught doing. It was unheard of. Brother, he was allowed to leave the facility. As a sex trafficker of minors, he was allowed to leave the prison and go stay at his house. That's insane. Like, that's not, like, there are obviously crimes. There are some crimes where you're allowed to do that, right? But it's crazy that he was allowed to literally leave the prison as a fucking prolific sex trafficker of minors. And the prosecutor that gave him that deal, that also shut down the subsequent FBI federal investigation that was taking place. Okay, yeah, unsupervised, yes, exactly. He is Alexander Acosta, who became Trump's labor secretary.
Activity on Epstein until 2019, as you indicated, when the Southern District of New York opened the investigation that ultimately landed him in jail and where he killed himself. So Jim Comey was not in the FBI when the early investigation was tanked by Alex Acosta, or the later one was started by Jeffrey Berman, who was the attorney, the U.S. attorney in the Southern District at the time. So that allegation is absolutely preposterous. That's standard Donald Trump, whenever he's in trouble, to start to throw rocks at Jim Comey, Barack Obama, myself, our former colleagues. We just expect that now and disregard it anytime we hear it.
Andrew McCabe, always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Boris.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'll tell you what, Kurt Metzger.
Oh, shit. Joseph Robinette Rogan. Joseph Robinette Rogan. Is he, among many others, I feel like, is jumping ship here. This video details the political grift is over by American Redact. Details how all of these podcasters that like rode the MAGA train and sucked it dry are saying, you know, enough is enough. We don't like it. Joe Woken, they're saying. Let's see what he has to say about this.
From the beginning. and especially when you found out that Comey's daughter was going to be the judge. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Wasn't she the same judge on the Ghislaine Maxwell case? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I did hear this.
Yeah. Bro, where's the videos? They were telling us that videos are going to come out, incredibly high-profile people doing horrendous things, evil things.
Stop giving this piece of shit grace. When have I done that? Maybe in like 2017. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, I forgot. Trump also has another Epstein statement that just came out, fresh off the presses, before we move on to Joe Woken. Okay?
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time.
Boring is boring. He's been dead. He's been dead for a long time. Why do you care? Stop caring. Please stop caring. I hate that you care about this thing that I obviously also talked about and said I would deliver to you.
It was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier.
Dog, okay, you know what this is like? You know what I just realized? This is like when Israel defenders will be like, oh, it's fucking blood libel to say that Israel is killing children. It only makes people go, wait a minute, but Israel is killing children. Is blood libel real? What the fuck? That's what he's doing. He's literally telling his supporters who have understandably, or not understandably, but like his supporters who think like Russiagate is a bad thing, Russiagate is fake, it's phony, that the Epstein Association is also phony, just like Russiagate. Basically, this is going to backfire because it makes it feel like people go, wait, maybe there are piss tapes. Like, what do you mean? Now I think maybe the piss tapes are real, because like they all obviously believe and are firmly committed to the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's crazy. The Democrats are doing the same thing, but there's a lot more important things to focus on. No, I would say that the Democrats are actually kind of pushing on this, surprisingly enough, which is exciting. Oh yeah, the UN, all three independent experts on the UN Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory in Israel have resigned amid a broader U.S. crackdown. They resigned because they didn't want to get fucking hit with sanctions, as Francesca Albanese has been by America. It's pretty fucked up.
People are going to go to jail.
Oops, sorry. Let's continue.
Which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say.
It's so boring. This Epstein stuff is so boring. Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this guy, he's so nervous. I've never seen him like this. I've never seen the boy this nervous to move the conversation away. It's kind of crazy. Normally he's able to just like fucking jujitsu his way out of this stuff, you know? Bob and weave, move along, nothing to see here. But this is one of those things where he's just like, why do people keep saying I'm a pedophile? I've only had sex with one child. Like, what the fuck? Please stop. It's crazy. Don't say it. Don't say it. Stop saying it. Don't say I've been blackmailed. even think that, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think that he's like implicated directly in the Epstein files in some capacity. Maybe he is, I don't know. But I think the real reason, my mom just said, please, I'm sure he is. Like, she doesn't, she's like, no. She's like, she doesn't believe it. Anyway, but for me, I think the real reason is like, I think he got the boss call from Israel. That's what I think. Because when Richie Torres came out against it, that's when I was like, maybe there's some other stuff going on here. Like I could see like the American intelligence community, or at least like sympathetic figures of Trump, being like, yeah, we can burn some of this stuff. But then Israel being like, you can't burn this. And then he's like, my bad, I was wrong. Would you like if people kept asking for information on your dead secret lover? Oh, he loves Jeffrey Epstein.
Hey, let them have it.
This is wild. And it's funny to see. Also, Ro Khanna and Representative Thomas Massie are introducing the Epstein Files Transparency Act, a bipartisan bill to require the Attorney General to release the files within 30 days. Representative Massie is working on the rule to ensure there is a vote. The public deserves to know where every member stands. This also, especially coming from Thomas Massie, this also feels a little bit like, oh, I mean, isn't this new? No, this is new. This is after the House vote took place. This is another one. Earlier this morning, the House, every Republican unanimously voted against like releasing this, but this is a new one. Wait, what is this? Jeffrey Epstein files likely destroyed Republican congressman says. Oh, that's awesome. Epstein. That's a new angle. Except that's not what Trump said. Trump said they wrote the Epstein files. So, oh, this is from July 10th. Well, Trump already destroyed this as an argument. So, CNN covering Epstein conspiracy now.
About Epstein.
Nothing about Epstein. I'm not going to talk about Epstein.
So while some right-wing media outlets are moving on, these conspiracy theories about elites abusing kids are still swirling online and on the air.
People like me will not stop talking about this. If we do not stand up for the children of this country, we have nothing.
But this is why conspiracy theories fester. The government says there is no evidence of a so-called client list. This means listeners have been swallowing lies for a long time.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Commentators like Glenn Beck say they want and need some sort of closure.
That's not true. He literally demanded to ask the one Trump supporter that called in that was demanding the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, what would it take for you to shut the fuck up? He just straight up said that.
And fall in line or continue to fight for answers. That is the rift on the right, one that even President Trump can't easily fix.
And these conspiracy theories, they're not like a fire that can be extinguished, Aaron. They're more like nuclear fallout. You can try to minimize exposure, try to avoid the area, but radioactivity does not disappear. You know, 15 years ago, Trump was pushing the birther lie. 15 years later, some people still believe it. Yeah. And I suspect 15 years from today, some people will still buy into these grandiose Epstein theories.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, at this point, I think, why not? Let everybody see it. All right, thanks so much, Brian. And next, Trump all but admitting that he's using the trade war to help out the man known as the Trump of...
Oh. The clip, Vinny Kitty Trumper. Oh, here's the Glenn Beck video. We have to watch this. This is so funny.
Go to
Travis from South Dakota calls into Glenn Beck, and you have to see like how Glenn Beck reacts to this, because it is so instructive on how these guys operate.
Travis in South Dakota. Hello, Travis.
Hi, Glenn. Hi, Jason. I tell you what, guys, I feel really betrayed, and I feel really, really angry. We have a president who tells us to move on from Epstein because it doesn't matter. Are you guys still talking about this, seriously? And yet he still talks about, the 2020 election fraud. He talks about...
Oh, my God. I love that he goes, you don't shut the fuck up about 2020, but you want us to shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein? That's crazy. That's way more important.
Hunter Biden laptop. He talks about all this stuff from 5-6 years ago. He tells us to move on from the Epstein trial or the Epstein case. People like me will not stop talking about this. I feel so betrayed and so angry. This is not what I voted for. If we do not stand up for the children of this country, we have nothing. We have absolutely nothing. And I tell you what, I've also lost a lot of respect for a lot of people that are prominent figures in this country, because they are saying, you know what, this doesn't matter. Like,
I'm sorry, dude. I told you this shit ain't going away. I fucking told you. I told you this is a break-off point for many. This is a person who's calling the Glenn Beck show. Like, think about how in the tank you are, that you are literally a fan of Glenn Beck in the year 2025. Okay? He's not on Fox News anymore. He's on a network that is barely held together by donors, big donors, at the Blaze Network. And this guy from South Dakota is fucking calling in to his favorite content creator, Glenn Beck, on the verge of tears. Okay? He's on the verge of tears. He's like, dude, what the fuck? My entire worldview is falling apart, dude. Like, this is straight up. Like, this dude is straight up at the tip of the spear. This is the Fedayeen of the Trump base. This is literally the most diehard Trump supporter you can arrive at. Like, he's not watching fucking just regular Greg Gutfeld, you know? He's not just like sitting around watching Fox News. He's not even sitting around watching Tucker Carlson. He's watching Glenn fucking Beck, the perhaps 15th most influential, or not even 25th most influential conservative on the independent media sphere. Okay?
Carrie Lake came out on Saturday. She's like, you know what? What really matters is election fraud and post-election fraud. It's like, you know what? The children of this country really, really matter. How can we just sweep them under the rug and not care? Move on, America. Move on.
Travis, thank you for calling. Let me ask you, is there anything that could be said that would make you go, okay, that's as good as it's going to get for here?
I want transparency, and
Bro, that question is so crazy, because he's just like, what will it take for you to shut the fuck up? That's literally what Glenn is saying here. He's like, what will it take for you to move on, dude? Come on. Just give me the talking point. Give me the talking point so I can figure out what you can hear, so we can move on from this and never talk about it again.
I want justice. All them children, all those families, everything they went through, I don't want to know their names. I pray that God would be with them and give them some sort of peace if they could ever get it. I want transparency and I want justice.
Is there anything that anyone could produce to show you and have you go, okay, Epstein is dead?
He's like, what? Please, bro. Travis, please, what will it take for you to shut the fuck up, dog?
Edwell is in prison, and that's the only justice you're going to be able to get.
I want evidence. Quit telling us that, you know, oh, well, he killed...
He's like, you think I haven't heard this one before? Yeah, he's doing Pawn Stars. Best I can do is Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. And to shut the fuck up. Okay? That's the best you're gonna get, big dog.
Himself, and we saw everything. We have the information, by the way. It does exist. Show us the information. Make me believe. Help me believe that he killed himself. Help me believe that maybe you don't have any evidence against people. Then show us that stuff. I do not trust the government at all, and yet they expect me to take their word for it. I'm sorry, you lost your credibility a long time ago, government. You need to start gaining the trust of these American people back. And I really hope and pray that they can at least provide some sort of evidence.
How do you prove the negative, Travis? See, that's where I'm at. I think I'm right where you are. I'm beyond. I don't have a horse in this race. What I have is common sense. And what I have is maybe a bunch of people hyping this up for a very long time, but then I need somebody to say, hey, these people were hyping this for this reason, and here, let me show you how that was done. I want to believe. I want to believe in the good. So help me. But I don't know how you prove a negative. How do you prove there is?
I think if I am guys like this, okay, I'm deeply worried about where that anger and resentment will inevitably lead up to, because all of these guys got an arsenal of weapons, okay? Maybe they're on not the best mindset either, okay? Big dog, you can't come across like you are also refusing or, playing cover for the administration, okay? I'm just saying, dude. Not the most, not the best, most mentally sound individuals out here in the Glenn Beck audience, okay? I mean, fuck it, Glenn Beck himself was like insane, literally. That's the reason why they had to fire him from Fox News, because he was like losing his goddamn mind. And also the crippling addiction, I think, to painkillers, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, even worse, if you're the guy who they tricked into trusting they would be hell-bent on vengeance way more than they would be against those dumb socialists. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you're pissing off a lot of dudes that wear tinfoil hats with regular frequency, unironically, and have an arsenal of weapons. Okay? I mean, heck, 2 of the people that tried to kill the president were either former Trump voters or registered Republicans. You don't want those motherfuckers pissed off at you, dude.
There's no evidence.
I absolutely agree. If all these people like me are all upset about this Epstein client list and it's all been for naught all these years, then help me believe that, you know what, you've been wrong this entire time, and actually there's some really good things out there. And if it's the opposite, show us that evidence too. We're all right now.
Yeah, Glenn 4 months ago.
All right.
Who hid the Epstein list for years? We need full transparency.
So here's what Pam Bondi said.
It's pretty sick what that was.
Yeah. At a certain point, these guys in the independent media content sphere have to realize that, like, what these guys are doing under the auspices of independent media is actually no different than what Fox News does, and that it's no different than what MSNBC does for the Democratic Party. This is a break-off point for a lot of people, and they've never actually had to come to terms with this reality, because the administration is very good at drip feeding treats to the fucking masses like this, okay? They're very good at, like, offering something here and there that is not actually disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchies of capital. Whereas you kind of start realizing all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute, there are things that I want and these guys won't give it to me, and all of these supposedly independent voices online are actually defending the administration when the administration itself is actually not is doing something that I don't want it to do. It's because they are fucking grifters, and they have always defended the establishment position, the Republican establishment position. That's it. That's it. That was always the case. Okay? And there are those who are not like in the MAGA loyalist payroll. That's why Andrew Schultz and them are like jumping ship, right? They were just hanger-ons and basically were simply like pushing this narrative because it was like a rocket ship, just like those people who were like pro Andrew Tate when Andrew Tate was like popping off, right? They were just hitching their wagon to an existing popular movement that they saw was blowing up. However, there are the actual establishment loyalists, like the people who are loyal to the Republican Party through and through, the establishment of the Republican Party. People like Glenn Beck, people like Charlie Kirk. They know where their bread is buttered. They will always defend the admin. Charlie Kirk hitched his wagon to Donald Trump after being an anti-Trump Republican in the primaries, and he never looked back. And he was rewarded endlessly for it. A lot of people don't know this. Charlie Kirk, back in the day, used to go on Fox News and shit on Donald Trump. Very quickly swapped when he saw the writing on the wall and became a pro-Trump guy, and he's never shied away from that. Ben Shapiro was anti-Trump because he was like, these guys were the pro-Republican Party soldiers. Once they realized quickly that Trump was the Republican Party and would be the future of the Republican Party, they became pro-Trump. Because they're just Republican Party mercenaries. Okay? They're Republican Party hitters. That's it. And for many in the audience, they never fully understood that these guys weren't actually independent voices at all and were simply doing propaganda at the behest of the Republican. Anne, şu kapıyı kapatır mısın? Lütfen, çünkü orange oluyor kapağı açık bıraktığın zaman benim burada. The light, no, that's not helping. That's not helping. No, because the light is shining off the door. Thank you. It's fine.
All we have to go on is the word and trust of the United States government, and they don't tell us anything. So this is what we found, in the documents we're going to give you are going to be, you know, mostly redacted, but the information's there. We just can't show it to you. You got to help us out a little bit. There's a lot of good in this country, but you got to help us out a little bit.
Travis, I don't think anyone could have said it better than that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Travis. Here's Megyn Kelly.
I believe Trump's in the Epstein files insofar as he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. He knew Epstein, and there are people who hate Trump who probably threw some scurrilous allegations in there, but nobody believes Trump had an affinity for the underage girl. That's just...
Trump literally, one, said his own underage at the time daughter was sexy, okay? Ivanka. Trump literally also has, on the record, said Jeffrey Epstein likes him young, just like I do. So no, the idea that he doesn't have an affinity for underage girls or whatever is fucking insane. He quite literally associated himself with Jeffrey Epstein on that affinity. Ridiculous.
Such bullshit. You know, maybe he was at some Epstein party. Trump says he never went to Epstein Island, and I believe that too. That would be something to extraordinarily lie about. I believe Trump's in the Epstein files insofar as he was friends with Epstein for 15 years. He knew Epstein, and there are people who hate Trump who probably threw some scurrilous allegations.
Oh my God, I just realized Trump was also tight with Mr. Bad Boy Records himself. Fucking P. Diddy too. Trump was also homies with the Diddler. That motherfucker's got a bad track record, bro. It's crazy. But here, let's hear how Joe Rogan manages this stuff. I suspect he's like jumping ship, right? He must be.
Yeah, people are going to be shocked.
Yeah.
Where?
Right.
Nothing.
Well, like,
Zero.
my thing about the Diddy thing
Provided to
is like,
CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Okay.
Oh! Bro, he definitely has an affinity for young girls. What the fuck do you mean? Didn't he used to go into the dressing rooms and at the beauty pageant too? Come on, man. Trumpy, like, the Epstein angle was the one I expected.
I don't really give a fuck. These people are they're of age. They're like 18 years old. And is it shitty what he's doing, trying to...
That's crazy that he's saying that he doesn't care about rape. Like, he doesn't care about when adults are raped or coerced to do sexual acts. That is an insane statement to make. Oh my God.
Like, use people and leverage them into do these weird sexual things and like sick shit, just the most sick shit you could possibly think of. But like, the way I look at it is these people are using this Diddy stuff. All it does is like take away from the real child trafficking that's going on with like underage kids, right? There's like what, 300,000 something like missing kids. Like, talking about Diddy and his oil parties with these 18-year-olds, like, do I think it's good? No. I want to beat up their dad, but other than that, I don't really give a fuck if there's like 18 and 19-year-olds that are doing this stuff, as long as they're not being like actually like physically raped. But I mean, it seems like what's going on is just like this weird cultish thing where they slowly get creep closer and closer and closer to this thing, like, oh, I'm here now, all these famous people are here, they're doing this, like
elaborate parties,
yeah.
Lots of money, everything you want, the golden carrot at the end of the stick.
Right.
So the thing is, he's not even being charged for any of the things he just brought up. He's not being charged for blackmail, which is kind of crazy, because like, what did they do? Why did they tell us that there was all these videos of all these high-profile people and then silence, and then it never comes up once during the trial? There's none of that stuff in the trial. In the trial, it was his ex-girlfriend Cassie. They were talking about, so like, he's up for these 2 charges left, and it's like prostitution, something. It's like nothing stuff. It's like stuff that he's going to go to jail for like 5 years, if at all, and probably won't.
Right.
And he's already been in jail for. So like, what is time served now? It's over a year, right?
Yeah. No, I think he's going to walk, dude.
I think he's going to walk,
I don't
too.
think he's going to spend any time.
And this is what Kurt Metzger called a long time ago. As soon as he saw that it was Comey's daughter, he was like, oh, he's going to walk. Trust me, he's going to walk. There's a bunch of high-profile people that are connected to this.
Yeah.
They're covering it all up. If he goes down, they go down. So he's not going to go down.
Right.
So that's the thing. Like, if he really did have like really wealthy, high-profile people at his parties, which we know he did, you know, Diddy prosecutors abandoned multiple allegations against rapper days before trial's end. Hey, he says, wow. Hey, remember I called it? This is Kurt Metzger on Twitter. Because James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor. Yep. Remember how well she swept up on the Ghislaine trail?
Yep.
Hey, who else called it?
Yep.
I can't be the only one. Yeah, he called it.
Yep.
He called it in the fucking. He called it in the fucking green room of the mothership. Right when he found out, he goes, he's gonna walk. I'm like, what are you talking about? Have you heard these charges?
Yeah.
He's going to go to jail.
Yeah.
No, Metzger was right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then we I don't know what happened with
and
Ghislaine
you don't
Maxwell.
think
What's
they
she
could
doing
fake the moon landing?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They got videotape, and all of a sudden they don't. You know, you had the director of the FBI on this show saying there's no if there was, nothing you're looking for is on those tapes. Like, what? Why did they say there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why did they say that?
Right.
Didn't Pam Bondi say that?
What, are you talking about Epstein or Diddy?
Yeah, Epstein.
Yeah, she said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right?
She said something about that there was like thousands of hours.
Yeah, Joe, remember when you had the FBI director on here? Speak on it, Joe. That was so disastrous. It was like That was a terrible way to start this Epstein saga. As soon as that shit started popping off. What is this? And then the Elon tweet dropping in the middle of it? Oh, yeah.
Of tapes of people doing horrible crimes.
There is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing?
Cash Patel said there's nothing you're looking for. Oh, okay.
Oh, you don't believe it?
I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back.
Right. No, of course. I
obviously,
understand.
he's saying what he has to say.
Right.
Mystery surrounds the Jeffrey Epstein files after Bondi claims tens of thousands of videos. Tens of thousands. Jesus Christ.
Tell you what.
Oh my God. Was reviewing tens of thousands of videos, the wealthy financier with children or child porn. The comment made to reporters at the White House days after a similar remark to a stranger with a hidden camera raised the stakes for President Donald Trump's administration to prove it has in its possession.
Bro. Bro, he said, what am I supposed to do? Push back. Don't forget that Joe Rogan pushed back on his lifelong friend, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, during COVID, because she was literally talking about best practices and also vaccine efficacy. Like, what do you mean? You're not going to push back on the fucking FBI director? He came on your show, big dog. What are you talking about? Chat is delayed, King. Is it? Chat, spam 2. Spam the number 2 if it's delayed. 1, 2, 3. No, it's not delayed. It's like only 1 to 2 seconds delayed.
And previously unseen compelling documents, or just bomb Iran. And everybody forgets.
Just bomb Iran, yeah.
Everybody forgets about it.
Yeah, it seems crazy that we're just I would think just Trump's demeanor, his MO towards other countries, like if we're the ones funding them, giving them all this money and they're trying to fight a war, like typically he would be putting his boot on their neck, like, listen, you motherfucker, like he's talking shit, right? Like you have to do what I want you to do. And it just seems like
with Israel,
and now I think it just came out a couple days ago that they're trying to prosecute Netanyahu, right? And then Trump's helping with it, I think, trying to help him, Netanyahu, in that whole rigmarole.
Well, they're trying to try him while he's while he's in office.
Right, and I think
and
that
he's trying to delay it because he's like, look, we're at war.
Right.
And they decide to go through with it.
Yeah, and I think something came out, I think a couple days ago. I could be wrong, but I was listening to Dave Smith talk about how Trump was actually like helping him through this. I don't know, could be wrong.
Okay, here it says, during a Fox News Channel interview in February, Bondi suggested an alleged Epstein client list was sitting on her desk.
Yeah. Well, the list is one thing, right? I mean, there's so many people on the list that are probably innocent, but
they just went to the island for a party.
No, there's got to be a fucking hard drive.
There's got to be.
Sitting in Tel Aviv right now.
Yeah, that's listen.
The other part of this too. They asked Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers what their shit was.
He had like 100 cameras in that penthouse, in every single house.
Do you know his house is for sale in New York?
That's amazing.
Yeah. And
should make that a podcast studio.
No, my wife found it on Trulia or whatever it is.
Yeah.
One of the maps. And she's like, look at this beauty, because we were in the
townhouse?
Yeah, like it's not a townhouse. It's a house. It's like it's a big ass house. It's like multiple stories.
The one right across the street from Central Park?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That one. It's for sale right now.
How much?
I think it was like 60 or 70 million, something like that, which is what it's worth, but who wants to live in the Epstein house? First of all, if I bought that house, I'd want the Clinton painting. Can you get me that painting?
Yeah.
Clinton in the
it's
blue dress.
It's got to come with all that shit inside.
I have to have that painting. I want George Bush with the Jenga towers and the paper airplanes. I want all of it.
And then the lady just died, too. The lady got hit by a car, one of the witnesses.
Yeah.
One of the Jeffrey Epstein witnesses. And apparently she had like a husband who was abusing her. And you know, people like to. It's just like people like to use this stuff as like a political football to like argue for whatever they believe in.
And also, when you get rich, powerful people. So here's the thing that happens with rich, powerful people. They can't go anywhere, right? If you're, like, say, a Jeff Bezos type or someone who's like an Elon Musk type. Let's just, and I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm just saying at that caliber of celebrity and that caliber of prominence, you can't go anywhere. If you're Bill Clinton back in the 80s or the 90s, whatever it was, you can't go party. You know, everybody knows who you are. You got to be protected, right? But you want these experiences. And so you have these guys, like a Jeffrey Epstein type guy, who works with the elite of the elite clientele. It's all movie stars, big-time politicians, world leaders, scientists, Nobel.
Yeah, you got. If you're Bill Clinton, you gotta fuck him somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta do a little bit of kid fucking. You just gotta do it on a private jet. That's what Jeffrey Epstein provides. You know. That's crazy, man. What is Joe saying?
Prize winners, and they all meet together and have fascinating conversations and cocktails, and there's beautiful girls everywhere. Of course. What a great idea. Right. And if you're naive and you don't understand honeypots.
Here's the quote from Maria Farmer, who was one of the accusers from what was inside the house in New York.
Okay, she said there were monitors inside this cabinet. I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet. She said, visibly spooked. Like, I'm never going to use the restroom here and I'm never going to sleep here. You know what I mean? It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Maria Farmer was the one who worked at Epstein's office in New York, I think.
And this was the house, Jamie?
Yeah, I was looking up stuff on the house. That was like what they found.
I wonder if the house still has fucking cameras in it somewhere that they haven't found yet.
They definitely, don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to scan the shit out of that house. You'd have to take the walls apart. There's probably listening devices inside the walls. Like, who knows? If this was like really an intelligence operation, yeah, they probably had that house fully wired.
Maria Farmer, I think she was the chick who was working the front desk at his office in Manhattan. And this is like a funny example of like what I like to do. My mom is super left-wing. She's has her degree in fine arts. And she still is like an art professor. And my dad is an ex-post office worker. And he's only watches Fox. So my dad only watches Fox. They're divorced. My mom only watches CNN.
Jesus, why didn't they stay together? How weird.
Who knows? And I like to like take things that are happening and then controversial things, like for Epstein example, and I like to just like call my mom and argue with her. Like argue the right-wing side against my mom's point of view on Epstein, and then I'll call my dad and I'll make the same argument toward the opposite argument towards him. It's like a fucking thought experiment, or like a critical thinking exercise.
You use your parents
and
to
my mom, you know, she'll be like, of course, like Trump. There's more footage of Trump with Epstein than anybody. Are you kidding me? He's partying with him here. Like, of course he's compromised. And then my dad's like, it's fucking Clinton, bro. It's like, it's only Bill Clinton. Look, he's the only one on the Epstein files. Of course we know he's a pervert, all this stuff. But like, and then you have,
yeah, but the enlightened, like, middle of the road approach here is that they both are implicated. Joe Rogan will have anybody on his show, man. I don't know who the fuck Danny Jones is. No disrespect to Danny Jones, but I feel like maybe not the most, doesn't seem like he's the most interesting guy. Nah, fuck you, full disrespect. Okay, fair. He literally did say, I don't care about the Diddy's rape and sexual coercion being done to adults is perfectly fine by him, because there's rape against children that's happening as well.
The funny thing is, both sides will use their little batch of evidence to support their idea and ignore the opposite, right? So like the girl we were just talking about, Virginia, she was literally on video saying that this shit about Bill Clinton on the jet, going to the island, hanging out with Trump and all this stuff. And the right-wing people, like people I know, my parents and like older folks I know in Florida, will say, you know, she came out, thank you for exposing Bill Clinton for being a pedo and doing all this stuff. And Virginia Giuffre, after this happened, she's like, you guys didn't listen to the whole fucking tape. She's like, I was telling you that Trump was at the penthouse 3 days a week and visiting him, but you guys don't want to hear that. And it's like, you know, it's just this weird thing. Like, if you do the math, there's gotta be so many high-level, powerful people that are somehow compromised. And do I think like Clinton and these guys are pedos? No, I don't think that at all. But if you were Jeffrey Epstein, you...
Dog, are you kidding me? Be for fucking real, dude. Dude, if there's one guy you could absolutely point to... I mean, you could even say that about Trump too, but like, goddamn, Bill Clinton? Are we serious? If Bill Clinton's not a pedophile, then who is? I guess it's just an abstract concept that has no relevance in the real world, I guess. Like, what are we talking about, man? Bill Clinton not a pedophile? What?
I think it's super plausible to assume that he would try to trick them with like a girl who looks old, right? Who is possibly like on the borderline of being 18. And you say, oh yeah, this girl, she's 18, 19, 20, whatever. Meanwhile, she's like 17 and they had no idea and they have video footage. And in like a court of law, if I'm the judge, I'm gonna let them, like, of course, they fucking lied to him. And this is not like some young girl, obviously. But they lied. Yeah. But like,
bro, what is this argument, bro? Hey, yo. This motherfucker is crazy. What a bizarre way to fucking... Dude, did conspiracy theorists lose their minds completely where they just like don't even do the normal conspiracy theories you would expect? What am I gonna do? Push back, Joe? Yes, you push back when a person is lying to you.
in like the court of public opinion, you're never going to win in that case, right? Like if that comes out, you're fucked.
You're fucked. I mean, you're fucked if you just go into the island to bang hookers. Like it's like they're of age. It's still like whatever he was doing. You preyed on people's desire for experiences and vice.
Yes.
And all these powerful people who, again, they can't just go call a hooker and the hooker goes, oh my God, I just blew Bill Gates. This is nuts. You know what I mean? Like, you can't trust them. So you have to trust someone who really has a lockdown organization. And they felt like he did. Yeah. And that's why they all hung out with him even after he got arrested. This is what's crazy.
That is crazy.
A lot of Bill Gates meetings with him were after he was prosecuted. And he got this little slap on the wrist, and he got essentially a home detainment. And I think he had to do like weekends at the jail. Like it was like great for underage sex for, you know, what's supposed to be a felony. The whole thing is crazy. And then when there's one reporter that really chased it down, I forget her name, but she really looked into it, and that's when they opened up the second case, the second trial. Vicky Ward. Was she from what paper? Vanity Fair. So she was responsible for because she was like, this is insane. Like, what's going on here? And then there was the sheriff that had arrested him, said that I was told he was intelligence. And
no, it was.
I mean, you gotta think
Brown.
If a guy like that
from Miami
is
Herald
running these kind of parties with all these rich and powerful people, how many different worldwide decisions can be manipulated because of these people and the compromises you have on them?
Right.
It's really a brilliant thing to do.
Yeah.
From an intelligence perspective.
Bro, this is the craziest way.
Joining me now?
This is the craziest way to cover the Jeffrey Epstein situation. What the fuck? Are they just like bored? and they ran out of takes. That was wild, man. I don't know. Am I? It's as close to an open and shut situation as you're gonna get, with like a lot of understandable curiosity surrounding the parts that we do not have verifiable evidence for. And they still found a way to talk about it in the weirdest way possible. Where he's like, well, you know, you got to get into the mind of a pedophile, right? Motherfucker said he doesn't think Bill Clinton is a pedophile.
Attorney David Schoen, who was hired to represent Jeffrey Epstein 9 days before Epstein died. He's also served as one of the President Trump's lawyers for his second impeachment. David, good to see you. You previously praised the Attorney General Pam Bondi for, as you called it, seeking transparency in the Epstein case. What is your verdict now that the DOJ says nothing to see here?
I don't really recall praising her for that, but I'm sure I did if you say I did. I think that the thing has been handled clumsily, quite frankly. I think that they jumped the gun. I think they spoke before they knew what they had. I think there's a certain level of hypocrisy from Congressman Khanna's position now. Where was he?
Oh, yeah. No. It's not that they're terrible. This is the perfect analogy. It's like looking at the JFK stuff, right? And then arriving at the most insane position, which is, I don't really think JFK even died. It's like looking at 9/11 and being like, oh, actually, it didn't happen. Sure, there are people who are that insane. Not many of them exist. Their minds are fascinating. He's like, oh yeah, the fucking the Epstein stuff. It's probably, I mean, none of these guys were even pedophiles, probably.
During the last 4 years, the Biden administration, we know, for sure that they had all of the same records. Remember, Ms. Maxwell was prosecuted by Mr. Comey's daughter and others. They've had access. A lot of people have had access to all of the papers related to Jeffrey Epstein. But I think it was handled clumsily. I don't believe there's a client list. I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein planned to blackmail anyone. I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein was in the employ of the Mossad or any other intelligence agency or any of these crazy Tucker Carlson theories that are going around.
Oh. Well, you say that you asked Epstein, frankly, if he had any dirt on President Trump. What did he tell you?
He said absolutely not. It was an important issue to him. This was before I knew President Trump at all, of course. This is 2019. I don't suggest that our conversation was limited just to that.
Sure.
But
yo, I don't trust this guy at all, bro. That's crazy. This dude, David Schoen, don't Google David Schoen Trump. This dude was Jeffrey Epstein's last lawyer. Jeffrey Epstein hired him, or the family trust, like, I guess, whatever, hired him 9 days before he died. Okay? I'm already incredibly suspect on this. Oh my God, he's Bannon's lawyer. Oh my God, he was Bannon's lawyer. Oh my God. He was Steve Bannon's lawyer. And he represented President Donald Trump during his second impeachment trial of the United States Senate. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was Steve Bannon that got him, this guy probably. Oh my God. The cogwheels are fucking turning in my mind. Dude, Steve Bannon has 15 hours of deposition footage of Jeffrey Epstein. That's another guy that is incredibly involved with Jeffrey Epstein that kind of doesn't get additional scrutiny. Steve Bannon interviewed Jeffrey Epstein and has 15 hours of Jeffrey Epstein footage. And initially, what he told Jeffrey Epstein was that he was interviewing him to basically set him up at, for trial, like to coach him on deposition. Bannon also said, Steve Bannon also said that he wanted to use the footage for like some documentary or something. He never released it. He never released that footage. He has 15 hours. 15 fucking hours of Jeffrey Epstein footage out there. I suspect he was the one who linked this guy up with the attorney. According to Michael Wolff's book, Steve Bannon took part in media strategy sessions with Epstein, his lawyers, and Ehud Barak, gaming out how they could restore his image after the 2018 Miami Herald series. This led to Bannon conducting 15 hours of prep interviews with Epstein. Yeah, so where's the comms piece in this? Asked Bannon over the phone. Who's handling it? Who's on point? Are these your people, Reed? Well, okay, in fact, there really hasn't been anything in place because largely the view has been, let's not call more attention to this or antagonize the judges this has been before, and not wanting to be seen as attacking the victim, so we haven't. Let me get this straight, said Bannon. I think I understand this, but it strains credulity. There's nothing in place. There hasn't been anything in place. No communications teams. What was the response from Jeffrey's side to this Florida story? Who engaged? In 2018 of November, Miami Herald had published a multi-part story recounting the earlier charges against Epstein with further devastating accounts from the victims directly impugning Acosta's motivations in the plea deal. If every successive story about Epstein over the years had once more revived what might seem to have been a fading issue in the new climate and now directly tying figures in the Trump administration to Epstein, the Miami Herald story gave it rocket boosters. We didn't engage, said Epstein. Did we even know about it? Asked Weingarten. No, Roy Black's office may have gotten a call, but we didn't respond, said Epstein. Black was another world-class criminal attorney who had been among the dream team that Epstein had assembled in his first case, a team whose warring egos Weingarten believed had a lot to do with the case's peculiar and ever unresolved outcome. I'm part of the problem here, I have to say, Weingarten pulled on his face. We have just felt, and maybe this was wrong, okay, wrong, that any effort to defend Jeffrey publicly stirs the pot and makes it more likely than not that people are going to come out of the woodwork. This is crazy, said Bannon. Well, yeah, true. It's 90% bullshit. Steve Bannon then continued, according to Michael Wolff's book, it continued in doing media training sessions with Jeffrey Epstein, and has once again 15 hours, by his own admission, 15 hours of Jeffrey Epstein tapes that he personally recorded, where he's like interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. He's doing like a mock trial, a fake deposition, in order to get him ready. In order for him to get ready for trial. And it's crazy to me because Steve Bannon himself has been able to get away with it. Weirdly enough. What?
You know, lately there's been a lot of...
Dude, come on. Is Jamie Dimon on the list? Yes. Yes, of course Jamie Dimon's on the list. Bro, JP Morgan literally had to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein for their direct involvement with Epstein. $290 million.
This was at a time in which it would have behooved Mr. Epstein to give up every wealthy and famous person that he knew in his own defense. And so specifically, I asked him about Donald Trump because, you know, they had been publicly associated in the past, and Trump threw him out of his club years earlier. He said absolutely not, and it was important to him that people not cast aspersions on Donald Trump and others who we spoke about by wrongly associating him with any of his activities. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein ran...
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? You know you're talking about a fucking prolific sex trafficker of children, right? See, you don't understand, he had a moral side to him. See, you don't understand. Jeffrey Epstein, prolific sex trafficker of children, but also a person who really cared about the truth and did not want Trump to be associated with his crimes at all.
With a lot of wealthy and famous people, people whose names, you know, everybody knows. The fact that they might appear in an address book doesn't mean that they did anything nefarious with him. He had a photo array, for example, at his home with some of these rich and famous people with different stories for each photo. I very much enjoyed hearing, quite frankly. For example, a picture of Bill Gates with a dollar bill. I asked, what's that all about? He said he made a bet with Bill Gates. What was he going to bet Bill Gates? So he bet him $1 and he won. Those kinds of things, but that doesn't mean that any of them had anything to do with women. I would say one last thing I want to say about this, you know, this call for a special prosecutor and so on. There is a cottage industry of lawyers representing victims against Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein estate. You can be sure that if any of these famous people who haven't been sued already were with these young women, the young women would be able to identify.
Why is CNN having Donald Trump and Steve Bannon's lawyer, who also happened to be Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer? Like, what? Shouldn't you call in the question this guy's reputation here? Old Richmond, Ortgov Richmond. That's not. Why'd you lie about Diddy? Diddy never raped anyone. It was proven that everything was consensual in the trial. Do you think 12 jurors all thought he was innocent of rape off vibes? There was no evidence of Diddy raping anyone. Stop reading headlines. Perhaps I personally have an opinion that the trial was a fucking sham. Are you Diddy? Like, who the fuck? What? Excuse me. Excuse me. O.J. Simpson very clearly was exonerated of murder. Why are you saying that he still definitely did that shit? Really fucked up. It's kind of crazy because, like this is perhaps the most, like, guilty, worst guy. He said free Diddy. Okay, man. P. Diddy absolutely coerced people into doing sex acts in many of his parties. It's crazy to me that you assume. It's crazy to me that you're like, well, the jury didn't seem to think so, so I guess, okay. Like, it's so obvious that he had a fucking incredible legal team and was able to do tremendous work against the prosecution, which overextended. And they lost the fucking case. That doesn't mean that, like, we can't make up our own minds about it. This is like, first this was Kevin Spacey. First it was fucking Kevin Spacey, now it's free Diddy. What's happening, bro? Like, I've seen the tapes with my own 2 eyes of Diddy beating the fuck out of his girlfriend. I saw it in a goddamn bathrobe. The fuck?
them, and the lawyers would have brought a lawsuit against them a long time ago. So if what people are waiting for is some smoking gun that someone famous, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and so on, was with these young women, I don't think there's any such list, and he never intended any blackmail.
Well, let me ask you, if everything you say is true, and you've laid it out quite precisely, why is none of this believed by the supporters who say, I don't trust the government, I don't trust DOJ, I think there's something there, and those who are elite are getting away with something else?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's because they were told, we're going to release the entire file, and there's such and such and such and such. I think that it hadn't been reviewed.
But wait, David, I don't want to, hold on. But when you heard statements like Pam Bondi, for example, saying, I'm reviewing a client list on my desk or otherwise, you heard people talking about client lists and beyond. What did you think? Did you think that there was some reference that you had not heard of, or that it was all make-believe?
I didn't think there was a client list. I think what she meant was that she had a file on her desk.
Bro, this guy's tell is so severe. He's blinking like they're flashing lights in his face. He's just like, he's blinking so hard anytime he has to say some fuck shit. He's Morse coding that he's lying.
That she was reviewing. I think their position now is they reviewed the file, there's no smoking gun about blackmail, and so on. They also came to the conclusion that he committed suicide. I don't happen to believe that.
Why?
I can't prove it, and they can't prove it. I don't believe it for 2 reasons. Anecdotally, as I say, I met with him 9 days before. I know that during the course of that week, he was giving instructions right up until Friday, based on the defense that we had talked about. He gave me another assignment that was forward-looking. But more importantly, Michael Baden, who to me is the top forensic medical examiner in the world, went through an independent medical examination with him just after he died.
I mean, it's his lawyer. Of course, his position is that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. He's arguing in that. He's arguing that, right? Isn't there like a? I mean, he brought in a forensic examiner to specifically make that case.
With the assistant New York City medical examiner, and Michael Baden said that medical examiner couldn't come to a conclusion, and he, Michael Baden, has never in the tens of thousands of autopsies he's done seen injuries like Jeffrey Epstein had consistent with suicide. I also have had calls from people who had jail cells nearby. I've seen the layout of the jail cell, that sort of thing. I'm also surprised the Justice Department never investigated, never interviewed me, who had seen him earlier, or other people. Anyway, it's my belief, but I can't prove it, and I don't have a conspiracy theory on who killed him.
Well, a DOJ Inspector General report did cite a combination of negligence and misconduct and jail staff failures that contributed to an environment that led to Epstein's death. But it states the New York medical examiner determined that Epstein died from suicide. That DOJ IG report adds the FBI determined Epstein's death was not the result of a criminal act. So I'll see what they may respond to what you've said as well. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Laura.
I want to talk more. Nice to see you too. I want to talk more about this with Scott Jennings, who is a CNN senior political commentator and also host of the Scott Jennings Show on Salem Radio, and Alencia Johnson, former senior advisor to the Biden 2020 campaign. All right, you heard the way that he laid out just now, and of course he has said all the things that I'm sure the DOJ would like people to believe, but it's not sticking for whatever.
Oh, you don't believe it? Oh! Okay. Okay, I'm back in. Okay, Clinton News Network. He said, I'm sure the DOJ would love for everyone to believe what he's saying. Yeah, she was looking right at him. She was looking at how much. What's your opinion on the suicide thing? Oh, dude, he got fucking clapped. Get the fuck out of here, suicide. Okay, dude, sure. Yeah, he just got real sad all of a sudden. It was like, oh man, I'm outed as a pedophile. Oh, like, dude, what are you talking about? He went to jail last time. No, I don't believe he fucking committed suicide. In the incredibly specific time frame where the fucking cameras happen to not be working and the guards happen to be sleeping, where literally all the planets align, and he was able to commit suicide successfully in a suicide cell, in a suicide watch cell. And then the government decided to release the camera footage of not even his cell, by the way, just the cell block that he was on, not showing his room suspiciously. And even that footage had 3 minutes missing. Get the fuck out of here, dog. Are you crazy? Because the cameras that were looking at his fucking door were broken. And it wasn't the last time this had happened. This is the second time this has happened. The reason why he was in the fucking suicide watch, the suicide ward, was because he was put into a cell with Officer Nicholas Tartaglio, this fucking roid junkie cop, former cop, who was a psychopathic drug dealer, who, let's just say, tried to kill him as well. But then they also said, oh, that was suicide. He tried to commit suicide. And guess what? We don't know the exact details of that one either, because the cameras were broken on that one too. Oh no, broken cameras twice for one guy? They move him around and the cameras break again? What a crazy coincidence. What an incredible coincidence. It's just so wild. Also, the same fucking institution that he was locked up in had not had a single fucking suicide for the past 30 years. Jeffrey Epstein had to be the first guy. Wow. Yeah, just like Jean-Luc Brunel, Jeffrey Epstein's associate that created MC2, like modeling agencies, where he routinely sex trafficked women for Jeffrey Epstein. He also got arrested in Paris, also committed suicide in a jail. What the fuck is this? What are the odds? What are the odds? Guess what? The cameras weren't working there too. I am losing it. Wow. What are the fucking odds, dude? Isn't that crazy? How does this keep happening?
Reason. Why is this the political hill that...
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's former cellmate cleared of wrongdoing an incident that... preceded his death. Oh, yep, Officer Tartaglione, baby.
So many are willing to die on. Why is it that there are so many people who say, nope, I don't believe that, I don't trust it?
Well, it was taken as an article of faith for many years that...
What was?
That, you know, the idea that
sounding like a conspiracy theorist. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff is so funny because you have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that he killed himself. Okay? Like, every single thing that I just mentioned to you, as far as like cameras literally breaking suspiciously, no matter which cell Jeffrey Epstein is in, whenever they keep saying that he actually killed himself or tried to kill himself, and then you just like, you have to sound insane. Everything that I just described to you, as far as like cameras breaking, his associates also quote unquote killing themselves, but in Paris, all of this stuff, like, yeah, you think all of that happened on its own? Like, it was, you know, there is a reasonable explanation for this? Because I don't entertain conspiracy theories with regular frequency. I love conspiracy theories. I cover them all the time. You know I'm fascinated with it. But there is one thing I don't do, which is entertain conspiracy theories. Think of the, you know, I don't lend it any sort of credibility. This, on the other hand, is not a conspiracy theory. This, on the other hand, is basically just a conspiracy, like as in to conspire to kill Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein was conspiring with numerous intelligence agencies to do a blackmail sex trafficking of minors ring.
Information that we're not seeing as the general public, and people said that, bought into it. And so Donald Trump wins the election. He appoints Pam Bondi, he appoints Dan Bongino, he appoints Kash Patel. These are all people that this same audience has, you know, confidence in. We trust their judgment.
Like, please, guys, Explain to me why prolific pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, that literally had been in prison already and had been released after his sweetheart plea bargain deal that no one has ever gotten, okay? Please explain to me why he was closely associated with not one, not two, not three, not three, but 4 former Israeli prime ministers. Can you please explain that to me? Why was he the middleman that connected Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister of Israel, to JP Morgan by way of Jamie Dimon? Why was Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister, literally at his house in 2016 trying to cover his face? Really bad at spycraft, by the way. Just a horrible job trying to cover his face, coming out in and out of Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. Why the fuck was he hanging out with Bill Clinton all the time? Why did Bill and Hillary Rodham Clinton routinely go to his mansion in New Mexico called Zorro Mansion? Why did they always go there? Why were former CIA heads literally talking to Jeffrey Epstein all the time, long after it was known that he was a pedophile? What reason could there be for this? Why is some random fucking dickhead who was like a math teacher, was hired for the Dalton School by Attorney General at the time of Jeffrey Epstein's assassination, Bill Barr? Bill Barr's father hired him to be a teacher at the Dalton School. He didn't have the qualifications for it. Why did he mysteriously get, with no degree, an endless amount of money from the likes of Les Wexner, for example, the owner of L Brands, Victoria's Secret, and many others? Why? Why did he have quadrillions of fucking dollars, dude? Why? No one has ever been able to explain why he had quintillions of dollars. Literally no one explains it. There is no explanation for it. How did that happen? How? Power of manifestation? He found it. Felix Biederman has an explanation for it. He calls it, he just won the lottery every day. That's Felix Biederman's explanation. Is Jeffrey Epstein was just so good at winning the lottery, he just won it every day of the week. Yeah, what was it? Is it that he was just like really giving really good tax advice? Like, why the fuck would Bill Gates talk to Jeffrey Epstein, man? Bill Gates, one of the richest people on the planet. What the fuck is Bill Gates doing with Jeffrey Epstein? What is he doing with Jeffrey fucking Epstein, dude? Is he getting tax advice from Jeffrey Epstein? What kind of lived experience does Jeffrey Epstein have? What can he offer to Bill fucking Gates? Was he just a great conversationalist? Stephen Hawking.
And I think it's just hard sometimes to believe something for a long time and then be told, you know what we believed is not the case. I think.
Who does that hurt though? If that's the changing view, if the idea is, I don't trust what I've heard right now. Does that?
Yeah, like look. So here's one other thing. How many Dems actually realize that the crank theory is that Epstein blackmailed politicians on behalf of Mossad? Trump's own Labor Secretary Alexander Acosta, who was a U.S. attorney for South Florida when Epstein was prosecuted, was told to lay off because he belonged to intelligence. But yeah, sure, it's a crank theory because it doesn't fit the worldview of Atlantic Magazine. Felix Biederman. The logical, sane opinion. Jeffrey Epstein made hundreds of millions of dollars by winning the lottery a lot. He befriended Mandelson, Clinton, etc. due to his great manners. After that, the DOJ erroneously believed the then unknown conspiracy that he runs blackmail for intel and gave him a completely unprecedented deal for a horrifying series of crimes. After that, accused rapist and private equity titan Leon Black gives Epstein hundreds of millions so Epstein will help him with his taxes. Then he killed himself in jail. This is what you want. Like, if you are to believe the media narrative on this, if you are to believe the New York Times on this, what Felix is saying is what has to make sense. Jeffrey Epstein, once in a lifetime lottery winner. Nobody knows exactly how he made so much fucking money. Nobody fully understands it, okay? People just keep handing him the keys to the castle over and over and over again, okay? Literal prime ministers are attending his home. Like, they're going to his fucking home, even though he was already at that point outed as a fucking pedophile, okay? It's so crazy. They just keep doing it. Why? so charismatic. The most charismatic person of all time. Prince Andrews, okay? Fucking princes are going to his house. All of this stuff happens. He gets the most unprecedented deal for a pedophile sex trafficker that it will never happen again, okay? Like, it's crazy that, like, this is not even something you can get out of as like a super wealthy guy. Like Harvey Weinstein went to prison, you know what I mean? He's super wealthy, he was super powerful, he went to prison, you know what I mean? Jeffrey Epstein was doing Harvey Weinstein shit to minors, bro, to minors. And he was allowed to leave the prison. How the fuck did that happen? Have you always held this view? What? Yes. Or is it a recent change? What? No, I have. You've been in here subscribed for 2 months. Chatter. No, for years I've talked about this shit. What are you, crazy? Epstein was such a popular subject initially because there was literally no way to deny something was going on. I just don't get what the point of even pretending that it's some fantastical QAnon thing at this point. The only people who are even openly amenable to it are probably real life friends with Glenn Dubin and Leon Black. Like, it makes no sense, man. It makes no fucking sense. Forgive me, I only know the basic outlines, but what is the ostensible reason for his wealth? Generic investments. He bought CSGO skins before anyone knew there was going to be a market there. He also, as Felix also points out here, not only had hundreds of millions of dollars from other disgraced sexual assaulters, but he literally got power of attorney over Les Wexner, the owner of L Brands, okay? The guy who owns like Victoria's Secret and shit. Like, think about that. Think about that. Why the fuck would a billionaire just literally give him unlimited power and control over all of his financial assets, bro? That doesn't make, what, no one is supposed to ask a question on this? Like, this is not weird? Hasan, more like Hasapstein. Keck. But like, if you understand that he didn't commit, then why do you think they aren't withholding the docs? Like, do you think some outside force killed him, but at the same time there's nothing major in those files? What? No, they're never releasing the files. Wake up. What the fuck? Trump is literally saying they're not releasing the files. Why would they release the files? They killed the fucking dude. He was the only loose end. And I suspect, like, they just are convinced that Ghislaine Maxwell won't say anything. Maybe Ghislaine Maxwell will also get in her feelings soon. And we'll see what happens then. There was never a moment where I thought that they were gonna fucking release the files. But like, if you understand that he didn't commit, then why do you think they aren't withholding the docs? The angle that these people take is so obvious. Oh, you were saying the opposite thing. They say he didn't commit, but they also aren't covering it up because they don't want to seem too in line with the admin. Yeah, okay. You were making the unconvincing argument that the administration is making. Yeah, it's like Jeffrey Epstein, innocent, okay, but also killed himself because he was really sad. But also he's innocent and there was no one else, even though we know hundreds of people have gone to his island. Hundreds of incredibly wealthy people have been on his private jet, including former prime ministers of Israel, other leaders. Your live reaction to Epstein's death? Oh, come the fuck on. Epstein's dead? Come the fuck on. Like, there was never a moment where I entertained the notion that there was a fucking sex trafficking ring operating out of a goddamn basement of a fucking pizza shop in DC, okay? There was never a moment where I ever entertained the idea that, like, Wayfair was selling children. As a matter of fact, many people have yelled at me throughout the years for never entertaining idiotic conspiracy theories. Jeffrey Epstein is not one of those things. That's a real thing, okay? Like, that's crazy. It's a crazy... There are psychotic conspiracy theories hallucinated by people who are mentally unwell, and then there are real conspiracies, okay, not a conspiracy theory, but an actual conspiracy to conspire to commit crimes. And this is one of those things where it's like there are so many fucking people. It doesn't make any sense.
Harm Trump and the Republican Party? Does it harm Trump in particular?
Look, I don't know. I mean, there are certainly people that have legitimate questions about what happened. I mean, I've heard now 2 lawyers, both your guest tonight and Arthur Aidala, who I was on with Friday night, both raised questions about whether they believe he even committed suicide. So you can see there are actually, you know, in the know people who are still raising legitimate questions about this case. So you can see why the general public would also have those questions. At the same time, you know, if you vote for Donald Trump and you have trust in his judgment and the people he's appointed, at some point you have to trust their judgment. I mean, you put them in charge of this, and I think what Doug said is important to know. The Biden people had this stuff. If there was something incriminating about Trump, it would have come out. And also now the Trump people have this stuff, and if there was something incriminating about, you know, Bill Gates or Bill Clinton, it would certainly have come out. And so I guess at some juncture, if you trust the people that you voted for, you trust the people that you voted for.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, I want to play for you as well from what the supporters this weekend were saying during the Turning Point USA conference. They told CNN this about the Epstein file. Listen to this, Valencia.
I think they're going to maybe give us pieces and maybe not the whole thing and think that that's going to suffice. And I don't think people are going to be quiet about it until they really do it. But who knows if we'll ever know the true story.
Well, I think that if they don't release the Epstein files, whatever J.D. Vance says then is irrelevant because it's like everybody's going to take it as like a lie because of what Donald Trump did. But I think J.D. Vance wants these files released as well.
And this is the first topic that all of us as Americans, not as Democrats, not as liberals, not as Republicans, are actually lining together and saying we all want the Epstein files. And I say, come on, Donald, give us those files.
Well, Matt, you hear what they're saying, Valencia. Obviously, there's an issue about the trust, about transparency, and about how this might impact the ability to set things straight. You also heard from the daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, who was saying that, suggesting there might be some need to
come on, Donald. I love that guy.
Have more transparency. Is the political pressure working to Democrats' advantage?
Although James Elefante is a deeply creep-ass human, no matter what the fuck's in his basement, no normal person makes jokes about babies like that. What do you... Oh my God, dude, stop. Are you still Pizzagate guy? Really? Is that the guy who owned the pizza shop? Is that what you're saying? It was crazy. That is actually crazy. See, this is what I mean. There are things that are just like insane. You think that the Democrats are, and Republicans too, like they're just getting together and they're like, they have to fuck children. And the only place to get the children, the pizza shop, Comet Pizzeria. Like, that's crazy to still be advocating for this in 2025. Oh my God. Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria or whatever the fuck. No.
I think that's what you see Democrats trying to use, right? It's this conversation around trust. The Trump campaign made a really big deal about the Epstein files. J.D. Vance was talking about this on the campaign trail. Pam Bondi was talking about this. They had people walking out of the White House with these binders talking about the Epstein files. And so they were stoking their base around this conversation, around this, big gotcha moment. We're going to show you this list and show you.
The thing is, if you really care about Pizzagate, you can read those emails on WikiLeaks and there's nothing in there. It's the most boring, hey, let's meet here and get pizza type emails every time. I know. But you see, pizza is code for a child that they want to have sex with. Once you substitute the word pizza for child Hillary Clinton wants to fuck, all of a sudden, or hot dogs as a child Hillary Clinton wants to have sex with, all of a sudden the clues are right there. Or maybe it's for fucking pizza, dude, and also hot dog. Like, that's... You didn't crack some fucking major conspiracy.
In these files, and then all of a sudden did a bait and switch, and Democrats are using this as a moment to say you actually can't trust them to do the thing that they said that they were going to do. And I think
does it risk being backfired on them, though, in the sense, to his point, and I've heard others say this very notion, Valencia, that, well,
is Hillary Clinton a pedophile too? I feel like we always hear about Bill, but I didn't know she was going to the New Mexico ranch. Yes, I mean, I don't know if she's a pedophile, but she was going to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico, the Jeffrey Epstein Ranch, with Bill.
Democrats had it before. Some people have accused Democrats of essentially sort of dangling something as a setup for Republicans or those who are...
Dude, I love you, and I'm a leftist, but Pizzagate is like 80% real. Dude, do you think that like these guys are just like sitting in the Situation Room and just like fucking children that they hired, that they literally got delivered from a pizza restaurant? Like, are you fucking stupid? What? There is no evidence for any of this shit. What do you mean 80% real? You are out of your fucking mind, dude. $65,000 in rented pizza. I don't even remember the Comminoids Rising. Oh my god, I don't even know what you're trying to say. Rented pizza. Pizzagate is the dumbest 4chan meme, with the basis being cheese pizza has the same acronym as was used as a replacement for child pornography in the early 2000s. Basically the same dumb origin as QAnon, and the same dumb people fell for it. Yeah, it's so fucking nuts. It's so fucking insane. Like, there are real horrific crimes that powerful people commit on a daily fucking basis, and these dumb fucks will just be like, nah, you know what's the real secret conspiracy? Tom Hanks has been cloned, and every single Hollywood personality is actually secretly a pedophile, and Donald Trump arrested all of them and assassinated them and then cloned them, and now all of the people that are walking around in Hollywood are just clones of their former selves. How? What is happening? You're just schizophrenic, dog. Get help. Seek out help.
Leaving this, what do you say?
Look, I actually don't think Democrats are making this as big of a central issue. I think it's one of the big pieces of a broader puzzle, right, about the trust with the Trump campaign. This is not the central issue for Democrats, but it is just a piece of this puzzle as we're going into some special elections, our Virginia gubernatorial race, all of these things to talk about. You can't trust Donald Trump and the Republican Party to do what they say they're going to do. And here's another example of that. Not the central example, but another example.
Okay, I'm joined now by someone, and this is interesting, with intimate knowledge of the very jail cell Epstein died in. Michael Francis. He was a capo for the Colombo crime family in the 1980s. He served time in the exact cell where Epstein was later held. Michael, welcome back to the program. Tell us about
this. Is some DJ Vlad shit right here, dude. News Nation is my favorite.
That cell, and what do you make of these revelations that there is a minute missing from the surveillance video, Michael?
Well, listen, you know, I spent 7 months on that tier and in those cells. And the first thing I have to say, there's no way you are able to commit suicide. There's just no way. There's no way to hang yourself. There's nothing from the ceiling. There's nothing from the bed. You'd have to be a midget and work really hard to try to hang yourself. And I don't think you can accomplish.
Okay, this is stupid. This is stupid. We're moving on from this.
Welcome to the Daily Show. How about
I'm sorry. I can't listen to a fucking former mob guy turned YouTuber talk about how you gotta be real tiny guy. You gotta be a real tiny guy. Teeny tiny.
Johnny got himself a new do. Huh? Very nice. My name is John Short. Man, have we put together a great show for you tonight. Economic commentator Kyla Scanlon will be here later. She's going to be talking about which labubu. I was told that's a real thing. A labubu. Apparently it's like a Teletubby with fangs. Which one's the wisest investment? But first, let me be completely frank. We had a tremendous show planned for you. Well-designed, articulate, a tremendous deconstruction of the most interesting issues of the day. We prepared a whole piece on the new Trump tariffs, breaking down the different rates and their secondary impacts. A truly illuminating dive into the overlooked role of the commodities markets in trade deficit accounting.
Wait, is this just Elmo? Oh God, I don't care about this, bro. Come on.
That was enlightening. I didn't expect
the Elmo segment.
Look at that. Oh, Elmo shoots from the hip. You can't control him. I'll admit, the sucking thing threw me off too. I thought that was weird. I thought that was weird. Now, the impetus for Elmo's rant seems to be the Department of Justice memo that has just been released that said the Epstein sex trafficking case was officially closed and that no new information would be forthcoming. And while Elmo is demanding that the files be released, Donald Trump's response is brought to you by the letters FU.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Unbelievable? You guys ran on it. Remember this?
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
This Epstein sex ring operation, I'm not letting.
Dude, Dan Bongino's head is so spectacular. I can't get over it, dude. Like, what, the hairline is so crazy. Like, I don't even know if you can call it a hairline. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, it is so far back, but it still looks like it's got a widow's peak almost. He's so beautiful.
Nico, ever. Ever.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Why would you have to change your pants to let us know who the pedophiles are? And why wouldn't you be wearing pants while you're researching it? And that was before the Trump administration took power. And by the way, they were still hyping the Epstein files after they took power.
We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
President Trump has given a very strong directive, and that's going to be followed.
So people can expect actual movement on this. It's not just empty promises.
Oh, Donald Trump doesn't make empty promises.
Yeah, all right.
Two of his wives and 10,000 unpaid contractors disagree. But these are all people who...
What is this? It's actually crazy how much aura this ship loses for me when I look at that small-ass bridge in comparison to the rest of the body. The Super Hassan destroyer. Bro, why are fucking Star Wars fans coming for me like this? That's crazy. My head is perfectly normal size, man. For my gigantic body, okay? Why you say fuck me for, bro?
Worked for Trump that set the expectation. And I think because of that, surprisingly, MAGA world, for the first time in memory, isn't just slavishly acquiescing to Trump's reality distortion field.
Where did that whole case go? Where did all the files go? They just went nowhere? No one even believes that.
This stinks. This just reeks.
Something is horribly wrong here.
Pam Bondi needs to be fired.
Yes, Pam Bondi, the ringleader. She makes the decisions. The backlash wouldn't die. So Trump had to go back out and kill the backlash. Perhaps even making it look like a suicide. So this weekend,
you heard him, John. That's outrageous.
So this weekend, Trump tried to reason with his base using their shared love language, long, rambling Truth Social posts.
In a social media post, the president asked his followers, "What's going on with my boys?" and in some cases, gals.
Let me stop you right there. Not to be all woke, but I believe they prefer the terms bros and hoes. But sorry, go on. You were explaining why it was time to move on from the Epstein case.
Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with the Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, and more?
What evidence do we have that Mossad is involved? I don't know. The fact that numerous Israeli prime ministers have frequented Jeffrey Epstein's home. Jeffrey Epstein also, after he got popped, literally flew to Israel for a brief small head got him. Okay. Chinese Richie Torres. Whoa, whoa. No need to drag the Jewish state into this. Chinese Richie Torres? What is that? Some of you guys are coming up with names that I don't think you should be coming up with. What the fuck is Chinese Richie Torres, man?
So, just to understand this, in a few months' time, we went from the Epstein files will expose the Democrats to the Epstein files will rip.
Okay, that is fair. That is fair. The idea that like a sex offender, a pedophile sex offender would fly to Israel is not that unique. I will give that to you. You got me on that one. That is actually not a very unique case. As a matter of fact, it is the #1 destination. This is true.
By the Democrats and therefore can't be trusted. So let's move on. And then Trump brings up Hunter Biden's laptop as a reminder for all of us not to dwell on old conspiracy theories. What?
Harvey Weinstein hired Israeli intelligence firm Black Cube. Oh, this is another very famous one. In 2017, they buried the New York Times story that exposed him. The person who made this arrangement was Ehud Barak, known Epstein associate. Harvey Weinstein hired Black Cube to block New York Times article, Jury Hears. Israeli private detective firm employed by Mogul to try and foil publication of sexual misconduct allegations, New York court told. The disgraced Hollywood producer Harvey Weinstein wanted the most effective private intelligence firm that money could buy to kill any media stories about a sexual assault on countless women. In 2016, he chose Israeli company Black Cube, founded in 2010 by former Israeli intelligence officers and former head of Mossad, Meir Dagan. The company would get a $300,000 bonus if major story about Weinstein did not appear in the New York Times. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak admitted introducing Weinstein to the Israeli firm. Nonetheless, Weinstein failed in his mission, and he's now in a U.S. prison for a string of rapes. This was the first time that many people had first heard about Black Cube, but it has long been a mainstay of the global market for private and corporate intelligence, leveraging itself in the same way as NSO by hiring the best in the spying business. Some of its more infamous work has included gathering intel on senior Obama administration officials Ben Rhodes and Colin Kahl, both key backers of the Iran nuclear deal. That's right. The clients behind this job were reportedly aides to Donald Trump, though Black Cube denied it. This is the famous photo of Ehud Barak. Well, yeah, a Pajan, Ben Rhodes. That's true. Ben Rhodes was regularly railed against as a anti-Semite, one of the Pajans, for the crime of being a supporter of the Iran denuclearization agreement. This is a photo of Ehud Barak outside of the Epstein mansion in like 2016. Dev sent a corporate lawyer at a prestigious New York law firm, Boyce Schiller Flexner, told the court that his company had acted as a go-between between connecting the beleaguered movie producer to Black Cube. The private detective firm has staff largely consisting of alumni of the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Under questioning by Manhattan prosecutors, Zen said that on 11th of July 2017, 3 months before the New York Times came out with his bombshell article revealing that Weinstein had paid off multiple women over decades to bury their sexual harassment complaints, Boyce Schiller signed a contract with Black Cube. The deal was sealed under the instructions of Weinstein. Reacting to the release of the documents, managing partner of Boyce Schiller Flexner, counsel for Joffrey, said the public deserves, Joffrey said the public deserves to know more about what happened with Epstein. Yeah, they spied on Theranos whistleblowers as well. How do we know it's Ehud behind that camo? Come on, dude. How do we know this is Ehud Barak? Because that's the worst disguise of all time. And also, there are photos of him taking the scarf off. You can basically see his whole head, dude. He doesn't even have a hat on. Him being COVID conscious should not be chastised. This is before COVID, but that's a good joke. How do we know this is Eric Andre? Also, there have been numerous articles written from Times of Israel all the way to Haaretz and American newspapers talking about Ehud Barak's relationship. One of the funniest things that Ehud Barak did when he was outed. Yeah, here it is. Here's where he's wearing the hat. But one of the funniest things that he did when he was outed was literally out another Israeli prime minister, a former Israeli prime minister. One of the funniest things he did was like, well, you know, I was connected to Jeffrey Epstein by, I forget who the other one was. But he literally was like, oh yeah? You think I'm Epstein connected? Well, so is this guy. And it was like, what? Semaphore is reporting that he stood his ground. What is this? Tough meeting for Mamdani with the partnership for New York CEOs today. I'm told stood his ground on Intifada language and wouldn't commit to keeping New York Police Department Commissioner Tisch, whom this crowd likes, on the job. Also did not recognize their father, Jim Tisch, when he rose for a question. What? What is this? I can't even get on the Times of Israel article. I don't know. It's not letting me get on the article, which is weird. What the fuck? Anyway, where were we? Oh, we were watching Jon Stewart. Okay.
So, problem solved? Right, MAGA world? Well, let's test it scientifically.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Let me hear everyone who thinks sex trafficking should still be prosecuted say, hell yeah! Who wants to know more about a cabal of elite sex criminals? Just the ladies! So MAGA world is now in open revolt. You want to know how bad it's getting out there? They're literally burning their MAGA army uniforms.
Extreme papist. Wait, extreme papists getting mad that pedophiles won't be revealed? That's new. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And you know there's just another guy standing next to him going, you know you gotta flip him. That's your problem there. You gotta flip him.
Wait, was there Heil Hitler in the background?
The world is now in open revolt. You want to know how bad it's getting out there? They're literally...
Wait, where's the Heil Hitler in the background?
Burning their MAGA army uniforms.
In the original video? Oh, really? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. This is definitely probably a neo-Nazi account.
Yeah. And you know there's just another guy standing next to him going, you know you gotta flip him. That's your problem there. You gotta flip him.
Oh, he's playing the Kanye song. God damn it. Why did you say it? Now it's stuck in my fucking head again. God! I hate this fucking song, dude. Immediately when you said Kanye West, the Heil Hitler song, what instantly comes to mind is dun dun dun, bum bum bum. It's just the worst case of earworms.
But clearly, telling your base to just forget about Epstein isn't working. But if you know Trump, he can always just pivot to the classic Trump distraction. Throw something outlandish out there and watch the dogs chase the squirrel. I'm gonna invade Greenland. I'm gonna bomb Iran. He's gonna try something big.
President Trump is reigniting his decades-long feud with comedian Rosie O'Donnell.
I think we're gonna need a bigger boat. That's not gonna be enough.
The president taking to his social media platform to write in part, quote, "I'm giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. She's a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland if they want her."
Don't look at our inaction in prosecuting a sex trafficking ring to the rich and powerful. We must focus on the real issue. The denaturalization of the co-star of Riding the Bus with My Sister. Yeah, MAGA is losing their shit right now. They cannot believe what they're seeing. Trump is lying? Dismissing reasonable concerns as bad faith whining? Attacking anyone who disagrees? Well, as a resident of Blue America, can I just say right now to my red colleagues that my pronouns are how does and my ass taste.
You think enough pressure could hypothetically mount to the point of the file releasing? No. I think we have a higher, like the full, like everything, outing every single person that has been affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. You have a higher likelihood of forcing the American government to stop the Israeli genocide than you do of getting all of the information. There ain't no fucking way. Because when these guys say like, oh, well, the cost is too high, like they're not wrong. The government volunteering this information in its entirety is impossible. I think all of the information that they will drip feed or release will probably be completely fucking either like shit that we already know or will be fake. Why would they do that? Why? Jeffrey Epstein worked really hard and for so many years to get all of that blackmail material, dude. Yeah, he worked so hard for that. The CIA and the Mossad worked so hard for that, bro. Why would they just like reveal it?
You like it? The Trump that you're just experiencing now, to your deep disappointment and dismay, is the dude we've been dealing with the whole f***ing time. You just didn't realize it because he's been nice to you. Like when you've had a terrible tragedy.
My administration is doing everything in its power to help Texas.
We gave them all the money, all the help that they can possibly use. We've given them we've maxed out, and we'll continue to max out.
Whatever you need, Daddy's here. Because you're the child he wanted. But we're Eric. And this is truly just a weird cheap shot. This is how we get treated.
I don't think we should give California anything.
I mean, if I give California money, then every state that didn't vote for me will think I'm their president too. That's not a precedent I want to set. Whether it's natural disasters or tariff carve-outs or immigration enforcement or a million other issues, Trump's MAGA base always benefits from favorable treatment, except now. They're finally understanding what it's like to be the target of his hostility. This administration has weaponized vindictive...
Bro, I swear to God, watching Jon Stewart is like just watching a recap of whatever issue that I've covered. Like, this is literally down to this point that he's making is like,
Viva! Viva la revolution!
What's that? What's going on? What?
With like, you know, shittier bits overall. Okay. Well. Oh, Andrew
Just
Cuomo.
one day.
We got New York mayoral race news, by the way. Andrew Cuomo has come out and made a statement, a demand from everyone else that's running in the race. And he said, we all are working to take out Zoran Mambadebi. And he will drop out of the race if he's not ahead in the polls. And he demands that Curtis Sliwa and Eric Adams do the same.
Day after announcing he is officially running as an independent, a very different Andrew Cuomo hit the campaign trail today. And that is where political reporter Marsha...
This is, by the way, I mean, something that we knew already, which is these guys obviously fucking exclusively care about not letting the left win, right? And this is proof of that. But it is crazy that, like, they're just doing it so openly. And under normal circumstances, the same moderate Democrats that constantly say, shut the fuck up and vote for us, you dumb leftist bitches, are quite literally saying, like, no, you don't understand, actually. It's perfectly valid to put up contenders against Zoran, even if that same person handily lost the Democratic primary. Like, the vote blue no matter who guys definitely did not want to vote blue no matter who, it seems.
Kramer caught up with him. She's here in studio with news about a very different Cuomo this time around, Marcia.
Yes, Christine. Well, I think Andrew Cuomo learned a big lesson when he lost the Democratic primary. If you're running for mayor in the 21st century, you probably have to run a 21st century campaign. And in the social media world, you have to do social media. But Cuomo also made a big and unusual promise today.
How about this one?
Just call him Andrew Cuomo 2.0, talking to voters at a Harlem coffee shop as he reinvents himself as an independent mayoral candidate seeking a do-over of his crushing loss to Zohran Mamdani. He was tailed by a social media crew and insisted he's so intent on preventing a democratic socialist from taking over the city that he will step aside if need be.
I don't want to be part of a suicide mission. And if Adams is a stronger candidate, I'm not going to be a spoiler. And I'll defer.
So if you're the strongest candidate, are you going to talk to Eric Adams and say, don't go on the suicide mission?
I think everybody will say that. Look at the math, right? You divide up.
It's kind of crazy that they're openly saying it, right? Like, moderate Democrats very openly trying to rat fuck. Moderate Democrats very openly trying to collaborate with the Republicans to rat fuck a progressive Democratic candidate here for a fairly big race, for a fairly big seat. Mayor of New York is quite significant. Is not shocking if you're aware of how things have happened in the last 2 decades of American politics. It still fucking pisses me off that they're doing it in broad daylight. No, this is not a Bernie 2.0 situation. This is if Bernie had actually won the primary. It's worse. This is not a Bernie 2.0 situation because this is as if Bernie won the primary and now you have Democrats who are actively trying to create a spoiler situation to rat fuck Bernie because they're afraid of socialism. It's even worse than that. At least with the Bernie thing, like, they were successful in stopping him in the primary. It's really fucked up. No, because they created a spoiler situation to prevent him from winning the primary that he would have otherwise won. I know. But at the end of the day, Bernie lost the primary because they rat fucked him. Now they're just like openly, like, there's a difference between the primary season where Democrats can, you know, obviously engage in some kind of trick, some kind of trickery and reduce their numbers in an effort to like put the votes all together and then successfully through that rat fucking initiative take out Bernie before he wins the primary. Now it doesn't matter. Zohran is the Democrat. Zohran is the Democrat. If you're a Democrat and the fucking Democratic primaries ended and you lost, there is no spoiler candidacy. What do you mean? He's the Democrat.
The vote, you're just making Mamdani the candidate and the mayor.
What about Mamdani's appeal to younger voters? Don't you think that his appeal to younger voters was that he appeared to have fresh ideas, that he was thinking out of the box?
Look, do I think they were new sounding ideas? Yes. Do they have any connection to reality? No.
Yeah, really fucking pie in the sky ideas like rent freeze. You know, no, never been done before, can't happen again. Free buses, never been done before, can't happen again. Both of those things have happened in the past and will continue to happen. Ridiculous, ridiculous shit. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? They think you're so stupid. They want to kill your hope. They want to kill your dream, okay? That's it. That's what these guys are predisposed with. That's all they care about.
And what everybody really wants is not a cool idea. They want a solution.
Cuomo is offering expertise and his proven ability to get things done. But Mayor Adams is also going to be singing that tune, and a spokesman tells CBS News New York that Adams has no interest in stepping aside, especially if it's based on polls. We should never forget that these same polls had Andrew up by 32 points, and he lost embarrassingly by 12 points, said his spokesperson. This is a campaign about results, not resumes, and on that, Mayor Adams wins. Mamdani celebrated his endorsement by DC 37 and met with city business leaders worried about his left-leaning policies.
I go into that room knowing that there will be disagreements, and also knowing that at the foundation of it is a belief in the possibility of this city.
And in a surprise development, Cuomo got a boost from none other than President Trump.
No, I think Andrew would have a good shot of winning. He's got to run a tough campaign. He's, he's running against the
from one rapist to the next, you know.
Listen, he's a real go-getter, okay? He doesn't take no for answers, just like me. Just like me. Doesn't take no for answers, that guy. Ooh, he's so good. Loves molesting, loves fondling. I mean, he's molested a cop. Can you believe it? A cop. A member of the law enforcement community. A Leo.
Communist, I would think that he would have a good shot of winning.
Now, Team Mamdani offered a tongue-in-cheek congrats, wondering, quote, whether Cuomo will embrace Trump's support publicly or continue to just accept it in private. Now, there's no indication he's done either. And when Trump was...
What? Oh, my gosh. Shut the fuck up. There's no indication he's done either? What do you mean? Every single Trump booster was boosting Cuomo in the primary, and they lost. What do you mean there's no indication he's done either? There is all indication that he has accepted donations from and support from every single Trump booster. Every single one. That's crazy. The same PACs that were boosting Trump and were the same entities that were boosting Trump were pumping millions of dollars into PACs against Zohran Mamdani.
Asked who he's going to endorse in the race, he said, I don't want to say. He didn't mention either Republican Curtis Sliwa or Mayor Adams.
This is gonna, I mean, I don't think that we can underestimate just how interesting these next few months are going to play out.
It's, you know, I said yesterday, buckle your seatbelts.
Yes.
Every day there's another twist and turn.
All right, Marcia, and you'll keep us posted. Thank you.
Oh, this was funny. This is a funny moment. I had this ready to go on the docket.
I think.
Do you think that Mamdani is an anti-Semite?
Yes, I do. I think that when you're in the streets, after what we saw took place on October 7th, when you're in the street either the next day or days later and don't immediately denounce it, when you're unwilling to talk about global intifada.
Dude, if you're gonna lie, the least you could do, if you're gonna lie and act like this is a scary term, the least you could do is say it correctly. Once again, they think you're fucking stupid, okay? Except in Eric Adams' case, he is actually stupid. He has, he is genuinely stunted mentally. Like, that's not, I feel like I'm being a little ableist when I say this, because, like, I do think that he is, like, his brain doesn't work. I don't know how else to say it. He's just like a very stupid guy. I love him for that reason. He's content, but he, I think, is actually a stupid person. Okay? But it's crazy that it's like, it's not just him. So many people. Oh yeah, I'm gonna miss him when he's gone. I hope someone gives him a TV show or he starts doing YouTube. I hope. Something the Democrats don't realize Mamdani saved them from is that if Cuomo became mayor of New York, the party would have looked like massive hypocrites to male voters. They're already struggling with it. Liberals railing against microaggressions but exonerating a sexual harasser. I mean, I don't think the people care about that as much. And I don't think the Democrats care about that as well. They're hypocrites. They've always been hypocrites. It is very obvious that they only seemingly care about like these issues, not because of like any sort of moral consistency in mind, or not because of any justice in mind, but instead they use it as a way to take out whoever they see as a spoiler, as an ideological enemy. New York City mayoral polling. This is the worst poll I've seen for Mamdani, for the record, and it's probably not correct. Every other poll I've seen, it shows him at like 40%, and everybody else at like 20. Also, this is too low for Adams too. Yeah, this poll had Cuomo up 19 points in the primary. So whoever the fuck they're actually polling, not very good. I think the average person looks at the media getting stuck on the Intifada discourse. I don't even think it's like, I don't even think it's something that people consider. I don't even think that they're like, it's gotten to a certain degree. It's gotten to a point where like, I don't even think people read it. Like people see it. I don't think people even see the Intifada stuff. They don't care. Like, him being anti-Semitic, sure, that has made like its rounds. I don't think people give a shit one way or another. Either they like legitimately don't care about anti-Semitism, or they just don't believe. And many people just don't believe he's anti-Semitic. He's just anti-Israel. And there's also a group of people that just simply don't care. Like, why the fuck should I give a shit? Why would I care about this as it pertains to the New York mayoral? What the fuck? What is happening, bro? That's a big F, but we're back. There you go. Your ISP hates you. This wasn't an ISP. This is the bag. Don't worry, I fixed it. Stream is not delayed. I already fixed it. I already fixed the ingest. I already covered this. Oh, this was awesome. The no Sharia law protest. I covered this yesterday. Yeah, some of the most psychotic individuals you've ever met are anti-Zoran. The hits keep coming. The hits keep coming, all of which is a positive for Zohran Mamdani. There was one other thing I wanted to, this. Zohran Mamdani said today that he would discourage the phrase globalized intifada in a meeting with business elites, a step to diffuse Wall Street's suspicions of the mayoral frontrunner. First of all, why the fuck are Wall Street CEOs asking him about this? Secondly, other reporting from this meeting showed that he wasn't backing down from, his criticisms of Israel. So I don't know which one to believe here. Because Semaphore says he actually stood his ground. Tough meeting for Mamdani with the Partnership for New York CEOs today, I'm told, stood his ground on intifada language and wouldn't commit to keeping the New York Police Department Commissioner Tisch, whom this crowd likes, in the job. Also did not recognize her father, Jim Tisch, when he rose for a question. Also, he was pressed on and said he would discourage the chant, but not the idea. I also don't care. He could literally be like, am Israel high in that fucking meeting? I don't give a shit. Okay? Lie to them. Lie to the CEOs. Zohran Mamdani. Lie directly to their faces. Please. And then turn around and do whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Okay? That's my take. which is so weird. It's like, what do you mean? Like, Wall Street CEOs are like, we're really worried about anti-Semitism. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Put the fucking stocks in the bag, bro. Do your job. What is this? What is this? Oh, this language, this dangerous language. Oh, I'm scared about how you are going to treat the beautiful nation state of Israel. It's like, fuck you, man. Shut the fuck up. Why do you care? You're an American CEO. Suck my dick. Yeah, imagine being the CEO of Pfizer and your top issue is complaining about the term genocide. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla, who is Jewish, pressed Mamdani for throwing around the word genocide about the plight of Palestinians in Gaza under Israel, the second source said. But Mamdani evidently forged ahead smoothly. It was very frustrating. He speaks well, the source said, recounting Mamdani's responsible question about retail theft. What is happening? What is going on? What the fuck is happening? I'm the CEO of Pfizer, and I cannot believe that you said correctly that there is a genocide happening. What? You're the CEO of Pfizer. Even the Wall Street Journal article said they were impressed by his ability to work a crowd. Yeah, he's charismatic. They're mad he made a good argument. I don't know. I'm frustrated by it. Yeah, put the vaccines in the bag, bro. You're the CEO of Pfizer. Okay, keep making the children gay and autistic. Keep pushing. Worry about your own business, okay? Worry about your own business. We'll worry about ours, okay? Keep making the kids gay and autistic, dog. What the fuck are we paying you for? It's to make the next generation gay and autistic. Keep putting the vaccine in the fucking bag. Stop with this shit. This is just hysteria. How can you be like an educated person in a position of tremendous power and privilege and just like still worry about this shit? I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, put the 5G chip in the bag, little bro. Vaccinate me so I can have an RFID chip implanted into my brain. Politico is reporting that it will clarify his position on globalized intifada. Oh, God, I hope he doesn't fucking concede on this shit. I hope he goes on that stage and says, actually, you know what? I've never said globalize the intifada, but actually, I'm gonna say it now. Globalize the motherfucking intifada, bitch. This is not a real issue. Please stop fucking. Do not give in to this fake bullshit. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord. Do not give them a fucking inch, dude. Do not. They are manufacturing outrage. This man has done such a good job of just not leaning into this silly nonsense. The only question should be, why are you asking me this all the fucking time, dude? Shut the fuck up. Ugh. The whole like trying to win over the establishment Dems is stupid. They do not like you. They do not care about you. The forces, the popular mobilization that caused you to win is because you went up against the establishment. The Democratic establishment is not going to turn around and defend you by going, oh, I guess this was just a simple disagreement. He doesn't like globalized the intifada. No, tomorrow they're going to move on to 9/11. They're going to say you did 9/11, dude, okay? Don't fucking do this. It is a big mistake. You are not going to get the coveted Schumer endorsement with this, okay? You don't want the Chuck Schumer endorsement. Oh my God, this is literally, oh God, he concedes on this. They're going to move on to the next thing. if he just does not back down from this, then it doesn't matter. They just look like fucking insane people. But if he concedes on this, then the media will use the fact that he conceded on this to move on to the next thing. And then they'll say, hey, we have a better position now because he recognizes he fucked up. You didn't fuck up. What the fuck? This is literally Media 101. Do not fucking concede. We live in the post-Trump universe. Trump does actual shit. Trump does actual fuck shit, and he never backs down. Do not fucking back down. Attack the argument. Ask why this is even a pertinent discussion. Ask why he is constantly having to talk about this when he wants to talk about his policies. None of this actually helps New Yorkers' lives. I've made my position on anti-Semitism known, and I think that it's important for people to know that anti-Semitism is abhorrent. This conversation is not being done on the virtues of anti-Semitism. This is racial posturing. It's ridiculous. The reason why they are asking about this question over and over and over again is not because they want a real answer out of Zohran Mamdani. They're asking this question over and over again to basically fuck you, okay? To only have you answer this, and then once you give them an inch, this is a major weakness. They will consistently keep hammering you on other shit that is anti-Semitic, that's not actually anti-Semitic at all, because you're Muslim and you're anti-Israel, dog. Come on, don't fuck this up. The moment that you fucking give them an inch, they will keep hammering that same issue over and over and over and over and over again, and you will not talk about your policies. You will not be able to talk about what you want to do for New Yorkers. With my PR hat on, I think you should do a Jewish town hall like you did a trans town hall. It should be full of factual, normal people and not pundits. That, but also, this is what I said initially when the Bulwark stuff happened. Okay? Get Norm Finkelstein. Get a bunch of anti-Zionist Holocaust survivors and just put them behind you and say, hey, what does the Holocaust Museum until 2024 called the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising? Have them say it was called the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. That's it. It's done. Play the optics game if you want to play the optics game, but don't fucking concede. It's so stupid. I said this literally as soon as the Bulwark shit happened, where I was like, oh God, who gives a fuck? However, if he does actually play the Corbyn route, he'll get fucked. Do not take the bait, man. Do not. Many Jews believe it's bare minimum for Zoran to go beyond distancing himself personally from the language like globalized intifada said an aid to the Jewish elected official granted anonymity to speak freely about a sensitive matter. This is not news. This is not a newsworthy situation. But if Zoran actually turns around and fucking concedes on this front, then it will be a newsworthy situation. He will have issued a condemnation for something that he should never have to condemn at all. Like, what do you mean globalized intifada is a scary phrase for Jewish people? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we shouldn't be saying Arabic terms because Jewish people are scared. What the fuck kind of racist bullshit is this? You're just painting all Jews as like insane racist people. Like, even if he says, oh, I plan to discourage people from using the phrase, then people go, why? Why? Then they ask the question, why do you plan to discourage them? But you don't actually outright condemn it. It doesn't make sense, okay? It logically doesn't make sense, because here's the thing. When you are a politician that is earnest, when you're a politician that's earnest and you traffic in the truth, okay? Here's the truth. Nobody gives a fuck about globalize the intifada as a phrase. It means globalize the uprising. It means fighting against injustice. That's it. It's Arabic, and that's why it scares people. Okay? There is no reason to, just because other people have established that in the media, that this is a scary thing to say, there's no reason to fucking give an inch off of this. It's the same with Black Lives Matter. It's the same thing with, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There's no reason to concede on this, because the moment of concession implies that you fucked up. And the real reason for why they want this extraction, they want this concession, is not because you're going to be clearing the fucking air about your position on this term. It's the same reason why they keep saying Zoran is an anti-Semite with no evidence whatsoever, or Zoran has no answer for growing anti-Semitism, when he has given an answer to growing anti-Semitism. It's to gum up the works. It's to make you constantly, like a bitch, respond to these ridiculous fucking questions. They're never going to stop. You cannot help someone arrive at a logical conclusion if they didn't use logic to get there. That's it. I know this from my experience, not in political campaigning, but my experience as a fucking political commentator online in a very hostile environment. These people that come in here and go, why do you love terrorism? Just curious, are not actually invested in the truth. Now, there are things that I won't back down from, but there are things that I will explain, because my job is to explain things to people. I'm not a politician, I'm a political commentator. My job is to literally explain complex political situations that are going on. And in that process, there are instances where I will pull a chatter with a reasonable concern that is actually unreasonable, but is masquerading as a reasonable concern, and we'll go the distance. We'll explain the thought process behind why I say certain things, for example. But I do that without conceding and without apologizing for some dumb shit that people want me to apologize over for no fucking reason. The reason why I do that is because my job is to explain. You are a politician. Every moment that you are not marketing yourself, every moment that you are not marketing your policies is a moment that you're losing. Is a moment that you're wasting airtime. That's my least favorite thing you say. I did not come to right-wing views through reason, but reason sure as hell got me out of it. I understand what you're saying, but it's not true for everyone. No, logic doesn't hurt, but these people are not actually, you misunderstood me, or rather, I misspoke. I didn't explain my position well. These people are not actually invested in the truth. They're not like, oh, I maybe misunderstood Zoran. I maybe thought that he was anti-Semitic, but, you know, as soon as he explained to me why he's not anti-Semitic, I'm going to understand and agree with him. No, the real reason why they want to fucking hit him with this is because he's anti-Israel. Okay? He's anti-Israel. They want him to be pro-Israel. Okay? They are bad faith. They are disingenuous. Now, are there people along the way that get swept away with this misinformation faucet? Absolutely. And for that reason, you should explain your positions clearly over and over again. But concessions are something entirely different. When you concede on something that is not wrong, you are making it a bigger problem. There's no reason for you to ever concede to bad faith individuals who are not actually invested in the truth, who have not arrived at their conclusion through logic. Okay? Why should you entertain the oftentimes racist hysterics of a group of people that will never agree with you? You should not do that, because that would require lying, and you shouldn't lie. You should not lie at all. You should say the truth. And the truth in this situation is that saying globalize the uprising and using the Arabic term for uprising, intifada, is not scary. Okay? You are the one using it after all. No matter how much they throw your way on this terminology, there is no reason to ever, there wasn't even a reason to be like, I don't use that phrase, but, you know, I don't condemn other people using that phrase. You don't even need to say that. Especially considering that people people's statements on Zoran have ranged from he doesn't use the term, but he doesn't condemn it, all the way to he wants to say he wants to globalize the Intifada, which means doing a global jihad on all Jews. So why the fuck should you actually concede on that framework? When the reason for why they're launching these fucking fake questions disingenuously is to at best stop you from talking about what you want to talk about, and at worst smear you as a vicious anti-Semite. Yeah. Mamdani's refusal to condemn the phrase globalized intifada would be a part of our discussion, Jeffrey said. Like, shut the fuck up. Jewish Democrats in Congress raised concerns about Zohran Mamdani's anti-Israel position. This is a more honest title because it's coming from the JTA. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency has no issue presenting anti-Israel as the peak of anti-Semitism because it's going to an audience that reads it as such. Okay? Whereas Politico has to hit it from an anti-Semitism line, Jewish Telegraphic Agency can openly state that this is, this is the worst thing he can be, which is anti-Israel. God, I hate Debbie Wasserman Schultz. In an interview, Norm literally said, "Don't repeat Corbyn's mistake about Zoran as a word of advice." It's true. If he concedes, then he's going the Corbyn route, and he might get cooked. Why don't articles focused on Mamdani's refusal to condemn the phrase Intifada ever mention the undisputed fact that the Holocaust Museum used the phrase to discuss the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising until 2024? I feel like even if you hate the phrase Intifada, you would find this undisputed fact interesting. It is a phrase that's terribly disturbing and potentially dangerous, as Debbie Wasserman Schultz says. Shouldn't there be an investigation into the U.S. Holocaust Museum? I mean, we're talking about a major U.S. Jewish institution here, one that aims to define the core Jewish tragedy of the 20th century. Does it not interest anyone that the phrase Intifada, that they use the phrase Intifada for years? Is there a feeling that because it was Arabic audiences only, it was fine? Or the current phrase that they use, Muqawwama, okay? Which is the same Arabic word that is the letter M in Hamas. Hamas is an acronym. The Islamic Resistance Movement is what Hamas is. Harakat al-Islamiyya, Harakat al-Muqawwama al-Islamiyya, okay? Right? I think I said it right. That's the M. They changed the word, globalize the Intifada, to not the word, sorry, globalize the Intifada, but they changed the word Warsaw Ghetto Intifada to Warsaw Ghetto Muqawwama. It's stupid. It's stupid, it's silly, it's complete fucking concern trolling, it's manufactured outrage, and I really hope he doesn't fucking like release any statement that's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for not saying that I would condemn globalize the Intifada." The Democratic nominee is expected to publicly refine his position after previously declining to condemn the slogan in multiple interviews and news conferences over the past month, even as he has denounced anti-Semitism more broadly. He has never stopped denouncing anti-Semitism, by the way. This is also inappropriate phrasing. They make it seem as though all the public pressure is what caused them to denounce anti-Semitism. That is not the truth. He has always been against anti-Semitism. His shift will come after meetings this week with Jewish elected officials and business community leaders. Mamdani is seeking to expand his support among the Democratic establishment as assuage fears running rampant in C-suites across the country, across the city. Mamdani's campaign did not comment Tuesday on any move the candidate would make to clarify his position on the phrase, but some Democrats welcomed the step as a significant gesture. Many Jews believe it's the bare minimum for Zoran to go beyond distancing himself personally from the language like globalized Intifada. I'm done. I'm done, dude. Anyone who makes an issue out of this, I'm done with you. Okay? This guy literally heard me even say the word Muqawwama and Hamas and started instantly, like, it's got to be a bot, right? Hezbollah's official name is Muqawama Islamiyya fi Lubnan, Islamic Resistance in Lebanon. What the fuck? Why is this not loading? Immediately, it's like whatever Israel's done, Hamas has done so much worse. No, they haven't. Okay, no, they haven't. Whatever Hamas, the acronym, stands for, they still kidnapped hundreds of people on 10/7. Spent months torturing and raping them afterwards. If Hamas is so bad, why do you have to lie about what they're doing? Israel isn't good, but defending Hamas is absurd. No, dude. Israel isn't just bad, okay? Israel is the worst party here. Israel is far more evil than anything Hamas could ever do, okay? That is God's honest fucking truth. You can hide that, you can lie about it, you can just keep posturing over how scary Hamas is over and over again. There is no comparison between Hamas and Israel. I have said this time and time again openly. I will continue fucking saying this. It is just the truth. Israel is doing a genocide. Hamas has not done a genocide, nor attempted to do a fucking genocide. Hamas is comprised of orphaned Palestinians that Israel has killed the family members of. It is an Islamic resistance group. It is a resistance group that has an emancipatory goal. It is a national emancipatory movement, okay? Hamas does not operate outside of the occupied Palestinian territories. They never have and they never will. It's fucking ridiculous. For your information, if you wear a hat, this is Brooklyn and Arabic security, the UN will pull you aside for a special screening. Scan your hat in an image translator app, take a photo of it multiple times, and have 3 separate security guards search your bag. Classic. I agree with you, but when people ask me about the intent of Hamas on October 7, I have no answer. What do you mean? What do you think they were doing? It's very clear what they were doing. What the fuck? The Palestinian resistance group on October 7, out of sheer desperation due to the no options that Israel has fucking forced them into, the corner that Israel had backed them into, decided to finally enact a military campaign where they would extract hostages, prisoners of war specifically, from Israeli territory, initially from the military bases that they overtook very quickly, in an effort to, one, ease the fucking pressure that the Gaza Strip was experiencing, potentially open up a port on the Gaza Strip, and also allow there to be a hostage exchange between the hostages that they had extracted on October 7 against the tens of thousands of hostages that Israel still has in their prison system. The killing of soldiers is 100% justified, but the intentional killing of civilians, I have no answer for that. You don't have to have an answer for that. It's unacceptable. The fuck do you mean? Why do you have to answer that? You don't have to accept it. It's that simple. It's unacceptable. Okay? So what is the intent of it? These people are not fucking robots, brother. What are you talking about? It's the same principle behind the Nat Turner Rebellion. Do you think the Nat Turner Rebellion was not an incredibly violent affair? Of course it was. But the people were resisting against fucking enslavement. Do you spend a whole deal of time talking about the morality of slavery and adjusting it to the actions that people took against, in resistance against slavery? No? Then this doesn't make any sense. There was no military reasoning for the intentional killing of civilians. It was pure revenge and it was wrong, okay? But it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because when the dust is settled, no one ever looks back and thinks about the civilians that were killed by people who are resisting against systematic violence. This is precisely the reason why the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is not talked about under similar terms either. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. There's no reason for you to make it seem as though every single thing that the Palestinian resistance did on October 7th was perfect. It was not. It's not supposed to be. It never will be. There's never been a moment where people have been able to perfectly, in a robotic manner, only facilitate their military goals against a far more powerful enemy. That's never happened throughout history, and that shouldn't be the expectation. You have to look at which side is responsible for all of the bloodshed and all of the violence, and it is the colonial entity that is responsible in every single instance. Oof. It's unacceptable when Hamas does it. It's unacceptable when Israel does it. It's a war. Oh, yeah. When Israel does it, it's a war. Civilians unfortunately die. We somehow are conditioned to think a regular army mass killing people with air raids somehow more morally correct than fighters doing it on the ground. Both are bad. If anything, the indiscriminate. No, one is worse. Israel doing it is worse. Like, I don't say that it's like, oh, when Hamas does it is bad, when Israel does it is bad. I'm not putting them on the same moral playing field. I'm not. Because it would be lying. That's it. Also, one is a direct ethnic cleansing campaign. That's the difference. There is no both sidesing Hamas and Israel. One side is the clear wrong side. The other side is the wrong side. So is Israel the bad guys? Yes. What? Hello? I don't know, man. Was Nazi Germany the bad guys, or did the Jews actually deserve it? Like, do you have any questions similar to that? Were the Confederates actually fighting an earnest and honest and just war? Or were black people actually inferior beings that deserve to be fucking enslaved? Yes, Israel is the bad guys in the simplest terms. He didn't back away from any policy position, though he did so in a non-confrontational manner, the attendee dish. It shows the good policy and he was very confident. The slick Mamdani also distanced himself from his past use of the phrase, seizing the means of production, and Marxist concept, but in a roundabout way, chalking up to a rookie mistake. Another business bigwig in attendance said. It was very frustrating, the source said. He speaks well, the source said, recounting Mamdani's responsible question about retail theft. Don't say ad. There is no fucking real there is no real way that he's seizing the means of production. He shouldn't say it's a rookie mistake. He should be like, there's nothing you need to fucking worry about. He's not going to explain to a bunch of fucking C-suite executives what seizing the means of production means in a way that doesn't worry them. Are you kidding me? They know exactly what that means. Hakeem Jeffries again declines to endorse Zohran Mamdani. I don't know him well.
Meeting with Zohran Mamdani, you have not endorsed him yet. What do you say to people who say, what gives, why are you not endorsing the guy that won the Democratic primary in a contested election in your backyard?
Well, I look forward to sitting down and talking to him. I didn't get involved in that primary election, and I don't know him well. We had a very good conversation.
Chris should be like, your brother seems to like him a lot. Maybe you should ring him up. Hassan Kwame Mamdani. Or not Mamdani, sorry. Hassan Kwame Jeffries. That's right. His brother, Hakeem Jeffries' brother, Hassan Jeffries, Hassan Kwame Jeffries, has endorsed Zoran Kwame Mamdani, enthusiastically.
In the day after the primary, we agreed to meet, and so I'm looking forward to having that discussion on Friday.
He's gonna, oh God, I hate these fucking pieces of shit so much. Anyway, that's all I got for today. Hit that 8-hour today, finally. Love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow.
All the shadows trickling in. I saw people
I will see you tomorrow. Love you. Bye-bye.